Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our third day of the conference and the morning session, The Gaze of Aristocrats and the Bourgeoisie. I'm glad to see that some of you have, have arrived early this morning. And I'd like to welcome to the podium Marie Barras, who is a PhD candidate in art history in the SNSF research project Visual Contagions, where she works on the intersections between the art and the fashion worlds at the end of the 19th century. She holds a master's degree in art history and history of religions from the University of Lausanne. She then completed a Master of Advanced Studies in Cultural Heritage and Museology and a Certificate of Specialization in Digital Humanities at the University of Geneva, where she used digital tools to study museum collections created by women artists. In 2021, she was a member of the curatorial team for the exhibition To Play for the Gallery, Fashion and Portraits at the Musée d'Art de l'Histoire de Genève. And in 2022 to 2024, in addition to her PhD, she worked as a digital projects and data manager at the Documentation and Research Centre in the MAH. And this morning, Marie will be talking about sartorial connoisseurship, women, fashion and gaze in the 19th century Parisian salons. Thank you, Marie. Welcome.
Thank you. Before I begin, I really just like to thank the organizing team, Adelina, Consuelo, Fabio. Thank you very much for accepting my proposition and for putting together such a rich and thought-provoking conference. Today, I will begin with a drawing by Bertal, one of the most prolific illustrators of the 19th century. In 1875, he represents two women looking at a painting from behind, likely at the annual Salon de Peinture et de Sculpture in Paris. One of them holds an exhibition booklet, while the other points at the canvas with her fan and exclaims, "When I say it's a Vort dress, it's because I recognize the brushwork." Ignoring the paintings, three male visitors are instead looking at the women. While the men are simply sketched, the women's dresses are rendered in elaborate detail. This image and its caption suggest the affirmation of a distinctly female eye in the late 19th century, one grounded not only in aesthetic and art historical appreciation, but also in an embodied material expertise of fashion. Women were not only spectators of 19th century visual culture, but they actively participated in it too. Their practical experience with fabrics, styles, and fashion codes allowed them to read both art and clothing with authority. In this paper, I will explore how such sartorial expertise, often seen as simply as a matter of taste, actually worked as a form of connoisseurship that shaped women's reception of images in the Belle Époque. By following these threads across various supports and media, we can begin to understand the socially situated nature of visual expertise in 19th century Paris. When I mention the term connoisseur, you probably picture an elegant gentleman, well-educated, somewhat mature, confident in his judgment, and endowed with an impeccable taste. He has the ability to pronounce authoritative opinions on art and sometimes even to change attributions of artworks. For centuries, this image has been carefully cultivated. Daumier here, for instance, portrays the connoisseur in his study, surrounded by paintings, sculptures, prints, and drawings, silently absorbs in the contemplation of a small-scale reproduction of the Venus de Milo. This traditional vision of the connoisseur rests on the idea of a single gifted individual that could be compared to the figure of the artist's genius. Yet it overlooks the complex interdisciplinary networks that constitute the art world. In this paper, I would like to approach connoisseurship as, and I quote, a disseminated discipline, following the definition proposed by Megan Clark and Francisco Ventrella, who emphasize the culture of connoisseurship as a web of expertise and professional networks. Thanks to this methodological shift, we find that Women, and I quote again, find that women's involvement was never marginal. Connoisseurship was both an experimental and empirical practice, relying widely on the collaboration of many women among collectors, dealers, translators, editors, archivists, and assistants. And I think this conference has already shown the veracity of this quote. Indeed, there have also been, and perhaps more rare, visual representation of female connoisseurs. And by the end of the 19th century, some painters responded to this changing visual culture by depicting women in domestic interiors, surrounded by art objects and gazing at them. These women become part of the decor themselves, dressed in the latest fashions and sometimes using a magnifying glass to underscore the act of looking. In her book on Berthe Morisot, Anne Higonnet examines what she calls the feminine visual culture in the age of mechanical reproduction. She offers a framework for understanding mass-produced print culture while focusing on images conceived as artworks, those produced by both professional and amateur women artists, as well as prints comprising photographs, lithographs, the illustrated press, and of course, fashion plates. These fashion plates, as popular images made for women and often made by women, played a decisive commercial and cultural role. They explicitly turned women into consumers of images and thereby help construct their own visual culture. To Higonet's analysis, we must add another dimension, a visual culture shaped by activities that took place outside of the domestic sphere. Outings such as promenades in the Bois de Boulogne, attending the horse races at Longchamp, or going to the theatre or opera have been widely studied. Yet, other mundane and highly visual spaces remain understudied, like art exhibition, here the exit of the Salons, and to a lesser extent, shopping experience, here the famous Rue de la Paix in Paris. Perhaps this is because both spaces were very rarely represented in modern and impressionist painting. Still, these were social environments that women could inhabit, spaces constructed around the act of looking. The two worlds of art and fashion intertwine particularly vividly in illustrated magazines, for example here in L'Art et la Mode, where engravings of fashionable women quickly came to incorporate scenes of exhibition going and or shopping, thus merging sartorial imagery with acts of looking and display. Here, on the right, the engravings show Wortel dresses and artworks both seen at the Salon. On the left, the composition reflects more the exhibition spaces and the visitors themselves, with a zoom effect on hats and how the paintings were hung. The fashion plates, too, reflect the importance of the two activities in the social calendar, showing explicitly which outfit is appropriate for the occasion. These feminine practices of looking, shopping, and exhibiting themselves within fashionable public spaces also bring us closer to another key arena where art and commerce met, the Parisian Salon. And one question maybe, could the Salon be in fact seen as a kind of department store for images? Department stores and art exhibition spaces may seem unrelated, but since the late 1970s, scholars such as Neil Harris and Tony Bennett have underlined the similarities with museums, and I think some of their considerations are applicable to modern art exhibitions too. Let me give you just a brief overview of some of them. Art spaces and department stores expanded almost simultaneously, opening access to objects that had once been reserved for the elite, whether artworks or consumer goods. Frequented mainly by the bourgeoisie, they helped shape visitors' visual culture and material experience, participated in a broader dynamic of social spectacularization. As you can see here on the right, some department stores, such as Le Bon Marché, even hosted art galleries. Satirical images provide a valuable entry point for understanding the social codes and cultural perception of these spaces. They capture, often more sharply than official accounts, how contemporaries perceive the blurring boundaries between art and commerce. On the cover of the journal La Caricature, two elegantly dressed figures walk through the salon, figured as a wallpaper of paintings behind them. The caption reads, and all translation from French are mine that follow. Spring grand exhibition of novelties in painted canvases or in marble, bronze, or plaster. Consult the floor plan, follow the authorized critics' itineraries to know exactly what you should be looking at. The pun on painted canvases equates the Salons painting with the merchandise of a fashion store, reducing the aesthetic experience to a form of shopping guided by critics as sale advisors. Following the trend of visual and satirical salon reviews, Le Grelot published in 1872 a drawing comparing artists to textile merchants. The foreground shows a patterned carpet draped in a gigantic fold, reminiscent of the way fabrics are displayed in department stores. In the background, artists are reduced to disembodied heads emerging from a sea of fabrics, their mouths open as if calling potential buyers. The caption ironically congratulates the French artists for their exhibition in the novelties department, noting that the figure became mere accessories. Consumers are invited to make their purchases as soon as possible. The use of the word exhibition is not accidental. At the time, it referred equally to art exhibitions and to seasonal displays of novelties in store here au printemps, and both indeed published catalogues. At the 1869 Salon, Bertal underlined his proximity to a satirical drawing titled Le Magasin des Demoiselles, a wordplay evoking both department stores and the popular women's magazine of the same name. The caption marks the repetitive, almost industrial nature of Auguste Toulmouche's painting, calling him the inventor of the honest girl reading a letter and the one knocking discreetly at a door. That year, according to the caricature, he produced 77 girls knocking at doors and 43 reading letters, linking him to the growing industrialization of fashion. Toulmouche no longer appears as a painter closely involved with his canvases, but rather as a factory manager, and he is commissioned by the administration to inspect all these young girls. At his feet, a man and two cherubs scatter flowers from a cone labeled engraving, lithography, photography, all techniques of mechanical reproduction. Toulmouche works towards them, fully integrated into the industrial process of image production. If caricatures equated the salon with a department store, they also revealed something more profound, the increasingly commercial and performative nature of looking itself. Within these spectacular spaces of display, women were no longer confined to the role of passive viewers. They became active participants in the visual economy of modernity. Ruth Iskin, for instance, highlights how fashionable bourgeois women exercise their gaze through the use of binoculars, an object that signals their active engagement with looking. We can think, for example, here of Mary Cassatt's and Degas' paintings set respectively at the opera or at the horse races, where binoculars mediate the act of seeing and being seen. The same object appeared in the art spaces in the hands of the visitors. This active gaze was informed and constructed both in the contemporary visual culture and in heritage institutions. As Maud Bad-Kruger has shown, while clothing was gradually being patrimonialized at the end of the 19th century, it also became part of a broader vogue for historicism, particularly within fashion. Inspiration thus took an erudite dimension, and alongside with museums, libraries too became spaces of inspiration. François Courboin, both artist and art historian, depicted fashionable women consulting prints at the Cabinet des Estampes of the Bibliothèque Nationale. His first gouache on this theme, dating from 1906, was later published in 1902 in Les Reines de l'Aiguille by the collector and journalist Arsène Alexandre. He describes the daily life of fashion workers, and in the chapter La chasse à l'idée, the hunt for one idea, he underlines the erudition of seamstresses and milliners who came to the to seek inspiration. Courboin's engravings were also published in the prestigious art history journal L'Art. There, he illustrated a series of 3 articles titled Croquis de Bibliothèque, written by F. Darchet. Each article portrays a category of women frequenting the library: seamstresses, milliners, and in Cicerone for Ladies, American tourists accompanied the historian acting as a guide to Cicerone. Darchet describes the guide as a little thin lady whose outfit evoked both Burne-Jones and the Salvation Army in a somewhat daring harmony of green and violet. She is soon joined by an eruption of plumes, furs, and blonde hair occurring in a rustle of silk. The Cicerone then presents the American tourists with reproductions of Giotto, Botticelli, Goya, and Rembrandt. Unlike his other articles on seamstresses and milliners, this one focuses on describing women's clothing. The narrator observed the art historian dress, raising an eyebrow at her apparent indifference to fashion codes. He is equally amused by the American visitors whose exuberance betrayed their foreignness. One even removes her hat, an act that he knows seems to be at the library the exclusive privilege of foreign women. Moreover, the direct reference to Burne-Jones for the guide's clothing is revealing. As one of the key pre-Raphaelite artists, he was an inspiration for the aesthetic dress movement that emerged in the second half of the 19th century. So very quickly, it's a style inspired by the past reduction and tight lacing and bustles, emphasizing the quality of fabrics, often in long flowing gowns. Historicist fashion could also be expressed in other way. Here on the left, a Louis XV dress whose silhouette is typical of the 1880s, but whose color, trim, and buttons evoke an 18th century officer's jacket. Similarly, here on the right, certain 18th century vests were reinterpreted in fashion between the 1880s and early 1900s. These examples show that feminine connoisseurship did not develop in isolation. It was built through historical knowledge, allowing women to create new garments which embodied two epochs at once. The same cultivated gaze that guided women through libraries and museums extended into spaces of modern art display, the Salons. Female authors often found ways to enter the male-dominated field of art criticism, sometimes thanks to male patronage or under masculine pseudonyms, or even by diverting a society column and writing about art instead. Journals aimed at female readership also devoted spaces to the Salon, which became a relatively accessible arena for women writers. Likewise, in art journals, women could gain access to writing through the decorative art. In an article published in La Revue des Arts Décoratifs in 1887, its author, Louise de C., is writing under the guise of offering just gift buying advice, while actually discussing about jewelry, the craftsmanship, the shapes, the values, the stones, and their provenance. In doing so, she approaches art criticism from a distinct angle. Her writing blurs the boundary between aesthetic or scholarly judgment and consumer knowledge. At the Salon, this particular approach to art seems to surprise men. In one caricature by Cham, a fashionable woman stands before a painting, conversing with a man in a top hat who looks at her in utter disbelief. "So, you women understand painting well enough to admire Eugène Lamy?" And she responds, "You know perfectly well that I adore jewels." Here, the woman's answer transforms aesthetic judgment into a statement of both taste and expertise. Her familiarity with jewelry, its material, craftsmanship shapes, becomes a legitimate framework for evaluating painting. Thanks to this expertise, women quite literally found a voice at the Salon, as underlined by another caricature titled "The Women's Voice." The image shows a woman leaning forward, closely examining a painting while a man stands behind her. The caption reads, "Say what you will, Monsieur Degoff's painting is a jewel box. His cherries are rubies, his grapes emerald, his fabrics precious stones. If my Egyptian offers me a Degoff, I would not be embarrassed to pawn it at my jeweler's." Degas was known for his still life painting depicting precious art objects from the Louvre collection. His precise rendering magnified their material brilliance and the surface textures. The woman's commentary, half witty, half expert, shows how women could engage critically with art, linking aesthetic judgment to economic and material knowledge. Beyond caricature, women wrote about exhibition themselves too. In 1876, La Fantaisie Parisienne published an article titled "At the Exhibition, Him and Her" by Marie de Grandfort, author of The Fashion Mail in the same issue. Under the shape of a frivolous dialogue between a man and a woman visiting the exhibition, she writes a real salon critique. The couple's visit begins with a sigh from the man, noticing that, unlike him, his companion has come prepared, list of artworks to see in hand. In front of a portrait by Carolus Durand, she asks for her companion's opinion. He remarks on the seater's makeup, to which she sharply replies, "Yes, but look at the dress. How beautifully it's painted." "Ah, but that grey glove doesn't go with the ball gown. It's a riding glove. And that raised foot, it bothers me. The thought that she'll stay like that forever makes me uneasy. For nothing in the world I would want to be painting with one foot in the air, my dear." In a few lines, she assesses both the painting's technique and its social realism. Her critique draws on lived experience. She knows what it means to wear such a dress, such gloves, such shoes, and to hold a pose. Her embodied knowledge becomes a tool of visual analysis. The dialogue ends when the woman must leave for her appointment au printemps, one of Paris' department stores. She regrets that she was not able to take notes, one hand occupied by her companion's arm, the other holding a train. A fashion plate published just 13 days before Marie de Grandfort article shows two women entering an exhibition wearing similar dresses. A visual echo linking print culture, fashion imagery, and women's lived experience of art. So across caricatures, press articles, painting, and studies in libraries and museums, the sources show women asserting a form of visual knowledge, both informed by fashion and art. Their gaze was active, discerning, and socially attuned. They judged not only brushwork and composition, but the material qualities of clothing, the gestures of the figures, and the code of display. This sartorial connoisseurship allowed women to occupy a space between aesthetic judgment and material knowledge. It enabled them to participate in the economic and social networks of art and to influence taste and production in subtle yet profound ways. By foregrounding the intersection of fashion, social experience, and visual judgment, we can reframe how we understand women's role in the 19th century art world. The female gaze was not simply a mirror of male intention. It was a cultivated, a practiced, and a materially grounded lens through which women negotiated their place in art, society, and commerce. Far from being superficial, this embodied expertise represents a legitimate form of cultural literacy, one that reshaped the reception of modern and ancient art alike. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Marie, for a very interesting look at women's reception of visual culture in 19th century Paris and as active agents of the gaze, as well as receiving the gaze, looking and being looked at. Culture of display, the intersection of commerce and consumption and art and display. Thank you. Our next speaker is Julie Ruegger. Julia Ruegger. She studied creative writing, theatre and philosophy at the University of Hildesheim and the Swiss Literature Institute with a bachelor's in 2017, followed by a master's degree in philosophy, arts, intercultural, also at the University of Hildesheim and the Universidad Complutense de Madrid in 2020. She works as a freelance author and poet and received different grants and residency scholarships for her literary work. Besides her literary writing, she does research in the interface of political theory and artistic practice. Since April 2025, she has been a member of the DFG Research Training Group Aesthetic Practice at the Institute of Philosophy at the University of Hildesheim, where she writes her dissertation on walking as a critical aesthetic practice. Very interesting. Thank you very much, Julia, who will be talking between hypervisibility and invisibility, approaching the gaze of the female flaneur. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction and to be here. It's a really lovely conference and very nice to be here with you. So you've heard I'm not an art historian, so it will go in a bit another direction. So Since its early appearance in the Parisian arcades and its first imprints in texts, the figure of the flaneur has always been a dazzling character with recurrent potential, but also an exclusive trope. From the famous beginnings with Charles Baudelaire and Walter Benjamin in Paris and Berlin, until the situationist practice in the 1960s with their so-called psychogeography, the typical flaneur has been white, male, able-bodied, and mostly also part of a higher social class. Virginia Woolf, reflecting her flaneur experience in the essay Street Haunting, was a bright exception, at least in terms of the gender aspect. In recent years, this condition of the exclusive flaneur figure has gained increasing attention and provoked a range of works that challenge this notion. If we tunnel back, I quote, "We find there always was a flaneuse passing Baudelaire in the street," writes Lauren Elkin in her much-noticed book, Flaneuse. Oops. Oh, yeah. Flaneuse, Women Walk the City in Paris, New York, Tokyo, Venice, and London, published in 2018 and translated into many languages. Also, the extensive book Wanderlust by American philosopher and essayist Rebecca Solnit, already published in the year 2000, gathers insightful reflections on the political, economical, and gendered implications of walking. These books and other texts, as well as contemporary walking performances that address and cultivate flaneurism from an anti-racist, decolonial, and queer feminist perspective, all contribute to an ongoing rewriting of the flaneur history. Much more could be said about these contexts, but my aim for this presentation is to speak about a very specific aspect of the female walker. I namely want to explore the female gaze that comes into play when looking at the flaneuse, or rather just women taking space in the street and public places. Domains that have always been a main scene to disciplining the female body and restricting the freedom of women to move and linger as they wish. So for the moment, I will focus on a close reading of the experiences women make on the streets in their daily lives, not necessarily when they are flaneuring, but already when they leave the house to go to work or do some other very casual route on foot. To achieve this, I will focus on two documents from different medial contexts. First, the essay Power Walking by Aminata Forna that offers phenomenological insights and socio-critical analysis, and second, a photo series from Hannah Price, who turns scenes of catcalling into an emancipatory artistic project. Doing this, I want to pay special attention to the remark of feminist geographer Leslie Kern that women have been simultaneously hyper-invisible and invisible in the streets. Hyper-visible and invisible. Always watched, yet written out of accounts of urban life. And as both Forna and Price are persons of color, reflecting on overlapping forms of discrimination in their work, my talk will also touch upon an intersectional perspective on the male and female gaze. Yeah, so now we're departing a bit from the flaneur culture in the strict sense. First case, Power Walking by Aminata Forna. We will directly start with a quote. I am 20, so Forna writes, I am 20, I am walking along the King's Road in Chelsea in London. It is the 1980s. 3 men are coming towards me. They are clearly together, though the foot traffic on the pavement requires each to walk a half pace behind the other. They are bright, dressed in tight jeans and cap-sleeve t-shirts. The first man, as he passes, looks me in the eye and says, "You're a pretty girl." The second one smirks but says nothing. The third one leans into my face and breathes, "Nigger." "You're a pretty girl, nigger." The first remark did not seem to offend. "You're a pretty girl." It intruded on my thoughts, got my attention. Then came the complicity of the second man, then "nigger." What happened afterwards? Do you imagine that the first man berated the third man? Do you think they argued? And whose side did the second man take? None of that happened. I know it didn't, you know it didn't. The 3 men carried on walking down the road. At some point, one of them likely turned to the others, and they laughed. So you've just heard the very beginning of the essay Power Walking, first published in September 2018 in an online magazine. In this essay, British novelist Aminata Forna reflects on the experience of walking the streets as a woman and recalls a great number of situations that happened to her walking the streets or using public transport in different places like London, New York, or urban rural Sierra Leone, where she visits her grandmother. These situations range from ordinary, harmless catcalling to various forms of verbal and physical harassment, and even a threatened attack with a knife. By writing down and stringing together these scenes, Forna provides insights into the everyday lives of women who are theoretically free to go wherever they want, but who in reality have to constantly deal with moments of harassment and hostility, who are being objectified and exposed to the male gaze with all its implicit attempts to exert power. What makes Forna's essay so valuable, beyond its insightful depiction of personal experiences, is her lucid analysis of the patriarchal and other forms of domination and oppression, through which she relates individual experience we might all know to overbuild social power structures. In doing so, she also reflects on education and how girls and boys are socialized into the prevailing regime of gaze, a regime whose effects goes far beyond mere looks, as we all know. She writes, "Nobody tells young girls that men own the power of the gaze. My mother never told me that men may look at me, but I may not look back. That if we do, our look can be taken as an invitation. Men teach us that. Over the years, we train our gaze to skim men's faces, resting for only a split second, shifting fractionally sideways if our eyes happen to meet. The man, on the other hand, if he so wishes, will look at your face, your breasts, your legs, your ass. This is the male gaze. The gaze is power. Men own the power of the gaze. White people do too." As the last sentence, "white people do too," suggests, Forna is all too aware that these power regimes run not only along the lines of sex and gender, but also along racist lines and other dividing boundaries. In her reflections on power walking, she therefore pays particular attention to those intersectional and interracial dynamics that further complicate the power structure and make forms of solidarity and complicity even more unpredictable and intricate. She writes, "On the streets, race and gender intersect. The dominance of man over women, of white over black, of white men over white women, of black men over black women, and so forth. Layered upon that is the relationship between men, the sometime competition and sometime complicity between men of all colors, the upholding of male power. This can play out in a variety of ways. For a woman of color, men of the same ethnicity may be ally or foe." And elsewhere, Forna addresses these effects and bundles of concerns brought up through gendered socialization and the largely unquestioned sovereignty of the male gaze that have become commonplace for female or female-read individuals when they are out in the public. So at the moment, a lot of quotes, but as I have said, I grew up in several countries in the world, and as an adult, I have traveled much of it. In every city and country I have ever visited, I make tactical decisions before I step out of the door. Time of day, clothing, route. These things must be considered. Often this is done at a subconscious level. At other times, advice might be sought or given. There is a constant tension between the desire to look one's best, to be noticed, and the price that will exact. I want to dress for my destination, the person or people I am going to meet, or the event I am headed for, but I must also dress for the man I do not know who I will encounter along the way. Anonymity is something I can only imagine. To walk unguarded, an impossibility. So this constant assessment and calculation of risks, expectations, and one's own desire is, to return to the beginning of my lecture, a central reason why the female flaneuse, unlike the male flaneur, is somewhat still an impossible figure, or in other words, a somewhat utopian figure. I read Forna's description as a way of showing what it means to be simultaneously hypervisible and invisible as a woman in the street. Hypervisible as a potential object of other people's perception, evaluation, or even physical claims, but many times invisible or deliberately overlooked as a person with a right to maintain her personal boundaries. To put it bluntly, one could say that a female walker is too often denied her right to exist and move through public space untroubled as most men do. Towards the end of her essay, Forna comes to the realization that the experiences she's made on the street all her life are not merely a byproduct of a patriarchal, sexist, and racist society, but rather play a significant role in perpetuating this very system. The more I think about it, the more I come to the uneasy conclusion that, whilst not all men are rapists or sexual harassers, equally not all men are too unhappy about the status quo either. The relative vulnerability of women in public spaces limits our freedom of movement and our choices. Good practice in personal safety, telling someone where we are going, allowing ourselves to be escorted home and not walking alone at night, all add up to an effective form of social control. Forna even stumbles upon a study that shows that when a man and a woman are walking towards each other on the sidewalk, the woman invariably steps aside for the man, a phenomenon titled man-slamming. Forna takes this study as an inspiration to practice her self-assertion even more. She now tries to hold her ground and has often found herself nose to nose with men that are evidently so used to path clearing ahead of them that they can't figure out where she has come from. Unsurprisingly, there is also a corresponding phenomenon in which race rather than gender is the determining factor. In July of 2017, New York Times reporter Greg Howard, a black man, accused white women of doing exactly the same, writing, "When white women are in my path, they are almost always continue straight, forcing me to one side without changing their course. This happens several times a day, and a couple of times a week, white women force me off the sidewalk completely." Forna shows us the street as an essential space for the construction, attribution, and social stabilization of gender and other dominant categories. The demonstration of these unequal power relations is perpetuated in a multitude of small and sometimes almost invisible gestures, emotions, and behaviors that inscribe themselves into our bodies, all resulting in a socially, psychologically, and physically materialized choreography that is closely connected with the sovereignty of the male gaze and how it determines and restricts our shared spaces. Following these insights, it is not surprising that Forna, who already as a child discovered the freedom to dress in boys' clothes, resumes that walking for a woman can be an act of transgression against male authority. Now I come to the second part, which is a bit shorter. So the second piece of work is the photo series City of Brotherly Love by photographer Hannah Price. This work was not originally intended to appear in this lecture, but when I recently discovered it in an exhibition of female Magnum photographers in Berlin, it seemed to fit so well with the topic and with Forna's observations that I decided to make it a central theme here. Hannah Price is a photographer born in the US in 1986 and based in Philadelphia, whose primary interest lies in documenting relationships, race politics, and the dynamics of social perception and misperception. Price is also the only female Black photographer who is a member of the Magnum Photo Agency, and in her series City of Brotherly Love, taken from 2009 until 2012 and bringing her international recognition, she portrayed men on the streets of Philadelphia who catcalled her on her daily walks, an experience that she only made after moving again from a city in Colorado. Speaking about her approach to this series, Price says, "I made this series just based on experience. The whole project is like a diary for me and like a transition in my life, taking power from a man into my own hands. It's especially a diary of sexual gaze that I don't like. I took it and made it what I wanted out of it." It is therefore obvious how closely this work is linked to the theme of the male and female gaze and also male and female presence in the street. Although the female gaze in Price's work is a gaze prompted by the actions of men, her decision to turn these scenes into an artistic, documentary work reverses the mechanisms of power. Instead of immunizing herself against the stares and harassment, ignoring them as best she can, she pauses, looks back, looks closely and insistently, using her camera as a tool of subversion. And I think it's mostly Black people now because she lives in such an area. Now Price is the one who writes the script, and the usual pattern of who is object and who is subject, active or passive, is thrown into disarray. The men who called after her suddenly find themselves at the center of attention in a vulnerable, intimate, but no longer sexualized situation. A situation in which they have to be responsive to the contact they had initiated. In doing so, it is important to Price not to simply reverse this power dynamic and corner the man with her camera. Rather, she says, her aim is to create a relationship. One could say that through the act of photography, she emphasizes that a relationship between two people was at stake here from the very beginning. Consequently, in these images, we do not see macho-like posturing or the depiction of predators, but melancholic, vulnerable people who from anonymous harasser become individuals with faces and their own stories. At this point, I would like to recall Forna's words. These are some more. So Forna again, we remember, wrote, "My mother never told me that men may look at me, but I may not look back. Men teach us that. Over the years, we train our gaze to skim men's faces, resting for only a split second, shifting fractionally sideways if our eyes happen to meet. The man, on the other hand, if he so wishes, will look at our face, your face, your breasts, your legs, your ass." With her work, City of Brotherly Love, Price deliberately disregards this unspoken code of conduct. She transforms the unwanted, sexualized invitation, a scene that occurs hundreds of times in the lives of women or those perceived as women, into an invitation to an artistic dialogue. In doing so, she also offers the men involved a new experience, a twist that they would have hardly expected. To presume that these men were re-educated by Price's intervention and would now think twice before catcalling would probably go too far. And the fact that she decided to call this series City of Brotherly Love, quoting the nickname of Philadelphia, might be understood as an ironic or ambiguous reference, raising again the question whose love counts and to whom love is given in the city. However, Price demonstrates with her project that scenes of catcalling can be reinterpreted and subverted. Unexpected relationships can emerge in which stereotypes are interrupted and responsibility, visual sovereignty and agency become renegotiated. I therefore understand Price's photo series as a political and symbolic counter-habitualization, a conscious unlearning of gendered visual politics, an empowerment of the female gaze, which is as self-determined as it is sensitive and creative. And now I come to the conclusion. I hope that the two works by Forna and Price have demonstrated how strongly women's freedom to walk undisturbed and self-determined differs from that of the male walker, even in the 21st century and even on ordinary everyday routes during the day. Not to mention the flaneuring in a strong sense, as a self-forgetful activity according to one's own pace and schedule in which one surrenders oneself even more to the surrounding. Or other aspects that restrict women's freedom to stroll, such as the fact that women are still much more tied to domestic spaces and care work than men. Literary scholar Annie Pfeiffer, among others, draws attention to these correlations and asks in a relevant essay, can a woman walk without gendered baggage? Can she walk freely at her own pace? And if she does, can she do so as a woman? Through close reading of literary texts from the beginning of the 20th century, Pfeiffer shows how strongly the self-perception of female walkers is mediated and dominated through the male gaze, a perception that can also be confirmed by the example of Forna's essay and Price's work 100 years later. So even today, and many emancipatory efforts later, the question of whether a woman can walk freely at her own pace without gendered baggage cannot be answered positively without further ado. Whether the flaneur is a social type worth hanging on to in late modernity is a question that cannot be discussed here. But regardless of how one might answer this question, what Solnit writes in her book Vandalus remains true. She there writes that self-determined walking at one's own pace, rhythm, and on routes of one's own choice is a fundamental human experience that should not be denied to anyone, a practice in which autonomy, but also social participation and belonging can be realized and experienced in quite a singular way. The chasm between this empowering vision of walking and the walking experiences many women and other marginalized people do every day reveals a lot about the social and political state of our societies, our environments, and our neighborhoods. I am therefore convinced that it is worthwhile to pay attention to walking and to explore it both in artistic ways and in unspectacular forms of the everyday, and both in terms of its unfree and its liberating aspects. Not from the assumption that the walk of a woman should be portrayed as a heroine act, but I am sure that female strolling is a useful anchor point for observing, training, and experimenting with the female gaze and other central elements of a less patriarchal and less male-centered world, a world where power is distributed more equally and fairly, and also more playfully. I hope to have shown that interventions and works such as Fornas and Price can be seen as a vital part of reclaiming the streets as spaces of belonging, participation, and pleasure. Together, they form a counter-story to the patriarchy written in stone, as feminist geography Jane Darks puts it, an endower that is more important than ever now in times of authoritarian anti-feminist rise and a renaissance of traditionalist role models. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia, for showing how the male gaze determines our use of public space. That walking can be seen as a political act, can be so politically loaded, and that it can be a form of resistance if power relations were different from what they are at the moment. Okay, thank you very much, Julia. No, non c'è. Okay. Our next, Jay? Okay. Bene, grazie. Our next speaker is online. Gonzalo Munoz-Vera is an assistant professor in the School of Architecture at Virginia Tech and PhD candidate at McGill University School of Architecture. Since 2005, he has studied the influence of images as a globalizing tool for shaping cultures and cities through aesthetics and appearances. His doctoral research studies the role of visuals in the construal of cities and culture in a 19th century Western visuality, installing the foundations of current seeing conventions. He has previously taught in architecture schools in Chile, Colombia, and Canada. And he will be talking on An Overlooked Gaze, Mary Stewart's 1823 Panorama of Edinburgh. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you can hear me over there. And okay, gonna start with my presentation. Okay, let me see. Right, thank you very much for the introduction. And good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity as well to present my paper online. The title is An Overlooked Gaze, Mary Stewart's 1823 Panorama of Edinburgh. To begin with my presentation, I will first briefly introduce the panorama paintings as a significant cultural phenomenon that emerged at the turn of the 19th century in England. Panoramas were popular art and education exhibitions whose venues populated most of the major European capitals, particularly London and Paris, during the 19th century. Panoramas displayed various picture themes, including biblical accounts, current war episodes, landscapes, cityscapes from around the world, and even historical events, such as public appearances. Before the advent of photography and cinema, panoramas attracted a multitude of spectators, mainly because no specific background knowledge was required to appreciate the artworks, and also because they were affordable compared to other art and entertainment venues. The extent of these artworks and the immersive experience demanded a specific kind of architecture that the Panorama rotundas. The first ever built rotunda was located in Leicester Square, London, and designed by architect Robert Mitchell, as seen on the screen. The rotunda in Leicester Square had a diameter of 30 meters, and the wall from floor to ceiling was 20 meters. The Leicester Square Panorama in London also served as the principal venue for these immersive exhibitions, showcasing panoramic views of various locales, including Edinburgh, which was featured in London in 1805, 1825, and 1843. Panoramas were invented by Irish portrait painter Robert Barker in 1787, when he reproduced a 360-degree picture of Edinburgh from the top of the Calton Hill. The original idea of the panorama, and therefore the first panorama painting ever displayed, emerged from Edinburgh when Barker produced and exhibited the panorama of Edinburgh from the Calton Hill in 1788, after patenting his invention the year before, which is the image that we're looking at the screen at this moment. In 1805, Barker displayed the fitted and updated version based on the original view in the upper room of the Leicester Square Rotunda in London. Later, in 1825, the area was surveyed and painted by John and Robert Burford. Edinburgh represented the nearest inland and national location depicted throughout the following 36 remaining years of the Leicester Square Rotunda, with a second exhibit in 1843 that included the same view with updated landmarks. In addition to its advantageous location in relation to Edinburgh's urban fabric and rural surroundings, the Calton Hill was evidenced as the artist's most recurrent spot for representing the Athens of the North, as the city of Edinburgh was known. Likewise, other artists were attracted to representing Edinburgh by looking towards Calton Hill, corroborating its relevance as a seat of picturesqueness and creativity. In addition to William Turner's Edinburgh from Calton Hill from 1819, produced for its summit before and around the time of Burford's Panorama of Edinburgh, other artists who performed similar subject matters and vantage points were Alexander Nasmyth's Edinburgh from the Calton Hill in 1820, William Daniels' Edinburgh from the Calton Hill 1822, and John Wilson Ewbank, the entry of George IV into Edinburgh from the Calton Hill, also from 1822, all of them male painters. However, these images were hardly available for public scrutiny or access. Representations of Edinburgh were scarce for ordinary spectators, which heightened the significance of the Burford's Panorama of Edinburgh, particularly as the city gained prominence in the 1820s, which was the time when George IV visited the city of Edinburgh. Following the content and layout of programs distributed in existing panorama venues, Edinburgh's Panorama's booklet included a brief historical account of the city, a description of the selected landmarks shown on canvas, and a folded miniature panorama sketch split into two bands. The content altogether fits a 16-page octavo book format, sold as an optional and additional print in the Leicester Square Rotunda at a cost of 6p, produced, as in previous panorama exhibits, by G&C Adler publishers in London. Having the Leicester Square Rotunda repurposed since 1860 and the panorama canvas gone, today's only extant graphic record of Edinburgh's panorama that many observed from the viewing platform in London is found in a folded page inside the booklet. Readers consulted this split panorama key to orient themselves in front of the pictorial representation of Edinburgh, as well as to identify the selected landmarks, and therefore a visual sequence prepared by the Burfords. In the split panorama, spectators found the city of Edinburgh, the old and new town in the upper horizontal lithograph, and Edinburgh's countryside on the lower one. The frame portion of the panorama, which looks at the old and new towns concentrates most of the historical facts and selected landmarks in the program, matching what other artists of the time produce from a similar vantage point over Calton Hill. This frame view will become a signature image when representing Edinburgh, particularly throughout the 19th century. The selected spot portrays Edinburgh Castle in the background, of significant importance in the history of the city and Scotland, the city in the middle ground, and the Calton Hill over the foreground. Even today, this view reunites a fundamental visual content of what Edinburgh offers to its inhabitants and visitors. Besides, this vista served as an idea portrait for George IV's visits in 1822. Edinburgh was also represented pictorially by lesser-known artists whose contributions have largely been overlooked in scholarly discourse. Among these is Mary Stewart, whose information about her artistic career is scarce and limited. In Peter McEwan's Dictionary of Scottish Art and Architecture from 1994, and the information gathered from the national collections at the National Galleries of Scotland, her biography delivers some hints about her life. Mary Stewart, for example, was born, based on these sources, was born in Castle Stewart, Wigtonshire, Scotland, in 1773. She was well educated and had ample leisure and talents to pursue her interests in landscape painting and sketching. Among her most renowned artworks are the 2 volumes of her panoramic sketches, titled, the first one, 4 Panoramic Views of Edinburgh and Surrounding Country from the Top of the Blackford Hill, and the one that we're looking at the screen now is titled 4 Panoramic Views of Edinburgh taken from the Calton Hill. Both works published in 1822 and 1823, respectively, before the Burford's Panorama of Edinburgh and around the time of Turner, Nasmyth, and Eubank's artworks. Mary Stewart's lithograph in her book 4 Panoramic Views of Edinburgh offers detailed and accurate 360-degree landscape panoramas divided into 4 sections: north, east, south, and west, all from the Calton Hill. As you might already have identified, the view looking west, as seen on the screen, correlates with the artworks produced around the same time by artists already referred to here, including Burford's Edinburgh's Panorama from 1824. Produced 2 years before the Burfords visited Edinburgh, the set of 4 panoramas gives a closer look at the summer hues that panorama goers once saw within the London Rotunda. Mary Stewart's panoramic views of Edinburgh reveal the shapes and volumes in the view and function as a substitute for what audiences gazed at in full color at the Rotunda. The view from the top of Calton Hill looking north, as seen on the screen at this moment, has particular historical significance as it records the Royal Squadron anchor at Leith during George IV's visit to Scotland in August 1822. This event did not appear in the Burford's Panorama of Edinburgh sketch in the summer of 1824. Likewise, the view looking to the east registers the military encampment on top of the Calton Hill, seen here in these white tents, which was also present during George IV's visits and was not depicted in the Panorama of Edinburgh either. The view looking to the south, which completes the 360-degree panoramic prospects of Edinburgh, also register artillery and tents related to George IV's visit over the Salisbury Craigs. This latter, another geographical feature present in several representations of Edinburgh. Shortly after these sketches were published in 1823, at the age of 50, Mary Stewart married and became the second wife of the 5th Baronet, the Reverend Sir Abraham Elton. From then on, her name changed to Lady Elton. She and Sir Abraham moved to Clevedon in Somerset, England. Mary sketched numerous churches and buildings of note in the area and had them engraved for lithographs. Many were included as prints in the Cliveden guidebooks of the time. Her philanthropy was evident in the village. She had the first parish school built in 1834, and in 1846 she had an infant school built, and it remained in operation for 150 years. 4 panoramic views of Edinburgh taken from the Calton Hill was drawn on stone and engraved by William Westall, a skilled topographical illustrator of the time, and also printed by Charles Hulmandel in London in 1823, who was one of the foremost lithographic printers of the time as well. Lithography was still in its infancy in Scotland, with the first example using this method not being printed until 1821, just 1 or 2 years after the Mary Stuart's books. It was also published jointly by Rodolph Ackermann with an engraved dedication to George IV. The Calton Hill panoramas combine Mary Stuart's interest in landscape and philanthropy, being published for the benefit of the Deaf and Dumb Institution of Edinburgh, having a number of surviving copies, both in the original state and as loose collections of plates, as you can see in the screen. Both the vantage point and the subject matter manifest a predilection for where and what to represent Edinburgh in the work of several artists at the time. As we're making the same comparison with the panorama of Edinburgh made by the Burfords, here we can see that the view made by Mary Stewart coincide with other artists here related to. The Encyclopedia Britannica in 1824 actually referred to this hill, to this vantage point, as follows. The Calton Hill is a singularly striking and romantic object, and in laying it out, there's an ample scope for picturesque effect. In the late improvements, this has not been neglected. Walks at different elevations have been cut around it, from which is seen, to great advantage, the old and new town projected on the plain below, while at a greater distance, the eye ranges over a wide extent of the adjacent country, viewing in the north and east the Firth of Forth, the high grounds of Fife, and the German Ocean, and towards the south and west, a wide extent of cultivated plains, terminated by distant hill. Despite differences in medium and format, what we have in front of our eyes at this moment is a simplified key lithograph representing what once measured 90 meters in length and 15 meters in height in the Burfords panorama of Edinburgh at the top of the screen, and a color lithograph measuring 615 millimeters by 221 millimeters in Mary Stuart's views. The similarities between both artworks suggest a shared visual vocabulary and possibly even a direct influence, this latter with no evidence so far. However, there are some questions that remain unanswered when examining these two artworks, which share similarities produced by artists of different genders. For example, although some female artists were exhibited at the Royal Academy of Arts and the Somerset House in London at the turn of the 19th century, there's no evidence in the available catalogs of any artwork by Mary Stuart being presented in these venues. Differences existed between art institutions and education in Scotland and England, which might explain the overlooked interest in Stuart's work. The reception of both the Burfords panorama of Edinburgh and Mary Stuart's views of Edinburgh drastically differ. While both were available in London, the price of 1 shilling that the ordinary spectator paid to enter and immerse him or herself in the panorama of Edinburgh offer an unrivaled experience compared to the 1.5 guineas price that privileged customers paid to acquire Stuart's publication. 2 years after her publication and already a year from the Panorama of Edinburgh exhibition, her work was still not mentioned when critics of the time referred to Edinburgh's representation. In the Fine Arts section of the Literary Chronicle from April 9, 1825, an article mentions, quote, "While we have still our pen in our hand, let us be permitted to express a wish that, ere long, some able artists will give us a complete series of views of the principal architectural objects in Edinburgh. For, strange to say, such a work still remains most unaccountably a desideratum. With the exception of Store's views, which are anything but satisfactory, and of which it is difficult to say whether they were made to tack to the book or the book written to tack to them, we are not aware that any work of the kind is yet in existence. And yet there are surely some very interesting and certainly not hackneyed subjects for the pencil, both of the landscape and architectural draftsman, end quote. Finally, the conditions available to emerging female artists such as Stewart in representing cityscapes and landscapes at the time disclose at least two possible scenarios. First, standing up by herself during a considerable amount of time, most likely through several days, in order to register numerous details of the all-encompassing view from the top of the Calton Hill, might have defied the rules and social conventions of the time in terms of the female presence in the public space. Calton Hill, while providing an excellent vantage point for picturesque representations of Edinburgh, also hid the conditions unfolding over this spot at the time. For example, in 1855, Charles Dickens, when referring to Calton Hill, stated that, quote, "The Calton Hill, littered over with waste fancies, a rubbish heap of the imaginative architecture, a hill to be looked from, with an elevation of the spirit, but to be looked at with an elevation of the nose," end quote. And the other possibility is that Mary Stewart might have registered her views in the company of her possible circle of artists, colleagues, or even political figures, in order to accurately depict the city of Edinburgh from Calton Hill. Besides, these connections might have led her to reach out to William Westall, the engraver, and Charles Holmandel, the lithographer, for her two pictorial books published in 1822 and 1823, before her marriage to Sir Abraham Elton. As a conclusion, this brief comparative visual analysis aimed to demonstrate Mary Stewart's authorship and artistic significance, arguing that her panoramic views were of similar or higher relevance within the artistic circle of the time, and may also have informed, influenced, or paralleled the Werfer's later production. With no evidence of the Werfers visiting Edinburgh in 1824, other than the lines written in the Panorama program, the possible influence of Mary Stewart's work in the Panorama of Edinburgh gains momentum, particularly when the Werfers based some of the subsequent Panorama exhibitions on the works of other travelers, surveyors, or artists. For example, the Panorama of the City of Mexico, displayed in the upper room above the Panorama of Edinburgh in 1825 at the Leicester Square Rotunda, was created based on sketches drawn on site by William Bullock, a British collector and owner of the Egyptian Hall in London. The same happened with the Panorama of Lima, Peru, surveyed in the city by Lieutenant William Smith. Both male figures of renown, with a presence in the public sphere, were mentioned in these panorama programs as the original sources from which these panoramas were produced. However, in the case of Mary Stewart, if there was any influence for her views of Edinburgh's book, the references were never disclosed. Finally, this visual encounter between two similar artworks produced almost at the same time highlights the importance of the female gaze in the visual culture of 19th century Edinburgh, offering a nuanced perspective on the city's representation during a formative period in its urban and cultural history. Stewart's work, though historically overlooked, provides a valuable visual record of Edinburgh and contributes to a broader understanding of gender, authorship, and artistic production in the panorama tradition. Thank you.
Thank you, Gonzalo. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Marja Lahelma from the Finnish National Gallery and Ateneum Art Museum in Helsinki, Finland. She's an art historian and chief curator at the Ateneum Art Museum. Her research focuses on Nordic art of the 19th and early 20th centuries, with particular expertise in symbolism, national romanticism, esotericism, and the intersections of art, spirituality, and modernity. She has made significant contributions to the study of Finnish and Nordic artists whose work engages with spiritual and esoteric themes, emphasizing the pivotal role of women in these artistic movements. Dr. Lahelma is currently curating an exhibition and research project titled Northern Women, Art and Esotericism, which examines the impact of esoteric traditions on Nordic women artists. In addition to her curatorial work, she has published extensively in academic journals, exhibition catalogues, and books on Nordic art, enriching the discourse on gender, spirituality, and modern art, while shedding light on overlooked narratives in art history. And Marja will be speaking today, Esoteric, Visionaries, Nordic Women Artists and Spiritual Evolution at the Turn of the 20th Century. Thank you, Marja. Welcome.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction, and thank you, Adelina and Consuelo, for inviting me to speak at this event. It's a great pleasure to be here today. This talk presents a part of this extensive research and exhibition project, which the exhibition will open at the Ateneum Art Museum in Helsinki just about a year from now, curated by myself and Dr. Nina Kokkinen, who is a researcher at the Donner Institute in Turku, Finland. And I am also delighted to acknowledge that the project lead, Chief Curator Anu Utriainen, is here in the audience with us today. And this project explores the ways in which Nordic women artists from the late 19th century onwards have engaged with esotericism. And esotericism is here used as a kind of an umbrella term to refer to a variety of alternative spiritualities, including theosophy, anthroposophy, spiritualism, magic, alchemy, witchcraft, and so on. And we are not only interested in artists who were members of esoteric societies or otherwise directly connected to these currents, but also in those who, in a more general and sometimes undefinable manner, sought a connection with realities beyond the everyday world. And such ideas often offered an alternative to the patriarchal structures of Western art and society. So these women actually used esotericism and spirituality to expand the boundaries of artistic practice and also to challenge prevailing gender norms and to reimagine the modern society through their work. So the theme of this conference is the female gaze. And in this talk, my focus is not so much on the outward gaze, but on the inward gaze, the inner vision that artists used in order to establish a connection with something beyond the visible world and beyond the individual self. At the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries, psychology was grappling with the question of whether the unconscious mind was open or closed. In other words, did it contain only personal memories and emotions, or could it provide access to something beyond the individual self? Modern esotericism adopted these scientific ideas, offering an alternative view of the human mind as multi-dimensional, layered, and open. A related question was whether altered states of consciousness, such as dreams, trance states, or hypnosis, could tell something fundamental about reality. For instance, the influential German philosopher of mysticism, Karl Duprel, thought that these kinds of altered states could give us glimpses of a higher reality. Duprel connected this notion to a notion of spiritual evolution. So he described the human individual as Janus-faced, after the Roman god Janus, who looks in two directions. This means that we as human beings are gazing simultaneously into both the visible and the invisible worlds. And by developing our psychological and sensory capabilities, we could become increasingly aware of the part of ourselves oriented towards the invisible realm. And thus we could gradually develop towards a higher state of being. I am showing you here a painting by the artist Veda Stjernskans, which depicts a young woman gazing directly at the viewer. In its previous state, this painting included a second figure. So we heard yesterday about pentimenti, so that's the case here. It included a second figure standing behind the woman's back, and the second figure was like a very ethereal being with long loose hair, closed eyes, and a kind of upward turned face. So these two figures could be interpreted as representations of the dual aspects of humanity, the spiritual and the material side of our being. For reasons unknown, Stjernskans decided to remove the second figure from the painting and replaced it with these stylized flowers in the background. And these flowers, which are almost colorless, ethereal, could perhaps be seen to convey the idea of different levels of reality in a more indirect, suggestive way than the original composition with two human figures. The flowers can be interpreted as materialized messages from the spirit world, a concept associated with spiritualist mediums who frequently materialized flowers as symbols of communication from the beyond. So the idea of spiritual evolution became one of the central principles of esoteric thought from the late 19th century onwards. And it played an important role, for example, in modern theosophy and anthroposophy. Of course, this idea was closely linked to Darwin's theory of evolution, which was introduced in the mid-19th century and soon began to be applied not only to biological development, but also to human consciousness, culture, and spiritual growth. It seemed natural to think that consciousness too could evolve to higher levels, just as species evolved biologically. This process could be actively advanced through disciplined practice or meditation, for instance. And artistic creativity also served as a means of striving toward higher spirituality. And this notion is central in the work of these two artists, which may seem an odd couple, but let me explain further. So Sigrid af Forselles and Hilma af Klint, and I'm sure you're probably familiar with one of these names, but not the other one. The fragmented sculptural work is part of Sigrid af Forselles' monumental relief series titled The Development of the Human Soul. She created it while she was working in Paris and Florence around the turn of the 20th century. And it was conceived as a visual narrative of humanity's spiritual evolution, tracing the journey from chaos to enlightenment. Af Forselles envisioned her reliefs to be cast in bronze and displayed in a public space where they could inspire humanity toward higher consciousness, but this vision was never fully realized. This first part that I'm showing here has a subject from Scandinavian mythology. So it depicts a state of primordial chaos, a scene of conflict between gods and humans. And this part belongs to the collections of the Finnish National Gallery, while the other parts with seemingly Christian content are situated in a church, in the Kallio Church in Helsinki. And they show Jesus as a guide who leads human beings on their spiritual journey towards enlightenment. Here is the final part of the series, which portrays the enlightened souls ascending into realms, guided by angels, and culminating in a kind of a mandala-shaped composition. Central to Aphorseles' vision is Jesus, depicted here as a kind of androgynous, serene figure, welcoming the souls into divine unity. And my apologies for the photo, which is a bit tilted, but you can take it as a visual proof that the placement of these reliefs in the church is far from ideal. It's very difficult to even see them properly, and even more difficult to take pictures. And also the fact that the first part has been separated from the rest has made the whole series quite incomprehensible. The timeless and elevated visual language of these reliefs clearly evokes the sculpture of the Italian Renaissance, which served as an important source of inspiration for the artist. In particular, she was inspired by Lorenzo Ghiberti's Gates of Paradise. By the way, this was the very same artwork that had given the spark to Rodin's famous Gates of Hell. And this is likely not a coincidence, since Aphorseles worked in Rodin's studio in Paris. So the subject of Aphorseles' relief series partly references Christian imagery, but it transforms it in ways that are characteristic of art drawing from esoteric thought. For Aphorseles, her artistic practice was a central part of pursuing spiritual growth in both her art and her life. She was helped along by spirit guides who directed her on the path of development. And one of these guides was the Renaissance sculptor and architect Filippo Brunelleschi. Around the same time that Sigrid Aphorseles was working on her series under the guidance of spirits, Hilma of Klint was also receiving messages from the spirit world. And her goal, like that of Aphorseles, was to refine her spiritual abilities through artistic practice. And in the beginning of the 20th century, she also began creating art under the guidance of spirits. The paintings for the Temple series, which consists of 14 sub-series and nearly 200 works that she created between 1906 and 1915, it has been entirely attributed to Hilma af Klint, but it was actually a collaborative effort. It is impossible, at least at the moment, to definitively determine the division of labor or the specific roles of the women involved, but it is clear that their process was fundamentally collective. And this collaborative aspect, which only recently has been acknowledged in scholarship, is not a trivial detail, but actually a central element of this process. Women's collectives created space for this kind of active agency and offered opportunities for liberation, and even had radical potential. And esoteric communities could provide a model for this kind of collective working. where the development of individuals supported a shared spiritual goal. And when extended to artistic practice, this approach clearly challenged the established notion of the artist as an isolated genius. For Sellesi's The Development of the Human Soul and Hilma af Klint's paintings for the temple both utilize a serial working method to depict a progress toward enlightenment. In this way, they gave their works a form that corresponded to their developmental content. The model of gradual progression was central to the thinking of theosophical leaders such as Helena Blavatsky and Annie Besant. They were convinced that the spiritual and material worlds developed in parallel, following the same higher law of evolution, which formed an eternally flowing universal cycle of progress. And through reincarnation, the soul ascended step by step closer to divine consciousness. The spiral is a recurring symbol in the paintings for the temple. Here is just one example from the first series representing primordial chaos, so the theme of which actually corresponds to Alvor Sellesi's first relief. And as you can see from this illustration, a spiral shape can also be deciphered in the final part of Alvor Sellesi's series. A cyclical understanding of time is often associated with pre-industrial societies characterized by a connected rhythms of the seasons and to cosmic cycles. And this kind of cyclicality can also be perceived as feminine in contrast to linearity, often regarded as masculine. Western standardized linear notions of time and the association of progress that is connected with it became dominant only from the 19th century onwards. And even after that, the cyclical model remains prevalent in many non-Western cultures and has also retained its significance as part of the esoteric worldview. In art, the spiral serves as an abstract or semi-abstract symbol with universal associations evoking archaic myths and beliefs, as well as ideas about the fundamental nature of reality that extend beyond modern Western thought. And at the same time, the spiral references natural forms, such as plants or shells, and thus symbolizes evolution as a natural process. Of course, at the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries, an interest in the unseen dimension of reality was shared in science, esotericism, and art. Science was exploring these invisible energies such as X-rays or electricity, telepathy, magnetism. And within esotericism, these scientific discoveries were often interpreted as modern reformulations of the secret knowledge that had previously been accessible only to those who were initiated into the esoteric tradition. And similarly in art, there was this effort to delve beyond the surface of the visible world. And this could involve mediumistic techniques of communicating with the spirit world, such as automatic drawing. And many spiritualist mediums, of course, also used automatic drawing and writing as methods for receiving messages from the spirit realm. So here the boundary between artistic creation and esoteric practice are from clear. And Hilma af Klint also practiced automatic drawing, and it remains uncertain to what extent she actually felt that the creative process was consciously controlled. This is a self-portrait by Ellen Teslev, a Finnish artist from the 1890s, which clearly the technique of this work resembles automatic drawing, the human figure kind of gradually emerges from a network of intersecting pencil lines, creating the impression of a kind of a meditative process. Teslev actually described her creative powers as divine, godlike. And for Teslev, the godlike artist did not imitate reality, but brought something into the world that did not previously exist. And this attitude and approach are characteristic of art connected to esotericism. Such artists often describe their process as a kind of dynamic interaction between conscious and unconscious creativity. And this view of artistic creativity actually is quite common throughout the history of modern art and even today. It suggests that some force beyond the artist, often described as unconscious, external, or spiritual, participates in the creation of the artwork. So this can be articulated as Ab Klint and Ab Forselles did as the spirit. But just as plausibly, it can be described as the force of nature, or it might be understood as a purely psychological phenomenon in which the unconscious mind takes over. The Swedish artist Tyra Kleen held a critical view of artists who claimed to work in a trance-like unconscious state. She emphasized that she was the conscious creator of her own artwork, and this may have been a strategic choice, as Kleen likely recognized how women artists working in a mediumistic manner were often excluded from the category of art altogether. And perhaps for similar reasons, Teslev highlighted her individual genius and her divine creative power. So in this sense, their attitudes stand in stark contrast to those of Helma af Klint and her collaborators, who believed that their art was created through the influence of a spiritual entity. Teslev and Kleen, on the other hand, saw themselves as exceptional individuals and creative artistic geniuses. So any external element that was involved in their artistic process was fully integrated into their own being. Also, as seen earlier with Forselles, many artists interested in esotericism, and this goes for both men and women, incorporated elements of Christianity into their belief systems, seeing really no contradiction between the two. However, traditional Christianity often felt incompatible with the experiences of modern independent women. So for those who did not wish to completely reject Christianity, it had to be adapted into a worldview that often diverged significantly from the church doctrine. Tyra Kleen's painting Forbidden Fruit reinterprets the biblical tale of expulsion from paradise, transforming it towards an esoteric direction. So much like Forselles did in her relief series, but with a markedly different outcome. This painting reflects an esoteric perspective where the serpent represents a positive force. For example, in Helena Blavatsky's teaching, the serpent was not a symbol of evil, but of wisdom and enlightenment. This can be seen echoed in Kleen's painting, where the forbidden fruit hanging from the tree creates a kind of a halo around the serpent's head. And then you can see this naked couple hiding in the lush jungle. And while the man is covering his face and keeping his eyes closed, the woman peers through her hands with a single wide open eye, gazing directly at the serpent and at the viewer. So the painting seems to encourage humanity, and especially women, to seek knowledge and spiritual awakening through the act of consuming the forbidden fruit. According to Blavatsky, this act of rebellion against divine law was a necessary step in humanity's evolution toward higher spirituality. As a conclusion of sorts, I will very briefly discuss a literary work by Tyra Kleen, in which she revisited the theme of the painting Forbidden Fruit. And this is an illustrated story titled En Psyke-saga, A Tale of Psyche. And in this story, Eve defends herself against the accusation of having caused humanity's suffering by saying that anyone in her position would have done the same. If humans were given back their lost paradise, she argues, they would grow bored and abandon it, as it is human nature to break boundaries and explore the unknown. Thus, the secret of paradise must be revealed, allowing humanity, if only briefly, to feel like gods. En Psyke-saga is an allegorical tale of the soul breaking free of its chains and embarking on a journey from chaos toward life and truth. Its premise parallels Alforcelles's narrative of development, but it takes a much more pessimistic and ironic tone. Psyche's journey is riddled with disappointments. She finds out that philosophers bicker and debate endlessly. Eros provides fleeting ecstasy, but takes away one's freedom. And Christianity is revealed as mere fiction. And the story actually has a spiral-like structure, reflecting the cyclical nature of existence, which is also echoed in the words of the goddess of memory, Mnemosyne, who states, "Everything is circular and cyclical. Thus, all returns eventually to its origin." And at the end of the tale, Psyche returns to her home in chaos, where she encounters her cold, stone-like mother, the Sphinx. And according to Eve, the Sphinx is the only being who can be content with reality as it is. The Sphinx symbolizes humanity's origin, which is identical to its ultimate destination. It embodies the principle of and the secret of happiness. It is a self-sufficient being, encompassing humanity and divinity, spirit and matter, male and female. So it has no need to strive towards anything or to seek anything. Psyke-saga, the Sphinx's riddle remains unsolved for Psyche, that is, for the soul that seeks the truth. Ultimately, Psyche forgets her experiences and descends into unconsciousness. The only hint of potential future development through reincarnation comes in the form of a fleeting vision at the very end of the tale, where countless small Psyche infants grow within the chaos. So perhaps each will one day begin their own journey towards truth, and after many cycles, the Sphinx may finally reveal its secret. Thank you.
Scusa, pensavo che l'avevo aperto, va bene. Emma Davis is a doctoral student interested in uncovering the plurality of art practices in the interwar period, and with a particular focus on practitioners marginalised by gender and class. Her PhD explores the artist Thérèse Lessore's engagement with the popular in subject matter and medium, for which she has been awarded a Chase AHRC doctoral scholarship. She holds an MA in History of Art from Birkbeck, University of London, 2024, and an MA Mathematics, Emmanuel College, University of Cambridge, 2005. She's presented on Lessore and the role of women as makers, curators and conveners at the Association for Art History Annual Conference, the Decorative Art Society Annual Symposium and the University of Bristol Women and the Visual Arts International Research Symposium. Additionally, she has been the recipient of research and travel grants from the London Art History Society and the Decorative Art Society. Emma will be speaking today on the female gaze on female leisure, to raise Lessore and the depiction of interwar popular pleasure. Thank you, Emma.
Thank you, and sorry for giving you such a tongue twister of an intro. So many thanks, Consuelo and Adelina, for the invitation to speak in really wonderful company this morning. So I'm going to move us into the early 20th century now, and British artist Thérèse Lessore, who over the course of a made spectatorship her primary site of artistic inquiry. She surveyed music halls, circuses, and fairgrounds, much like her more canonical male predecessors, if you think of Edgar Degas, Toulouse-Lautrec, and Walter Sickert. However, Lessore radically departs from their treatment of these spaces, as we'll go on to look at, in subject matter, medium, and strategies of display. Instead of reveling in the depiction of bawdy male crowds, she draws attention to the presence of women and children in audiences. And her venues are not bohemian enclaves, but sites of working class pleasure. In fact, exactly the commercialized pursuits derided by the critical elite. And whilst her paintings collapse the divide between high culture art and low culture entertainment, her ceramics undermine hierarchies of medium. So here her audiences appear in lustre on porcelain as well as oil on canvas. Over the course of her 40-year career, Lessore observed spectatorship in its widest sense, from organized spectacle to markets, fairgrounds, and parks. Today, however, I'm going to focus on a particular site, the music hall, whose audiences dominated her practice between 1918 and 1921. And I'll argue that these works, through visual, material, and performative means, acted to decenter the gaze of what was for her a predominantly male art viewing elite. So given I have selected a theatrical motif, I should perhaps begin by setting the scene, not least since Lessore today appears largely as a footnote in other artists' lives. You might have encountered her in relation to one of these, or more likely, if you have heard of her, as the third wife of Walter Sickert. However, my research so far, piecing together catalogues and reviews, reveals that by the time of their marriage in 1926, she had already enjoyed a 20-year career, attracted international acclaim, and played an active part in the most progressive exhibition societies. And here's just a little of what was going on in these years. She was already established when Sickert encountered her paintings, which reportedly left him bubbling over with excitement. Now, she did not take a linear route to the avant-garde of British art. Losing her father at 8, she entered artistic training with the exigency of making a living, beginning in government-subsidized schools of practical design, the Chelsea Polytechnic by day and the Central School of Arts and Crafts by night. She excelled in needlework, and her first press praise came for this embroidery. Yet, in parallel, she had enrolled at London's most progressive fine art school, the Slade, and she funded 5 years of study through teaching, graduating in 1909 with a Melville Nettership Prize for figure composition. So if pragmatism and empathy with working class lives might be inferred from her beginnings, her subsequent career decisions announce a certain defiance. She declined to seek membership of established groups such as the Royal Academy or its main competitor, the New English Arts Club, and instead exhibited with the Experimental Allied Artists Association before co-founding the London Group in 1913. So this society advocated inclusivity, styling itself as a place where Cubism meets Impressionism, futurism and syncretism join hands, and its early exhibitions commanded both critical praise and outrage. And here is an indication of some of that visual cacophony. In this heady mix of artistic tribes, Lessore exhibited every year but 3 and was described in their posthumous tribute as one of the outstanding painters of her generation. And she also exhibited independently. And in 1914, Frank Rutter, the critic for the Times, included her in his Outline of Modern Art as an artist aping the style of no other painter. So I hope today to begin to unpick what proved so memorable to Rutter, yet elusive to art historians since. So let's turn to the music hall, which was the focus of Lessore's gaze, as I've said, between 1918 and 21. And it is a subject that places her simultaneously in dialogue with artists of the past and anxieties of the present, as Britain was emerging from war, concerned with rebuilding society and restoring confidence in its art. And the commercialization of popular entertainment such as these presented a threat to both in the eyes of the critical elites. So to unpick Lessore's depiction of these rather contested sites, I will focus on her treatment of space. And here I'm going to borrow from Griselda Pollock's framework in Vision and Difference to consider 3 lenses: space represented, second, its transfer to the space of the picture plane, and the third, the space in which art was consumed. And this framework has particular relevance in Lessore's London, where the spatial boundaries between public and private, genders and classes were dissolving. And in artistic discourse, the possibilities for the picture plane had been thrown wide open by abstraction, cubism, vorticism, and so on. And finally, the space in which art was consumed was being transformed by independent exhibition societies and the first contemporary art galleries. Now, Lessore names music halls in 18 of the 55 works in her 1918 solo show, and over a third of those exhibited in the next 3 years. And her titling is so precise that we can map her path as she crisscrosses the city. The venues Lessore surveyed bore little resemblance to 19th century halls like these, where Sickert had immortalized male walkers' crowds. By 1914, alcohol had been banned and programs evolved into variety shows, which might feature choirs alongside ventriloquists and belly dancers. And so it is this new version that Lessore depicts, and she draws attention to the changing nature of the audience. Here she captures a child sleeping on a woman's lap. And on another visit, prominently cropped, a man's hand rests alongside its female partner. Proprietors grasped the opportunity of the new demographic, reducing prices and completing elaborate refits. And one of the most dramatic was at the New Bedford, where Lessore delighted in this print in the visual echo between spectator and carotid. These refits discouraged participation, though, and Lessore's audiences are notably muted and stilled, their clenched fists and open mouths picked out in highlights. Other London group artists follow her gaze. William Roberts, for example, painted cinemas in 1920 filled with couples and a woman juggling a child. However, his figures sway and tumble with an energy that is absent from Lessore's rapt and altogether more uncomfortable, I would suggest, images of spectatorship. So did her attention to scenes of working class leisure gratify or trouble the critics? Reviews suggest the latter, with the Ateneum lamenting her choice of a proletariat audience clad in dingy clothes. And an American critic applauded her for her feeling for the psychology of crowds, but was dismayed by the banality and vulgarity of their pursuits. And it's notable that in Lessore's compositions, the source of this banality is consistently out of frame. The viewers of her pictures are left to contribute the locus of the audience's gaze. So whilst these cultural elites might look down on the entertainments of the halls, When faced with Lessore's artworks, they become complicit in the show. They're seduced into conjuring their own tawdry acts. And furthermore, whilst Lessore hides the performer, her spectators are particular. Each time she returns to the new Middlesex, as here, for example, different characters are picked out. Her figures do not dissolve into the anonymity of a crowd. They refuse to transform a messy complexity into a readable text. So her selections of space deny viewers of her art a totalizing gaze, which questions, I would suggest, their position of control. And her strategies for the representation of space add further fragility. So here I'll consider her composition and medium. So composition. If we look carefully, her arrangement of figures do not comply with the conventional rules of perspective. A pictorial space might be described as phenomenological. So on your left, figures rapidly recede in the awe of a grand balcony, and on your right, tessellations of heads evoke the claustrophobia of the stalls. Laura Mulvey's seminal article, Narrative and Visual Cinema, identified two compositional strategies for the satisfaction of scopic desire. The first, an extreme cropping that places the viewer in direct erotic communication with the figure, epitomized here by Renoir's La Loge. And the second, as in this work by Sickert, employs a deep perspectival space to allow a viewer to project themselves into a dominant position in the narrative. In Lessore's compositions, the viewer is denied both a reciprocal gaze and the ability to take a commanding place. Dismissing both strategies, she offers a third, whereby the viewer is displaced into the artist's place. Lessore sketches from within the audience here, pressed up against a cropped hand or head. In her works, the compound effect of foreground compression and distorted perspective creates a pictorial space projected to her seat. For the male upper middle class viewers of her art, these strategies disrupt the normative power relationship between subject and object, viewer and viewed. And her use of medium further undermines this dynamic, disrupting the readability of her scenes. Let's look at the watercolor, which experienced a revival after the First World War, led by young artists such as Duncan Grant and Paul Nash here. Their works exemplified what critic Bernadette Murphy described as a bright, clear prettiness and ability to evoke a spontaneous color note. Lessore's watercolors, however, defied both clarity and spontaneity. On your left, layered chalks obscure watercolor tones, and a lime green crayon suggests harsh electric lighting. And on the right, enjoying the accident of blurred and granulating paint, she draws attention to the surface over narrative. Where line is used, it is in straight rather than descriptive contours, hardening features, or on the top right here, creating passages of ambiguous space. And her ceramics exploited similar effects. Rather than follow the conventions of the time for calligraphic design, she applied layered washes of pigment, which, on the fusing of clay and glaze, formed unpredictable droplets and rivulets. After firing, she added touches of luster, which act to both dazzle and disguise. So like her watercolors, Lessore's ceramics resist legibility, adding to a sense of instability and unease. The audiences she depicts might be stilled. However, the viewers of her art, I would suggest, are denied the tranquility of easy readability. So finally, how did these artworks interact with the spaces in which art was viewed? My focus here will be on Lessore's ceramics, through which, I argue, she performatively inserted her scenes of spectatorship into London's fledgling market for art. This was a period in which, in the hands of studio potters such as Bernard Leach, clay vessels were hailed as abstract sculpture. Lessore's ceramics, however, are determinedly figurative, and rather than seek purity of form, she chose shapes that were the epitome of chinoiserie cliché. Her vessels thus manifested both working-class subject matter and old-fashioned design. Yet, when she exhibited them alongside paintings at the London group, they became a much-to-be-coveted exhibit, with Frank Rutter praising the manner in which she applies motives from real life to the tea table. She perhaps exploited her position as an important member of the modern school in paint to effect this sequence of wrong footings of the critical elite. And furthermore, whilst Leech's vessels remained on gallery plinths, Lessore's tableware took critics into a domestic environment. Newspapers excitedly reported on home studio sales in which she emphasized the utility of her wares. Cake was sliced and sugar spooned from vessels arrayed with audiences and stars of the music hall and café concert. And she perhaps delighted in the collapse of the cultural divide, as critics sipped from cups decorated with sights they'd otherwise derided. The visual wit of Lessore's work arguably does away with the need for rhetoric. Virginia Woolf summed it up when she wrote that Lessore had a rare and curious power to comment on a scene as a great comic writer does, but silently. And Lessore's ceramics extend this commentary into her viewers' time and space. When this jug is lifted, we are presented with a portly gentleman at a café concert. I'll ask, do our sympathies lie with him or his rather resigned-looking partner? When we perform the act of passing another jug, we can choose whether to present the back or the front of a girl undressing by a stream. In the words of Woolf, the effect of this art is that we laugh, but not with the muscles we use in reading. 60 years on, the artist Grayson Perry explained that he was attracted to pottery precisely because it was an area of discomfort for the art world. Lessore's embrace of narrative over abstraction, of the mass-produced over handmade, perhaps makes a similar provocation. Her vessels invaded the tea tables of high culture critics with both low culture subjects and derided decorative cliches. Their performative utility transformed her operating space into one in which spectatorship became part of the show. So what might we conclude from this whistle-stop tour of Lessore's spaces of spectatorship? In simple terms, her works observe the pursuit of pleasure, a preoccupation of art for millennia. Yet by turning her attention to the music hall, she addressed a site of contemporary concern. Whilst the commercialization of low culture leisure was denigrated by high culture critics, Lessore's artworks actively resist their attempts to ridicule. Rather than offer a vision of control, her compositional strategies deny us the satisfaction of a returning gaze and the ability to project ourselves into the narrative. And instead, we're cast into the artist's place, pressed up against a hand or head. The effect is to disarm rather than please, disrupting the normative power relationship between viewer and viewed. They descend to the gaze of what at the time was a predominantly male art viewing elite. And when transferred to tableware, they performatively collapse the distance between critic and critiqued. So I've argued that Lessore's paintings and pottery playfully transcend the gap between high and low aesthetic taste. But is hers a peculiarly female gaze, or just one from a position of gender and class outside the canonical centre of British art? I hope I've shown that her works present more than just a view from these margins, and instead offer a path to inhabit that space. Tea sets invite us to participate in a game, and paintings displace us into her seat. In 1914, Sickett wrote of Lessore, "I cannot see her pictures going out of date," and art history has thus far proven him correct. I hope I've given you a glimpse of the potential through Lessore to recover further diversity of gaze in this vibrant period of British art. Many thanks.
Thank you, Emma. Consuelo, given that we're running late, shall we start the keynote half an hour? Désolé. a mezzogiorno. Sì, facciamo a 10-minute question and answer and then we start the keynote a little bit later. Yeah, okay. All right, I'll open the floor to questions or any comments. Juliet.
So thank you very much to all speakers this morning. It's fascinating. I have been virtualized temporarily, but I was, believe you, I was here and listening to every word of it. So I just wanted to ask Marja a question, actually. Your proposition of the idea of the inner gaze began with was really intriguing, and the inner gaze of woman. In terms of the path of exploration and the practice, I mean, but the relationship between these new psychological theories and that overlap obviously with Madame Blavatsky and other ideas about spiritual evolution. Did any of the artists that you've been looking at and you're exploring think specifically about the idea of an inner eye, an inner gaze? Because, you know, as you know, this is something that very much comes up in symbolist writings, but I'm just wondering whether there's a particular kind of conception or practice that emerges from these very interesting interactions.
Thank you, Juliet. That's a very good question, and there is clearly a link to symbolism, and you know, Beda Shanskans and Ellen Teslev have been considered also as symbolist artists, but also coming like closer to today and during the 20th century, you quite often do actually encounter in the writing by these women the actual term, the inner eye, or something related to that. But there's also this other aspect that it's not just visionary art, but there's a very clear connection to the process and the practice of, so there's like the bodily dimension of it as well. Of course, the eye is also part of the body, but also the material aspect and engaging with the paint, with the materials is very strong. So we've been thinking a lot about this notion of visionary art and how we relate to it in our own research. It's a useful term, and it is about this inner gaze, for sure, but that's not the whole story. And also this the notion of like unconscious creativity, but it's never entirely unconscious. So there are these acts, conscious acts, that alternate with this kind of alternative state, yes, where the consciousness is kind of momentarily given up.
Yeah, and it's tantalizingly sort of intersectional as well, in the sense that there is also this positioning that it's not necessarily specifically being gendered, no, as female or about women.
No. Yeah. This is something that is also, yeah, you could just as easily find examples of male artists who were working in a very similar manner, but specifically for women, it seems that there is this very strong risk of being then marginalized or cast outside the realm of art. Whereas for male artists like Kandinsky or August Strindberg, for example, they really used this engagement with these esoteric ideas and techniques to prove that they were like avant-garde artists. Yeah. But for women, it didn't necessarily work that way.
Yes. Yeah, very interesting, but also another very interesting proposition of reclamation as well, reclaiming this from the territory of, you know, the masculine possession of that power. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, I have a question for Emma. Thank you for introducing me, at least, to Lessore. And I have just a couple of things. So Was she working on the pottery, the ceramics at the same time that she was doing 2D work, or was this kind of a later shift towards part of that, shift towards craft? And the second question, this is sort of self-serving because the woman I'm working on is also turned to ceramics and jewelry. And how much of that work is available and survives, because these things that sort of went out into the world in a different way are harder to track down. So how did you find those jugs and plates, and are they available, and where can we get them?
Where can you get
No.
them? Yeah, look on actually, that's one of the benefits of an overlooked artist, is that you can still pick some of these up. In the interest of could sort of squeeze a monograph into 20 minutes. But ceramics are very interesting phase. She did exhibit them alongside and make them alongside her paintings, but only for a period of about 7-8 years from what I found. As you could see, there was a direct correspondence with her figurative works. But she never exhibited them in the context of crafts, even though her sister was working with the arts and crafts movement, the Arts and Crafts Exhibition Society. She never went back to that Arts and Crafts Exhibiting Society where she'd done her first embroidery sort of 20 years earlier. And it was likely just circumstances that she stopped because she married. Sigurd was very ill, they moved to Kent, she didn't have the access to the potteries and so on. It's another story in itself around the histories of collecting, around the destination for those ceramics in comparison to the destination of her works on paper and canvas. She died, unfortunately, in the last year of the Second World War, fairly early age of 60. She didn't leave an estate, so her estate was very much scattered. And the paintings that were left in her studio were distributed to regional collections by her sister quite efficiently. But there's no record of what happened to the ceramics, and so it speaks to the kind of the hierarchies and medium at the time. So they mainly exist in private collections. Quite a lot have turned up in the Wedgwood collection, which is now part of the V&A. And that again is a connection through her sister and brother-in-law, which I won't go into here. And quite a lot are in private collections. She used Wedgwood blanks largely, although she never was employed, or she was one of the artists that could order blanks, and there's no record of her doing so in their account book. So it's a little bit of a mystery. So still more digging to do in archives of those. So you'll have seen from the quality of some of the pictures I put up, some of those pictures aren't museum quality. Partly that's because ceramics don't get digitized as quickly as paintings and works on paper, although that's happening slowly. And partly that's because some of those were in private hands. So it's interesting, it's not through Art History Society, it's through Decorative Art Society that I've met collectors of ceramics.
Thank you.
Very long answer, but it's an expansive question.
No, it's great. Yeah, thank you.
My question is actually for Marie Barras. It's a lovely presentation, and I am really intrigued by the idea of women consuming the images at the salon and the relationship to the department stores. I was also wondering if you had come across or would like to say something about the role that the fashion magazines played, because I know that in studying the male impressionist artists, were often taught that they actually used those as sources for their own images, but then of course the women could use them in many ways and actually consume the objects as well in a way that the male artists could not. So it's an interesting idea.
Yes, great question. Thank you. Very broad. Actually, there were publicities for department stores in the women's magazine, of course, and actually in more comic magazine as well. So that's why I'm using them as this kind of broader visual culture, because seeing those ads for a department store in caricature magazines, it targets clearly a more feminine audience accustomed to those visual codes. And about the question, I'm not sure I understood
More
you.
of a comment than just the question that the magazines played a larger role for the women than for women and for women artists than for male artists.
Probably because there were more fashion magazines targeted to women. There were some to men too, but there were a broader audience, broader diffusion. And I think so, yes, but I don't have like a clear hint of it. There are many articles like as kind of perhaps always for the 19th century more targeted to impressionist artists, as you said. There's an article in the Burlington, there are several that really established a link between poses and dresses. There are links between, I'm thinking of an example from Cézanne, who has been well worked on. Berthe Morisot too, there are some works linking her to fashion magazines, but for other things it's a bit more complicated yet. No work has been done yet, or I'm not aware of it. If you know any, please tell me. But there is a small category of painter that I'm trying to investigate that appear in those categories. They're called les peintres de jolies femmes. And that's actually a part that disappeared of my presentation, so I'm really happy I can speak a bit about it. They are opposed clearly to the more realist painters and then later to the impressionist ones. And they are clearly portrait painter for women. And they are caricatures and represented with like makeup, pomades in their hands, and there's some like opposition and battle between them and the other one. So I think there's a clear iconography linked to fashion picture, fashion magazines, and some more commercial paintings going on. But we dismiss them now. We're more used to dismiss them because they're not impressionistic. They're not in the border art market now. And I'm trying to grasp a bit more about them. So maybe I can answer you more precisely later.
Thank you. That's great.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I really enjoyed your talk. And actually, I have curated an exhibition on the Finnish artist Helen Schärbeck and her relationship to fashion. And well, she began her career in the late 19th century Paris from the 1870s onwards, but then continued to work well into the 20th century. And she loved French fashion. So she bought these French fashion magazines. Even when she was back in Finland, she was always reading French fashion magazines. And she used them for practical purposes to get ideas, but she mostly made her own clothes. So then she could wear these fashionable clothes. But also she used it for her art. So she painted these like portraits of modern women that clearly take the poses, and a lot of the aesthetics come from fashion magazines, particularly in the like 1920s. She had this idea of a modern woman who was independent, often like working factory girls or shop girls, and always wearing these very fashionable clothes. But they are painted in a manner that it's like you can see that it's a fashionable piece of clothing, but there are not a lot of details. But you should perhaps look into it. Thanks.
I said she had an exhibition in Paris in the Museum of Modern Art, I think, Schärbeck, in a few years ago.
In London at the Royal Academy, there was an exhibition a few years. Frankfurt, yes. Yeah. Yeah. But for the Scherenkunsthalle exhibition, I wrote an article in the catalog. So, and that's available in English. So if you want to look into it.
May I ask a question? Yeah. To Julia, it's a comment and a question. I liked the fact that it was a very contemporary view, and it is saying that we are not out of this male gaze. And I wanted to add that we had videos made by women, and in Paris, maybe in the suburbs or quarter in the north, and women are in the videos, they are just filming what men are doing, what they are saying, and they put it on the internet. It has a huge audience because everybody is recognizing what happened every day. Then yes, I didn't know the name of this writer, but it's the same with the video, with filming and hearing what people are doing. And then you can really recognize, or when your man discover how people are acting in the streets. And yes, I think we have a lot of connections with visual arts.
Quick follow-on question for Julia. I found it really tantalizing, very, very rich. And you introduced me as well to the work of Fauna, which was fascinating. And I just wondered at all, in rethinking through the kind of the female flaneur, whether you looked at the attempts of women to use the practice of strolling in the late 19th century, and the emergence of a construct of a female flaneur, as opposed to the absolute kind of Baudelairean type, which is very masculinized and it's kind of hyper-decadent. There's a hyper-decadent female flaneur, and could this position also work in terms of your theoretical approach?
So far, I haven't discovered so much about female flaneur culture in the late 19th century. So I've always stumbled upon this Virginia Woolf essay as one very solitary example. So if you know texts or sources where I could study the female flaneur culture, I would be very interested. But so far, I've always found more analysis and description that said it was not possible really for women to practice the flaneur, this strolling, and because they were even more like tied to domestic spaces or only allowed to go in certain spaces, or they had the stroller with them and the children. So there were a lot of restrictions that didn't enable them. But if you know something about some flaneur milieu of the female, I would be really interested.
I think there are attempts to break out of that. I mean, they're interesting play with the homme-femme mode of dress and performativity. And I think this is it's a really rich area that you could think back through, because arguably there's been very little work done. We know there are these women out there like Tola Dorian, Rashield is well known, but there are others that are occupying these decadent spaces, and they're experimenting with multiple kind of performative guises, and one of them being, the idea of the flaneur. So,
yeah, thank you.
The only one I was thinking of that perhaps this doesn't count because she would have to travestirsi is Rosa Bonheur, but then she would have to dress as a male, so that is sort of going in a different direction with that.
I just wanted to say, I think also in the book by Lauren Elkin, she really shows also Georges Sand and others. So of course there are some figures, but I wouldn't call it a whole maybe flaneur culture in the same sense, but it's very important to look at these figures. So thank you. Yeah.
I don't have any titles to offer you right now, but I think it would be useful to look under flaneurs, and there are studies written, and you'll read that term.
I was just going to add on the idea of an early 20th century flaneur, the idea of looking at in performative spaces. Certainly the female flaneur in the theatre and at the ballet became prevalent in the early 20th century. It was something that was linked to class as well, but you'll see the Bloomsbury group going around and solo women, and iconic when I'm thinking of pictures of women creating their own narratives. Vanessa Bell's picture of 3 women at a theatre talking to each other with no man in the room is quite iconic in that way. So there's quite a lot of that, and quite a lot in the early ballet dance movements as well. Names escape me at the moment, but yeah, I had a question for Marie, which is really fascinating. I have so many questions and links. But I was really struck by the idea of women using fashion and using their own sort of decorative selves as a way of reclaiming that in a way. And I wonder when that sort of stopped, because I think of the artists I look at in the 20th century, the idea of looking at dress, looking at decor, becomes modernism's other, which is a kind of quote a Tag Romberg. So when do you see the end of this ability to use fashion and the decorative arts and arts associated with commerce as something that could be associated with fine art? Because it feels like quite a short phase, and then there's a wonderful Sickert quote where he dismisses Sickert, John Sargent's regal and chiffon, and so any woman wearing that kind of dress becomes. So I'm wondering how women related to that. Was there an end to that period?
I think the kind of dismissal by Sickert has been always there. Looking at women wearing chiffon, wearing such ruffles, wearing colors, look at how the author look at the Cicerone with the ladies. He looks at her like she wears greens and violet together, and I don't understand it. And he doesn't understand the Cicerone, not very fashionable ladies, because there's ruffles and silks and blonde hair and so on, and it kind of annoys him. So I think it's more maybe a male perception of fashion. Fashion is frivolous, it's feminine, it's luxury, and they don't really look at it like a way of expressing themselves. Yeah. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I'm not sure I'm feeling it stopped.
I felt that the idea that you brought out really lovely and nicely was the idea that there was an autonomous visual culture that women were able to create because they were creating commercial products in terms of the artworks that they created, even though it's not necessarily in traditional oil painting and a salon wall, they're fashion posters or fashion. So I thought that was very interesting.
Thank you.
Don't see enough of it in Britain though, so it's quite a Parisian thing maybe.
Somewhere where I recently saw that this male gaze on fashion didn't end it is about the recent robbery of the Louvre. And I read a lot of comments from male art historian colleagues saying, but well, don't do a crisis, they're just jewels. Really? I will not do names, but...
I was just going to make a comment about the fashion point. When did it end? The Impressionist period was, I suppose, for women consuming these clothes, such an exciting moment because it was the first department stores with the off-the-rack clothes, right? And also, your green dress made me think about the first moment of the creation of the artificial dyes like the aniline green. So women had this larger, chromatic choice. And then coincidentally, at the end of that period, it's really the turn, I forget the name of the male art historian who wrote this, but sort of the great renunciation in male fashion in the Victorian period where they go to the dark, somber suit. So, there was a period when men had the same access to those clothes in the 18th century, all the colors, but then it went over to the women and the men went in the other direction. So that might have something to do with the time period.
Already George Moss was writing about the creation of the masculinity, virility after the revolution as a moment of change, also with fashion.
I have a question for Gonzalo. Is he still online? No. No. I just wanted to clarify whether Mary Stewart, I mean, in the panorama, there's a woman or two women sitting above looking. Did she, I mean, my question was, did she actually go out into the public space and take drawings of the views, or was she using other previous panoramas and previous artists' work? I mean, it was just, we were talking about women in public space, and that was what I wanted to draw to, but okay. Any other questions or comments?
No?
I think it's time for a break. And we meet back here at 12.
12, yeah.
If that's okay. And we'll have our keynote speaker for today, Dr. Laura Leuzzi. Thank you.
And you
Thank
know the
very
way
much.
to the little kitchenette, if you want to
Have a
get
coffee.
some coffee, water, or horrible snacks from very fresh food and organic. And
Welcome everyone to this afternoon's keynote speech. I'm very pleased to introduce you to Dr. Laura Leuzzi of Robert Gordon University in the UK. Laura is a contemporary art historian and curator. She's the author of articles and essays in books and exhibition catalogues, with her research focused on early European video art histories, art, activism and feminism, and new media. She is the co-editor of several publications, including Rewind Italia, Early Video Art in Italy, and EWVA, European Women's Video Art in the 70s and 80s, and that came out in 2019. She has presented internationally and given presentations and lectures at several museums, galleries and universities, including Tate Modern in London, Beaux-Arts in Brussels and National Library of France, and given lectures and seminars at the Media Arts, Cultures, Erasmus funded masters at University of Krems in Austria, Sotheby's, London, and the Edinburgh College of Arts, and Sapienza University of Rome and AIWAC in Venice. In 2025, she was visiting research fellow at Vita Salute San Raffaele University of Milan. In 2019, she co-founded the Digital Art and Activism Network with Joseph de la Paix, with whom she co-edited Insight Digital Art and Activism in 2023. She's on the editorial board of the Swiss-French research project, The Emergence of Video Art in Europe. She sits on the executive board of Media Art Histories and on the advisory board of Live Art Ireland. With Katie Deepwell, she co-manages the international feminist mailing list FemArt, Local Global, and she's founding co-director of Re-Exhibit Rewind Online Gallery, the University of Dundee. So Dr. Laura Leuzzi will be speaking on From the Body to the Feminist Gaze and Back, Renegotiating Visibility and Presentation through Art, Video Art and New Media. And I'll just finish with her current position as Chancellor's Fellow at Gray School of Art, Robert Gordon University. Welcome to our
Thank you, Adelina,
conference.
for this very detailed introduction. Thank you so much. And I would like to take the opportunity to thank both yourself. Hello? No? Can you hear me now? Oh, yeah. That's nice. Well, I was thanking Adelina for her very detailed introduction, and I would like to take the opportunity to thank both Adelina Modesti and Consuelo Lollobrigida for this very kind invitation to share my research with you today. I would like also to congratulate them for this incredible conference and for putting together such a lively, sort of like-minded and sort of insightful community around this AIWAC. And I wish that this have many more editions celebrating its 5th one. So without further ado, I promise I will be brief. So my story begins when I joined the Arts and Humanities Research Council funded project, Rewind Italia, in 2011. It was led by one of the pioneers of British video art, Stephen Partridge, and it was looking at Italian video art. While having a look at archival history of Italian video art, we also interviewed and looked at many artists that were active in the period. Interviewing people, we realized that although there was a lot about Italian video art, there was not so much about women's video. in the 70s and 80s. Now, some of the artists who were active with video at the time were quite renowned already, but they were not in the histories of video art. They have not entered yet the canon. One good example is Getty La Rocca, that nowadays is very well attentioned by both research and museum sector. AIWAC, the famous feminist exhibition, had already included La Rocca in the overview of feminist art, contemporary art. But their stories have not yet been researched in new media and video art histories in Italy. And we wondered why. It looked like a very male-dominated sector. And actually, I realized it really much at the end of the project. So much so that as I am a little sort of constant bee asking for sort of like, can we do this? Can we do this? Can we do this? We actually I convinced the group, the team, to apply for a new project. The title was European Women's Video Art in the 70s and 80s, looking at Europe as a center of production, but also looking at the profound imbalance that we could witness in all the histories of media art. What actually was very interesting for me is that there was an incredible sort of echo looking at these works. And with echo, I mean that although these women artists didn't know each other, the works really resonated. There was something in the air. Was it just a tale of second wave feminism? Possibly. Was it actually the link to feminist collectives? Sometimes. But what was happening is that there was something to investigate and research, and actually it had not yet been done. We were lucky enough to get funded, and this book came out in 2019, and it was actually accompanied by a very sort of generous preface by Laura Mulvey herself and Siegfried Zielinski, pointing out how much there was to uncover about the field. Now, when we look at the gaze, for sure, these women artists in the 70s and 80s were very much influenced, of course, by Mulvey herself, but also by John Berger, that in Ways of Seeing pointed out the imbalance of how women and men were enacting around an artwork, one being an object and one being a subject. So, although, of course, we credit Laura Mulvey for coining the expression the male gaze, she actually was capitalizing on the wealth of the research that had been, and also the conversations that had spiked from Ways of Seeing. When we look at the 60s and 70s in terms of women artists contributing to history of new media, we cannot really fail to mention Charlotte Mooman. Now, the reception of Charlotte Mooman has been very controversial. From one side, Alison Knowles actually being very critical on how Moorman objectified herself, in being just another prop in Nam June Paik's installations, while others have actually recognized, we need to go back. Sorry. It's when technology fails us. Okay. Caroline Sheeman actually pointing out how much her interventions could be actually seen as a new way to renegotiate the body in the artwork. Now, if you look at mail and messages in the Fluxus group, you will notice that Moorman is criticized for seeking attention, visibility through the use of her own body. But at the same time, as Schneemann credited, her way of conducting herself was quite courageous and actually disrupting not only the context of visual arts, but also of contemporary music, which was and is very male dominated. And others like Yoko Ono were doing the same at the time. So it tells you that although when Knowles says that, she was always, I'm quoting, this girl from Arkansas, this wonderful child in a dress holding flowers. So when someone tells her to take off her clothes, she takes off her clothes. And when someone tells her to go naked in the water, she'll do it. This is quite ungenerous, possibly. This is not crediting somebody who was actually a full collaborator in the development of the AIWACs, and also somebody who was actually renegotiating her visibility in a sense. Now, when, we always wonder when we can pin down the birth of video art. Some might actually sort of argue that it was with the Café Agogo by Nanchun Peck, but for sure, a key element in development of video art was the commercial availability of the Sony Rover Portapack in 1967. It is quite interesting to look at the advertisement from Sony. It is a fashion item. It's so light that even a girl can actually sport it with possibly a pair of heels. It was actually lighter and more portable than a film camera, but it was still very heavy. So quoting artists such as British artist Kate Elwes, you wouldn't really run with it. But it is true that, video gave an incredible opportunity to many women artists, because it gave that not only portability, but also the fact that it was actually not so expensive as film. It allowed a certain intimacy because it didn't need a wide crew to be operated. And also, it was a very interesting tool that didn't have the heavy male-dominated tradition of film at the time. So like anything that is new, it can be actually experimented more freely in a sense. Now, if we look at Laura Mulvey's definition of male gaze, although it was actually developing from an analysis of Hollywood movies, of course, seemed to apply to many other elements, and for sure, video art of the time. There was a major problem for many women artists at the time: disappearing or appearing in front of the camera, utilizing their naked body or not. And that was actually something that didn't have really a straightforward answer. It has never had one. At the same time, there were feminists who criticized those artists who were utilizing their own body, but at the same time, the disappearing of that body could be perceived as censorship. I brought here and sort of like one of the key pieces of theory that I have been utilizing in the past 10 years to unpack the what really sort of video art meant for many women artists at the time. The idea that it could be a tool to renegotiate ways of visibilities, ways of seeing. And in a sense, being in front of the camera or not in front of the camera was a political statement, a feminist statement, but it could actually expose them to ferocious criticism at all times. So it was a brave and courageous act per se. Now, I brought you an example that actually is sort of like brought by Elwes herself. She explains that One of the examples is Louis' show that, in a way, is very straightforward. When we look at this work, we have simply the artist looking at the camera saying, "Because of you, I learned a martial art. You sit opposite me on trains and try to make polite conversation. And when I answer, you think I want to fuck." Now, just queuing up on the comments that we were making before on flaneurs and flaneurs, inhabiting a space where there is a confrontation between the male and the female gaze becomes for this artist an element to expose in these artworks. The idea that, being in front of the camera, just proposing a new form of gaze that was looking straight forward to the camera could be a way of, as feminists, pointing out the imbalance and inequality of the relationship, the imbalance in power and hierarchical, relationship, but at the same time exposing how the male gaze was actually affecting everyday life, as we were saying, just stepping off a curb, for example, or changing, the way that we inhabit a space. Now, when we look at this work, you notice that the performer is looking at an invisible audience, in a sense. They're speaking to us. But as who? Who is looking at these works in the 80s and 70s? Possibly either feminist collectives or the few people who attended video art shows and video art festivals. So it was a very, very specific audience they were looking at. They were actually talking to people where the feminists were already sort of on board. So paradoxically, these works that were actually sort of trying to subvert the idea of being just a subject of the gaze and were actually sort of flipping the coin and actually sort of looking at us, enacting a new feminist gaze, were possibly not making waves as much as they're doing today. If I show these works to my feminist students, they will actually respond immediately because they will actually see the problem in their everyday life, being sort of on a train, talking politely in a conversation with a male counterpart, and actually sort of their conversation is misconstrued as an attempt to pick them up. But at the same time, at the time, those messages were received and were actually sort of debated, still just in feminist enclaves. And that, of course, gives us a little bit the idea of how these messages are at an incredible impact today, but had a limited impact, unfortunately, at the time. Now, we have been reflecting a lot about, the traditional role of women displayed on major Hollywood films, as well as in other art forms, and the idea of displaying the women as sexual objects for the erotic spectacles. Now, that was a risk, a pitfall of much video art. So feminist artists had to engage with the idea of how they could subvert the male gaze and use the camera in a different way. Now, Catherine Elwes has pinpointed some of the strategies that were enacted. But if you look at the works, you can find many more. And it tells you how much research needs to be done yet to actually look at these works in a critical way. A good example that she makes is Landscape by Nan Uwe, which actually is utilizing one part of the body to sort of create sort of like a landscape, an imaginary landscape. And In this way, she shifts the body from a sexualized to an object that actually sort of become an enticing, evocative, metaphorical element. But the end of the artist is something more than actually just a body part. We know it's a symbol of the practice. It's a synecdoche of the artists themselves. We know how much, the ends which paints, the ends which makes, is an evocative body parts that not only sort of escape the sexualized gaze, but also sort of propose another element that is the professionalism of women that still in the 70s was questioned. If you look at art schools in the 70s in the UK and in many other countries, there was still a profound imbalance in the numbers of staff and in the numbers of students in terms of gender. Most students were women, while most staff and tutors were men. So the idea of actually establish and sort of reproposing the idea of the women as professional artists through the use of the hand, I find it very interesting. Another element that can be also said about this work, which was made in 1976 for the Motovun encounters, organized in a small Istrian village by the local gallery and Cavallino Gallery in Venice, is that the artist Jiva Kraus, who is a painter and a gallerist today, started this Motovun tape with a close-up of her belly button. During the editing phase, it was cut out. Of course, the belly button was actually a symbol of generative feminine power. And in this video, in which the artist caresses the walls of the small city of Motovun, it is linking the memory of the Istrian city to her new home in Venice and a personal and a collective memory. The idea of starting with a generative image of a woman's body that represent, the generative element per se, and cutting it out of the work, it is an act of not only of censorship, but an act of sort of cutting out a piece of her personal history and a personal voice. Now, I hope that one day we will find the missing bit and we will be able to actually remake the work at the artist meant it to be originally. Now, there is an element of adopting this electronic medium actually and utilizing the body to, in a way, subvert the idea that the tool can only enact the male gaze. But also there is an element of pairing up with a lot of body art and a lot of performativity that was actually developing at the time. This work, of course, is among the most famous examples in the history of video art. And in a way, it is one of the works that it's very easily read through as a subversion of Laura Mulvey's theory. But it's also one of the works that was subject of analysis by Rosalind Krauss, her ferocious critic of video art, dooming it as a medium that was only able to enhance a narcissistic loop. So sort of identifying and sort of making an equation between video art and narcissism, saying that there was a narcissistic loop that was created in sort of like a triangulation of the camera, the screen, and the performer. She was actually accusing an all art form of a narcissistic quality. while looking at this work where Antin is putting makeup on her face and actually sort of in this way, not only sort of engaging actively and critically with the beautification, sanitification of women's beauty, but also with a certain beauty industry that was developing at the time, she's not actually creating a narcissistic loop. Once again, as Forshaw, she's talking to us. She's looking at us. And actually, you know, once again, although if we could argue that she was preaching to the priest, possibly actually talking to feminist collectives developing everywhere in the world, you know, her work today can be actually sort of included in that incredible trajectory of renegotiating, you know, how women utilize the gaze through video art. So, of course, you know, most of these artworks that we are looking at today, they are now speaking to, I hope, all of us. Now, I told you before that there was, what I had noticed, it was an incredible similarity among women artists who didn't know each other and actually were utilizing the camera and performing to the camera in a very similar way. In this case, another work that was made in the Motovun encounters and that we are now looking at through a new project that we are developing, which is called Rewind Yugoslavia, that is led by Dr. John Blackwood and co-led by myself, Adam Lockhart, with Maya Zecho. And we hope that we will uncover much more about, video art, and personally, I hope women artists in the area in the 70s and 80s. You know, you can notice that the video camera is utilized in a very similar way as, Eleanor Antin, as a mirror. But once again, the artist is not utilizing the mirror as a narcissistic tool to create sort of like a loop, but actually, once again, sending a message to an invisible audience, which breaks the loop. In this case, the artist is actually drawing marks on her face, sort of engaging with the notion this time of beauty surgery, which was actually developing at the time and which was actually another element with which society tried to push a sanitized, beautified idea of how women had to look like and sort of conform. At the end of the video, she smudges the signs so much so that becomes sort of a war mask. I found very interesting how very recently Sanja Ivekovic has actually reenacted her work, not really sort of worrying about, the wrinkles that mark her face, but actually engaging with the notion of the work once again, because the topic is still very contemporary. We feel that actually see women aging on Hollywood movies, or if they do it in a certain way. And actually, once again, she's actually utilizing the camera and the lens of the camera as a potent mirror to convey these notions. This work is possibly one of the most famous that I'm presenting today. And it deals a lot with the notion of how women were not only sort of requested to be beautiful, but women artists were requested to be beautiful, and how much the role of women artists in the system was still subject to a certain imbalance that actually is still relevant today. This is why I'm telling you that these works are so much relevant for young people, in our classrooms, and why it is important to engage in these conversations, so much so that social media as Instagram and TikTok are actually bringing more people in front of the camera. So my question is, how can we actually sort of talk about these works to a young audience sometimes, actually, but understanding that what, the gaze that they were talking about at the time is not so different. It has enhanced and expanded in contemporary world, but has not changed. It's still that male gaze that Laura Mulvey was actually in a way talking about, although the medium has changed. So it tells us, is it really relevant still, that, visual pleasure? My answer is, of course, yes. Now, as I was mentioning, the narcissistic quality that Rosalind Krauss was accusing for video art was actually very, very daring for all those women artists who were embracing video as a medium. And actually, they were not only subject to criticism, but sometimes we will go back to this as to slander, to any form of marginalization. And in a way, they were accused themselves of narcissism. And for sure, this piece of theory enabled the critics to do so. Now, a work that today, if we have time, I would like to show a little bit from is Elaine Schamel's Doppelganger. Can we show? Yes, I know. Just a couple of minutes. Unfortunately, the work is much longer, but can be viewed on internet because it's on Vimeo. Now, unfortunately, we cannot see it all, but I will tell you a little bit about the work because that was a key work in my research. So I will tell you a little bit about it just to give you an idea of why I found this work so interesting and why it sort of spiked so much research for me. So in this video, Elaine actually creates a portrait of herself on a mirror, starting first applying makeup on her own skin, sort of like in the what we would say now tradition of Eleanor Antin and Sanja Vekovic, although she didn't know those works at the time. So it tells you something about the medium stimulating a sort of use and approach to the tool in a way. Because the lens was a mirror, so it spiked the idea that you could mirror yourself, you can look at yourself in it. Now, after a little while, she starts making a portrait of herself on the mirror. This actually created a doppelganger, as the title suggests. That becomes sort of like a double of the artist. But there are some elements that actually sort of were of much interest to me beside, this element of the double. There was the overalls. Why choosing an overall? She could have dressed much more fancily, but why not? The reason is because she wanted to show herself as a working artist, as someone who was in the studio. And actually, there is a very interesting expression that is utilized by Marja in her famous book about self-portraits, which is the occupational portraits. So this is an occupational portrait. She is actually showing herself like she would in a studio. Studios that were very male-dominated, because Elaine reports that at the Winchester School of Art, like in many others, there was a profound imbalance. And in the sculpture departments, there was a very male-dominated tradition where literally her art was doomed as pornography. Now, in the video, as the video continues, she shows herself on the screen naked, but in order to do so, worried about that objectifying, she finds some other strategies. Excerpt from Kate Alwith, she was talking about utilizing a close-up on specific body parts. Elaine just doesn't do so, but uses a technique of layering. She actually creates several layers at the body. In that way, she wants to bypass that sexualizing. These also speak to an interior phase that actually she's trying to connect. The camera is not but also a gateway to her interior world. And in this layered image, we have an idea of that. And also, you notice there are two sound streams, and they are actually referring to psychoanalysis. So that is another reference. So how to utilize the camera as a tool for introspective research. Now, we did a reenactment of that as well. And once again, we renegotiated, because it was a worry. We as I was curating this piece, we were wondering about doing a close-up of the face on a large screen. But in a way, Elaine said, I have actually conquered all my wrinkles. These are a sign of time, and a sign of how far I have become. I've become a professor. I've become actually a professional artist that has been exhibited worldwide. So in a way, sort of bringing this to a young audience at the Nunnery Gallery, that was not only a way to sort of show an historic work, but also engage from an intergenerational point of view on issues of gaze. There was also another little technical element that gave me really sort of like a shock, because when I was analyzing the work, I had not realized. You can see there is a monitor that is close to the mirror. The monitor was utilized by the artist to look at herself through the feedback of the video camera, so that the portrait that she makes on the mirror is not a reflection, but is literally a double. And that helped not only from a technical point of view, but also from a metaphorical point of view to create a double. I brought you this example of a performance that I created last year by Australian artist Dich Fabik, who's now in Ireland. And I wanted to show you this work. This performance was about the menopausal body. And actually here, to sort of like renegotiate her appearance and her representation, she utilized a pair of tights to create a filter. This is a very easy tool, but very effective. And I thought it was so incredibly engaging with this idea of layering the image that we saw in historic video art, but on live. Dich is a genius. there are so many works from the 70s and 80s actually that engage with this mirror stage, what I call the mirror stage setting. This is another artist that I have been looking at in the past few years, that's Marine Urch. And once again, in the performance, she put makeup on her face, and the screen gets covered of these images that you can recognize from the Vanity Fair and Marie Claire's of this world that actually will occupy all screen, just to show visually how this beautified, sanitized approach to women's appearance is actually, in a way, overwhelming the real portraiture of women. Of course, when we talk about these works, we cannot really sort of bypass that point that Krauss was making. Is it really narcissism? Is there a narcissistic loop? Well, I still believe that, it was not only not actually there for in the making, but also, that in a way, the communication was completely open. And even when there was a loop, that was broken by the way that these women renegotiated the way they appeared. In this way, in this example, it is another British artist, Tamara Krikorian, who unfortunately passed away before I actually, the Rewind project was made, and I never got the chance to interview. But in this case, for example, she engaged with a work that is in the Ashmolean in Oxford, and it's one of the many examples of vanitas. In this example, she proposes a vanitas in the great genre of painting that you can have so many examples in your mind, in which the TV becomes part of, that ephemerality that the vanitas wants to represent. At the same time, though, there is her own face, and she has to renegotiate that appearance, creating a mise en abîme that actually goes into the space. Last year, I think it was last year, I asked actually a contemporary artist to engage with this work and with issues of narcissism and gaze, sort of like dedicating an exhibition on our online platform, Re-Exhibit, about the idea of how, the gaze and, this narcissistic loop created by the mirror, prompted in a way, developed from Tamara Krikorian's work. Can we see it just a minute? Yeah, thank you. I know it looks like she's really looking at you. Cinzia has a way to do that. Once again, I asked her to reflect on the gaze and on, how we could break that sort of, reclaim the gaze. I actually asked her, in that narcissist loop that she was creating with the mirror, she then communicates with us, breaking that loop, but also, embodying that power of the gaze. That I think it was very, even in a video, is very present, and so much so in her sort of live performances. And in this way, looking at us, she is in the tradition of Forshow that we saw before. She's looking at us, reclaiming the gaze, reclaiming the agent looker instead of the object. And I think that actually, in a way, although, these bodies are very evident, are very present, they are no way objectified. They are no way objects. And I think that we all felt it at the moment. It was beautiful. I will tell Cinzia, she will be very happy about that. Among the many artists that I have been talking to, there is Catherine Mantle, who is a very renowned British performance artist. And one of the voices that she included in her work is that of her child, Anna. And what actually, unfortunately, I couldn't bring Anna's song today, but, in this video, for example, she actually also included another element that, of course, was very relevant in the gays conversation at the time, which was the Lacanian moment in which the child stands up and recognizes themselves in the mirror. A work that actually wanted to bring today for you is the idea, in Search of the Sun, the artist actually evokes the womb, the idea of a womb that actually is not only maternal in a physical way, but also in a spiritual way. We talk a lot about motherhood and motherhood in a metaphorical way, in, motherhood, but, the idea of reclaiming these elements from a feminist point of view is very important. And in particular, in this work, the artist actually engaged with a sculpture that is in the Aberdeen Art Gallery, where she was having a residency. And it's a work that actually sort of display the ancient goddess of Ishtar. Well, Maya inhabits this character in this performance, in this very sort of like homemade costume. And costumes are one of the strategies that women artists utilize to actually escape the gaze, bypass the gaze. In this case, Ishtar becomes, from a deity in the past, become sort of like an immigrant refugee on the shores of Aberdeen in this sort of like beautiful golden costume. And I found that, the dress up is one of the other strategies. Elvis identified some, but we can find so many more in a way. It was right enough to show you one of the works by Elvis herself. In the work, there is a hand that tapped the breast, lactation. These very simple, in a way, straightforward performance, objectify one of the most sexualized women's body parts, the breast. And it's the show of the maternal function is not actually showing a breast as an element of scopophilic perusal and pleasure, but that of a bond that actually is created with the child, between the child and the mother. A breast that is not a sexual object, but is an element of relational link to the child. Besides that, once I just want to give you an anecdote. Once I showed it at a showcase in Glasgow, and there were so many women actually around the monitor, and most of them didn't know anything about video art, didn't know anything about Kate Elwes, but they started. This visual work didn't entail any male gaze, but was actually a feminist gaze to spike a conversation and actually become a way of reviving a collective memory. And it was an intergenerational link, because people who had already been pregnant were telling stories to new generations. And that moment, I also gave away little postcards with this image And you should have seen, men who were actually retracting their hands and women embracing the image. It was very powerful to me, and I thank Kate Elvis for helping me to do that. This is a very famous work by Pipilotterist, where Pipilotterist adopts another very clever strategy to bypass the objectification of her body. I'm Not the Girl Who's Mrs. Much, of course, comes from the famous Beatles song. And it's a very straightforward performance in which she actually dances in front of the camera, and at different speed, the velocity increases until the words basically are not understandable. In this manipulation of the image that actually has the vertical roll and has, the layering of the image, basically the image of the breast naked becomes unrecognizable, and so forth, de-objectified and deterritorialized. From Caden Manel today, I actually brought also Her Gaze, which is a work that is from 1988, in which he actually made comments on the idea of still reading about the male gaze. This text is from 1992. And actually, she is talking about how much that theory from Laura Mulvey is still relevant in contemporary arts and new media. It is today. And she's surprised, in a sense, that it's still relevant, that things don't change in a way. And so it tells us something about the work that we still need to do and how much this work will be still relevant, possibly, in the next 10 and 20 years. Can we show... Unfortunately, today, but I wanted to give you a glimpse of two elements here. First of all, the idea of subverting the male narrative on tradition and myth, Medusa, and the idea of, let's see if we can actually go back here. the idea of reclaiming these sort of like mythical figures to reclaim the female gaze and actually to subvert the male gaze, and the idea of, you know, seeing and not being seen. You know, when I actually, you know, asked Catherine if we could look at her work, you know, she said, well, my work is full of mirrors and gazes, so you pick one that you choose. It tells you how much relevant and how much persistent these themes were in there. You can pick any. Also, another element that really sort of was very interesting for me is the, you know, how she revisits the maternal and, you know, this figure of her mother, which in this relational element that is between mothers and children, mothers and daughters, it was a major feminist theme in the 70s and 80s, like Anna's song, and, you know, and sort of like, in a way, sort of feeding into the tradition. You know, I feel that, you know, all the talks that I've been listening to in these 2 days have been resonating. Vigée Lebrun, you know, the idea of showing another kind of maternity and another kind of relational element between the two, and in a way, sort of like spiking an intergenerational discourse. Now, I will conclude with a couple of different contemporary works. This was a reenactment of a restaging of an historic work that is actually coming from a very traditional example. You know, Arnolfini and his young wife, Giovanni Arnolfini and his young wife by Jeannie Vos, is, she's from Amsterdam. It's a work that actually puts a small monitor where, you know, the concavous mirror should be. And in a way, we are witnesses of the work, and we are witnesses of the marriage ourselves. But in a way, we are also active participants, and the artist creating a camera that look at us, and actually sort of like it's the gaze of the artist through the camera that makes us being in the work. So it is all strategies to actually empower the power of the, you know, re-empower ourselves with the power of the tool. Although in this case, we could argue specifically if there is also a feminist message in, you know, the representation of the young spouse. And, you know, and in referencing a work that is layered with some sort of tradition. The last work that I would like to show you is a work that I exhibited more than 10 years ago now, and is a work that actually is very simple in its making, but very evocative. It is a work in which, in the iris of the artist, there is an excerpt of an old Super 8 film that the artist found, where her mother is actually taking her in a short trip on the mountains. In this case, the gaze becomes something that projects, but also become an interiorization of a memory. In this case, it is again an intergenerational link, an element of intimacy. So a gaze that doesn't have to objectify, but a link that looks into us, but actually projects also a story. I would like to close with a little excerpt from it. It's very beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've forgotten il nome. Laura, scusami, Laura, ma mi è venuto un lapsus. You mentioned the word, you mentioned mise on a beam, and I think your lecture today really illustrated a mise on a beam of female gazes, which really captured our gaze as well. Thank you very, very much, Laura. And I open the floor to to questions for Laura, if there are any questions or comments. I'm sure that it would have sparked lots of ideas running through.
Thank you so much. Really inspiring. I'm going to go back and look up quite a lot of those videos. Really beautiful.
I'm very happy to share the presentation if any of you want it, so that, and all the links and all the bibliography that is around it. Yeah. You know, some of these works were already discussed in my chapter in the Eva book, and I'm very happy to share that as well if you're interested.
My question was about the continuity with women in women's use of photography, and particularly photography from a self-portraiture point of view. And I'm thinking it's quite pertinent because there's an exhibition of Lee Miller's work just opened in London. And I also think your highlighting of the mirror device was revelatory to me. And I couldn't help but think of Claude Cahun and the way she used a mirror and that doubling. So I wondered if there's a continuity there, or if there's something, you feel there's something particular about the moving image and that ability to control.
For sure, and I'm sure that most of you might lecture much more than myself in the use of mirror for portraiture in the 16th and 17th century. It is for sure a tool that has always been used actually to create self-portraitures. Now, I think the key element here is that the reflective element of the lens, of course, stimulate further this metaphor. And for sure, you know, most of the artists that we have seen were not exclusively video artists, but they were using film, they were using photography, also because some of the performances that were actually ephemeral had to be documented and had also to be in a way also made into a work that could be sold, commodified, shown in a gallery. So it was either video, which didn't really have a market at the time, or a photo that didn't have much of a market either, but a little bit more. So I think that photography stayed as an incredible companion because of, you know, the relational element to the body itself. And mirror, for sure, it is, you know, here the metaphor was very spiked and also stimulated also by this feedback, which was a monitor where you could see in real life what was captured by the camera. So you had this monitor, the camera, and hereby the triangulation that you know, Rosalind Krauss was mentioning, you know, that could create a narcissistic loop. But you know, you had basically a double of yourself on the monitor at all time. Of course, this enhanced also your ability to sort of manipulate the image. You are, you know, in film, you shoot and then, you know, you send it to the workshops, they will print it, and if God helps, you will see it in a few days. You know, for video, you could see in that very moment what was happening, what was captured in the camera live, and that actually enhanced control. For women artists, it was an enhanced control on the gaze, on how you picture or you show yourself. And that was incredibly powerful, for sure. For the photography, of course, it continued. Last year, I'm sure that you saw the Women in Revolt exhibition, both in London, Manchester, and Edinburgh. And it was actually, the photography was possibly the main one of the main mediums represented with installation and a little bit of video, but that I think was one of the most prevalent medium. I'm not sure if I replied to your question, but you know, I tried.
Yeah, I was just to add a quick, congratulations. It's an outstanding presentation, inspiring, and so thank you for sharing with us your knowledge, your research, and I think that these gaze in contemporary times really helps us also to, speaking for people like me who study creepy old things, which is Baroque time period. It's kind of have shining over the past times too. So looking at Cinzia Cremona's things and the way she shifts the gaze from herself and backwards, then coming towards us. And it's evident that there is, the camera, and she's looking at us. But right away, I was thinking at Artemisia Gentileschi's self-portrait, Lavinia Fontana's self-portrait, and Sophonisba Gonzalo's self-portrait. So it strengthened our idea that those self-portraits were done with an incredible degree of awareness. So just looking at things like the things you're making us see, it's nothing that reinforces our theoretical frameworks, because the point is, and I conclude that Juliet has just gone, but she was saying something interesting, and I hope she will coming back soon for the final conclusion later today, because what Juliet is saying that we are really building up a new theoretical frameworks where we can move and we can just find new ideas and new new perspectives, and this is a perfect bridge from today's to back in you were mentioning yesterday the Amazons, and you're mentioning Medusa. So it's so the more we study and the more we, at least I'm speaking for myself at this point, and the more I'm convinced that the trajectory I've taken over 25 years ago, you is way younger than me, etc. But that's the trajectory where all of us are driven.
Well, I think you're in a very important point. The point that you're making is very important. First of all, there is a trajectory that actually takes us from the Artemisias, and allow me the plural, the Lavinias and the Viget, to us. And actually, that renegotiation, not only of portraiture, but of self-portraiture, is actually, in a way, sort of like an inter-century dialogue and discourse. But there is also a thing that some of these artists were aware of Artemisia and Lavinia at the time. And at the time, it was very much so an act of feminism researching that art history, in the 70s, before the mistresses of art, for example. So I think the key point here is actually sort of start looking at traditional art history to understand how much is feeding, to today, and how much you wouldn't be surprised with how many of my feminist students actually look back to Artemisia for their own practice today. So it is understanding the legacies, understanding that it's still alive and very relevant, and also uncovering the other Artemisias. So it is a trajectory that will expand in two lines, I hope, vertical, but also horizontal to spread around.
I wanted to reply to something that's really, it's kind of Adelina's business more than mine, but a recent book released on Elisabetta Sirani, it was not written by Adelina, one of the critics, the kind of constructive, in bracket, critics was, oh, finally we have a book which is going just away from the feminist critics and has replaced Elisabetta Sirani in the proper historical context, which has nothing to do with the feminist movement. So I think that when we listen to such inspiring, again, insightful lecture as you have just taken to brought to our attention, that reinforces again the idea that the feminist point of view, if we want to call it the feminist approach or whatever else, is the exact point of view we are using to better understand the past times. So I'm sorry, Adelina, it was just because it's something we discussed, me and you, no? That's Adelina Modeste has done a feminist monograph. Now she has done what had to do to be done.
Thank you. I was interested in Laura, the fact that the female gaze seems to be a fragmented gaze and a multi-layered gaze.
But because it's not hierarchical gaze.
Yes, it's not.
The fact that it's hierarchical can be multiple and can actually have several perspectives and points of view. The idea of a fragmented body is not only a body that in its unity sort of like bypass the pitfalls of the male gaze, but it's also the idea of fragmenting reality in ways that allow sort of like a multi-perspective gaze that is possibly also looking at different intersectional elements, the elements of the colonial, the elements of class, the elements of, coming from different contexts, race, ethnicity, also the idea of looking at, before we were talking about different art forms that actually sort of have the same authority and status, from ceramics to, a multiple gaze that being hierarchical doesn't have the arrogance to actually create hierarchical take on what art has to be about, if photography or ceramics or the crafts are less than the painting. So
fashion. Well, we're talking of fashion as well. So it's
the spiral, and the spiral as being non-linear time, and you see that fragmentation in the feminist videos, don't you? So
the multiple perspectives I think was played out very much by Elaine
Schamilt.
In her redux of Doppelganger, where you had the multiple screens, the multiple viewpoints, where there's no all-encompassing centralizing male gaze, that you had to shift.
We thought about a demiurgic gaze, the idea that the audience at the same time could actually see how the work was made, so there was an humbleness of the artist to actually show us how the tricks, and actually it was shown to me, as I was saying, because I had no idea. And at the same time, the idea that it was a close-up and allow people for creating sort of an empathic relationship with the artist, with this closeness. Of course, yes, show course of time, but also showed her honest face, which is much more than can be said about a lot of sanitized images that we see on TV, on film, and on many other media.
I just had a quick comment of appreciation about the work on the Medusa, because I had seen quite a bit of rewriting now, finally, of the Medusa myth, but always in literature. So to see it sort of born again in video format was amazing, because of course Medusa is sort of the perfect emblem for this sort of fractured female gaze.
Yeah, and also the idea of a gaze that actually is sort of like freezing, and in a way that is damaging, that is daring, what is the gaze of the feminist artist that actually in this way is reclaimed. What I actually find very interesting about this anecdotal element is how much these terms, Medusa is a very in a way, it's a wonderful myth. It's a powerful myth. It's used in a derogatory way by her father, in a way.
The most maligned of all the goddesses.
Yes. While actually, flipping the narrative, we have a very character that is in charge, So it tells us something about the mom as well of Catherine Manel.
And so just to conclude, because we are an educational institution, so we have not to forget this, I want just to go back to your words that the young generation need to be taught these things. Absolutely. So, because just to go into the very daily things, TikToks and Instagrams and all the socials just provide images of women, beautiful kind of plastic-like women. That's not, the very reality of the things. And so that's, again, it's something kind of mission we have to pick up.
Also,
move ahead.
Consuelo, if you look at a lot of Instagram influencers, I don't like the word, but they actually, the mirror stage that they use is very much similar to the ones that you've seen from Eleanor Antin or, Sanja Ivekovic. So it tells you how the same setting can be used either for subversion or actually compliance to the male gaze is actually what we make of it. It is, I find, if you look at that, and I didn't tell you that it was from the 70s, and I put it on an Instagram account, nobody would know, actually, possibly the expert eye. So I think that it tells you something of how we can use the same means of communication to say something different.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have lost the track of time, so.
At 2:30?
2:30. So
yes,
library, you know the way. So and lunch served downstairs.
Thank you very much, everybody, and thank you again, Laura and
The second, the third actually session of our day, the conference, and so after a very insightful and inspiring session this morning, we're going forward to also to the conclusion of the 5th edition of AIWAC. But we start now this first session, afternoon session, which is a gaze on the body. And we are very happy to have you here for the first time in person after being delivered her papers from home twice, if I remember well. Patricia Rocco, which is now faculty at John Cabot University in Rome, but she received her PhD from the Graduate Center CUNY in New York, and she is a professor, adjunct professor of art history at the Hunter College Manhattan School of Music and Cooper Union. She has published articles on women artists, gender and material culture, especially women's work with textiles. Her book, The Devout Hand, Women, Virtue and Visual Culture in Early Modern Italy, as recently published by McGill Queen's University Press. Rocco has also published 2 chapters on popular prints and games in the early modern world, Virtuous Vices, Giuseppe Maria Mitelli's Gambling Prints and the Social Mapping of Leisure and the Gender Impost Trident in Bologna, in Playthings in Early Modernity, Party Games, Word Games, Mind Games, and The World Upside Down, Giuseppe Maria Mitelli's Games and the Performance of Identity in the Early Modern World in Games and Game Playing in Early Modern Art and Literature. So Patricia is delivering a paper, Female Spectators and Female Nude, Creation and Reception. Welcome, Patricia.
Thank you. Thank you, Consuelo, for the wonderful introduction, and thank you to the University of Arkansas for hosting this, and for Adelina Modesti and Consuelo for your hard work on these wonderful conferences, and also Fabio, thank you. We couldn't do it without you too. Okay, so the Vigna Fontana's Minerva dressing, or undressing, right, is a sophisticated and powerful nude in the tradition of Praxiteles and his Venus of Cnidos. Instead of depicting Minerva exclusively covered and bolstered by the strength of her armor, Minerva here has become a hybrid, part warrior queen and part goddess of love. Less armor and more amour. The Cnidos Venus was immortalized as the embodiment of desire, of the moment that the female nude bursts onto the artistic scene in a grand entry, normally destined for the gaze of the male viewer. A true sex bomb, Fontana's version of the mythological goddess was historically associated with a heterosexual male patron and cleric, Cardinal Scipione Borghese. If we assume, then, that the painting's patron was indeed Cardinal Borghese, and take the traditional road that the figure's attributes were for his personal gaze and desire, then, Houston, we may have a problem. And it is not simply due to his clerical role. Apparently, based on the patron's particular sexual preferences, it would not necessarily need to be a sensual female nude simply for our patron's delight, as we have quite reliable evidence that Cardinal Scipione Borghese was indeed gay. Thus, we can safely assume with this revelation at least a potential preference for men's bodies to those of the female nude. Now, before I go any further down this path, I would like to clarify that my only interest in this potentially accurate piece of biographical detail regarding the cardinal's sex life is solely in regards to how it might relate to the question of spectatorship of the female nude by its creator, in this case, a female artist. Perhaps this small piece of evidence finally frees us up as scholars of these works to ask some new questions and draw some different conclusions, as tentative as they may be. Dare we assume that a successful, self-possessed female artist may have actually taken pleasure in this female nude herself? By pleasure, I intend a particular kind, the pleasure of having created it, of knowing that she was capable of such an artistic feat, a feat which had been established since antiquity as the true test of a successful artist, who, of course, it must be noted, was normally assumed to be male. It is also the pleasure or desire of Fontana to be known as the type of artist who could produce such a powerful female nude, as well as the pleasure of seeing the beauty of this final product and perhaps imagining it as a potential reflection of the goddess in all beautiful women, including herself. The evidence for this claim regarding, regarding Borghese's private life rests upon a series of extant comments from various period texts regarding slanders towards the cardinal's clerk and supposed lover, directly referencing the sexual preferences of the cardinal. For example, according to Gaetano Moroni, an official Catholic writer in the 1830s, apparently the cardinal was so fond of his intimate friend, Stefano Pignatelli, that he brought him to court when he became cardinal. Voices spread that Pignatelli was, quote, pieno di detestabili vizi, end quote, full of detestable vices, and so Pope Paul V Borghese sent him away. After this, Scipione Borghese became so ill that Stefano was called back to court, and Borghese improved. Thus, the Pope realized that the best thing to do was to co-opt Pignatelli. And so, what does he do? He gave him the cardinal's hat in 1621 to keep him close and under his power. At this point in our story, you can imagine what happens. The malicious voices spread even further, and the worst of it ended up on the city's infamous Pasquino statues. The Pasquinate stated, according to the Lorta's translation, that as both Spain and France wanted their own men in the cardinalate, so is it any wonder that even Cardinal Borghese's own sexual member, Cazzo, wanted to have as cardinal his own man. Let me give you the Italian quote, so you know I didn't make it up. Ma che Spagna per un, Francia procura per l'altro, e insomma ogni signor cortese di qualche suo parziale si prende cura. Dunque perché a stupore il mondo prese, se nel collegio avesse una creatura, il cazzo ancora del Cardinal Borghese. Okay. I should have put a trigger warning on that, sorry. We can certainly suggest that this iconography of Minerva as both Minerva and Venus is a clever elaboration of the artist herself, a theory supported by other scholars. Therefore, if we accept this idea, we can now further consider why the patron in question, Cardinal Borghese, would have wanted this type of a painting. Borghese was also owner of Apollo and Daphne by Bernini, an erotic statue of two semi-naked bodies, both male and female, which, however, he politely tamed with an apparently moralistic inscription regarding the transient nature of earthly vanities, such as the desires of the flesh. It would seem that the cardinal's desire was much more complicated than simply lusting after a sexy Venus. However, Fontana herself was known as a Christian pintrix, the painter famous in the Papal States for her proper, pious, and devout religious works. And this, of course, complicates matters. The Minerva was painted sometime during her time in Rome from 1604 to 1614, during which time she worked for Pope Paul V, creating various portraits, including one of the Persian ambassador, recently located, and one of the Pope himself. Apparently, according to the primary sources, the ambassador was duly impressed by his lovely, gracious, and talented artist. As Sheila Barker states also for the Baroque artist Artemisia Gentileschi regarding her nudes, Lavinia Fontana perhaps had learned to play the game of courtly male-style relations between men and women, where her beauty and talent could aggrandize her fame to her patrons. So based on the importance of her reputation in Rome, the painting of Minerva could have been many things, but it certainly could not have been a self-portrait, as some scholars have put forward. But then how does this fit in with our theory of the spectator? Minerva could not be a self-portrait in the literal sense, as a full nude of the artist herself in a mythological guise would have been quite scandalous. However, this does not mean that the artist does not take pleasure in observing that which is before her gaze, and that the creation is not also made for the pleasure of its own creator, simultaneously spectator, a pleasure that can also be defined as scopophilic in this sense, perhaps in a professional aesthetic sense, when the artist is taking pleasure not just in the weighty, learned, and iconographic references of both goddesses, which many scholars have discussed, but again, as Sheila Barker hints at for Artemisia Gentileschi, taking pleasure in the beauty of the figure and her success in competing with the much coveted and lauded male arena, the creation of the successfully steamy nude is what the female artist had to contend with and to compete against in the early modern period. In order to enlarge the discussion on female spectatorship, we can also examine this work of Artemisia Gentileschi, specifically her female nudes. We can use her Danae as an especially revealing and interesting example, as Danae was seduced by Zeus in the form of a golden shower. Steamy indeed. Many paintings by male artists, such as Titian, show Danae literally enjoying this. Oops, I keep going the wrong way. Okay, show Danae literally enjoying this moment, either with Cupid here, the more heavenly sort, or also with the more earthly Procurus. But so was Artemisia Gentileschi's, perhaps even more so, right? So thus, in terms of spectatorship, the female artist in the nude, we can ask those same questions of Fontana's Minerva as Gentileschi's Danae, regarding whose pleasure and whose gaze the nude was for. Barker posed it thus: does Gentileschi encourage it, deny it, or take pleasure in it? Right? Is this female artistic gaze here a hedonistic eye, a devout one, or both? We may never know. We can't know for sure. Barker seems to imply that there was a part of the artist that took a mature pleasure, or let's call it also satisfaction and or pride, in her own work on the female nude, as knowingly created by a woman artist in a man's world, competing successfully, if not always without extra effort, as her letters to her patron Don Rufo explain. Barker includes important quotes from Gentileschi's correspondence to give us an idea of just how successful she really was in this arena, including one where apparently Artemisia is chiding one of her lovers and one of her patrons for masturbating in front of her self-portrait. Successfully erotic indeed, I'd say. Yet, despite any allowances made for differences of time, period, style, patrons, biography between Gentileschi and Fontana, there are still points of intersection between them, more similarities than differences in this case, regarding their position as female artists of the day and in the creation and reception of the female nude in the early modern period. Another painting by Fontana that might shed more light on our discussion of the gaze is her striking work, Mars and Venus. The Mars and Venus is an incredibly sexual and bold painting. Having the two figures of Mars and Venus in an intimate bedroom setting was not an unusual theme per se, and was a theme often taken up by many male artists, especially the Venetian painters. However, this is not simply an erudite mythological painting. Here we see Mars openly fondling and grabbing for Venus's buttocks. Mars is very directly and openly caressing Venus's posterior. It would already have been a bold move for the woman artist to approach the female nude itself, but then to charge the painting with such a direct sexual reference is even more daring. The interesting question to ask here again is, why would Fontana, the Christian Pintrix, paint this way? According to the work of Del Pozzolo, Enrico Maria Del Pozzolo, one of the reasons for the novel interpretation in this example could be the patron himself. So the traditional idea, the patron was said to be Jacopo Boncompagni, papal functionary of the aristocratic class, who also owned other paintings of nudes. It's surely possible in this case that a heterosexual patron could have specifically asked for something in this vein, an erudite classicism as background for a sensual nude. So the pleasure of the gaze may be a bit harder to untangle here between artist and patron. The influence in Fontana's work of the Venetian school is another one of the possibilities that could have shaped the final form of Fontana's Venus and Mars. Her father Prospero was close to the Farnese, who owned works by Titian. In terms of the reception of the painting by his guests, Del Pozzolo wrote that it was for the, quote, stupor and smile of the viewer that the nude exists. And I would like to add to that also perhaps the stupor and the smile of the artist herself as part of the reason for a nude that was this unconventional in its iconography. In addition, the pushing of the limits of decorum was a strategy that may come from the moment of mannerism, as this was a time of pluralism and experimentation that seemed to have made room for the rogue woman artist. There are other erotic symbols in this painting. The sword pointed in a particular direction of Venus, the baggy sleeve under her seat, the slippers that could be a reference to the female organ. It could also have been a type of sarcasm, a prelate joke, as the one reported again by Del Pozzolo, that states that anal sex was known as food for prelates. Okay. Another possible reason for these bold nudes, according to multiple scholars, was the appearance of the Venus Callipygia as a model. This Venus twists to show the viewer her naked back, an element of powerful sensuality. Fontana could have combined this element with the other virtuous qualities of Minerva, for example, her wisdom, as seen by the presence of the owl, in this case, sitting on a globe, a further mark of knowledge in the early modern period if we consider the age of exploration that had just passed, and the goddess's famous weaving skills as seen in Minerva's amazing cloak that Fontana, the artist, literally weaves out of paint in front of our very eyes. The fact that she can be as powerful a warrior without her armor alludes to the sensual soft power of Venus, a power which she commands without her external weapons, but with her body alone. Even nude, she is not without armor and amore. Some of that armor is transferred to the female artist that can wield such power to display herself as both accomplished creator and mature, powerful woman. Fontana was also likely influenced for her Minerva by the work of her female colleague, the engraver Diana Scultori or Diana Mantovana. Mantovana's print of Giulio Romano's wedding banquet of Cupid and Psyche for the Palazzo del Tè at Mantua contains an image of a nude Psyche with her back to us. The print would have been in circulation in Rome during the time that Fontana was living there. Mantovana died in Rome in 1612, 2 years before Fontana herself. It would not be their first collaboration, as Fontana's painting of Saint Jerome is also related to Mantovana's print. Finally, in terms of other possible interpretations, I must disagree with Fiore that the Minerva could be a historiated portrait of Fontana's recently deceased 14-year-old daughter, Laodomia. That would have been a bit too scandalous in the papal Rome of the 16th century and the Counter-Reformation, as would be a literal self-portrait of the artist, as mentioned earlier. It was one thing to revel in the power of Venus to charm the viewer with her nude body, a body that you as a female artist created with your intimate knowledge of the female form from the inside out, an active spectator and creator of this degree of sensuality. But it was quite another to identify oneself literally naked on the canvas for all to see. Cardinal Gabriele Paleotti of Bologna wrote an entire work, Discorso sopra le immagini sacre e profane, in 1582, telling artists of the day exactly how to and how not to paint during the Counter-Reformation climate. His advice for artists included a dictate to avoid using recognizable historiated portraits in religious paintings. Cardinal Paleotti was certainly one of Fontana's mentors, as he had close contact with her father, and also as was also the naturalist Ulysses Aldrovandi. So to conclude, how do we then reconcile all of this with Cardinal Scipione Borghese's nude Minerva dressing or undressing? Certainly, simply because we can detect a preference for male bodies and male companionships in the archival sources doesn't mean that the patron has no interest at all in the aesthetic of the female nude. However, I would like to posit that it does perhaps open up the possibility, finally, that the painting was at least in part also for the enjoyment of, in addition to others, the female artist herself, based on her own skill in replicating this extremely important classical form, which has always been the apex of the male artist's virtuosity and power to move the viewer from the time of Praxiteles and that Vedance of Cneidos. Herein lies Pliny's proof. The ancient writer Pliny relates the wonderful tale to his audience that the statue of the Cneidos had such a powerful erotic pull on the viewer's senses that one day a young boy remained in the temple, he locked himself in, to be alone with her, and he left a trace of his presence. In the morning, a stain of love was found on the statue. Praxiteles would have appreciated Fontana's Minerva Venus, no less powerful because she was by a female hand or a donesca mano. And if I may borrow a quote to close from the great art historian Vera Fortunati, who discussed Fontana's relationship with the Persian ambassador and his appreciation for Fontana, through the words of Giulio Mancini from the period, he wrote that the Persian ambassador parlava volentierissimo e vedeva con grandissimo gusto questa signora. So he spoke voluntarily of her and with great gusto and great pleasure. And then Fortunati will close saying, "E non è lecito dire di più." And, it's not decent to say much more than that, but although we have tried. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. So next is Professor Juliet Simpson. Juliet Simpson is full professor of art history, Center for Arts, Memory and Communities, Coventry University in United Kingdom, and she has been following us since the beginning, and also as such she is part of the board, scientific board of the series Women and Gender in the Arts. The series reports is been publishing for this conference, and Professor Simpson, and she has an endless curriculum, so it's really an honor and a pleasure to present you. I can say she is an internationally recognized expert in art and visual culture on the long 19th century and 20th centuries. Her research, teaching, and curatorial interests focus on how perceptions and meanings of art shape national and transnational cultural identities and values. She has published and lectured widely on the fin de siècle, art and cosmopolitan artistic exchange, French art, and art criticism of the long 19th and early 20th centuries. She has been also just going to, the most important, if I can say, current works, explored how we image, retrieve, and reinvent personal and collective cultural memory, text, via object, text, sites, and monuments, and the reception and the reinvention of Northern Gothic and Renaissance visual cultures, including in collection, receptions, in transnational recreation and modern contemporary art. Professor Simpson is also director of Lancaster's Research Gallery, Coventry University. International awards and major collaboration include as visiting professor of art history and cultural memory, University of Amsterdam, visiting scholar in conjunction with the Leverhulme Research Fellowship, Wolfson College, University of Oxford. She is academic advisor, Department of Art, Philosophy and Cultural Heritage at Free University Berlin, principal advisor, partner, British Council, Venice Biennale Fellowships Program, a fellow of the Royal Society of Arts. Professor Simpson chairs an international research project on reception and identity of Northern Gothic art in the long 19th century. She is currently curating an international exhibition, Gothic Modern Munkt Kolowitz, as a senior guest curator and principal project lead with Berlin Alte Nationale Galerie, Finnish National Gallery Ateneum, and international museum partners for an international touring exhibition 23-24. Thanks for coming here. And she has served also as keynote speaker for the conference 2 years ago. So she will be presenting a paper titled Nude Ambition in Man's World, Henrietta Ray and Reimagining the Artist's Gaze, 1880s and 1900s. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Consuelo. Incredibly generous welcome. I would just say that Gothic Modern, our Berlin partner, went to Vienna. That was a good promotion, and we basically have Gothic Modern showing at Albertina at present, and it is there until the 11th of January. So if you happen to be there, it's well worth the trip. Thank you so much, Consuelo and Adelina, for this marvelous opportunity, for this invitation, for bringing us all together, this extremely potent and timely theme. Yet again, I feel honored and privileged to be here and to meet so many colleagues, both who we've known, but also new colleagues as well, as we grow this very important and network and all that is now stemming from it. So I'm going to be talking about nude ambition in a man's world, and Patricia Rocco and I did not talk, but there is a remarkable relationship of continuity, which I can assure you was not planned. In 1889, A Woman's Life published an essay titled How to Succeed as an Artist by the successful, then very successful, woman artist Henrietta Ray. Her dates are 1859 to 1928. And it was subtitled, Miss Henrietta Ray Gives Some Valuable Advice. And the article opens with a pithy recommendation to women, never to become artists at all. Contrary, however, to her advice, Ray not only pushed formidable barriers of gender, social, and professional status that faced women artists in the 19th century, she was one of very few women at that time to take on the prized subject of the male artistic tradition, that is, the female nude, and in doing so to take on the male dominance within that tradition. So what I'd like to do in this paper is shed some insights and new light on Ray and her contemporaries in their neglected efforts at this time as artist creators to re-own and more to re-see women through and beyond their mythological, biblical, and gendered frames. And in fact, the genesis of this paper is marked by two paintings, Lavinia Fontana's Mars and Venus, which we've just seen, and Emma Giagiotti's Venus of 1867, that which was shown in Roma Petrici the sensational exhibition here in Rome last autumn, both of which, as we have heard, are arguably unprecedented, even audacious in depicting bold, sensually aware Venuses that appear to behold us. And indeed, Giagiotti's Venus, which brings me into my time frame, may be reminiscent in pose and attributes, of course, of important Renaissance precedents, notably Titian's Venus of Urbino. Yet this alert, red-haired, sensual Venus who engages our gaze makes no obvious appeal to 19th century Raphaelesque or classical tastes. Rather, her treatment updates the vision in a Venus who disconcerts by her very contemporaneity, by the unveiled awareness of her look. And so, in turn, are the tantalizing questions for this paper. How does the artist, who is a woman, here in Giagiotti's case, look at and re-own the female body, the female nude, as subject, and not just as subject, but as creative agency? What are the barriers, symbolic and actual, that control the nature and access to that artistic looking? And particularly when the artistic looking here involves us in a liminal territory of pleasurable and erotic looking at the female nude body. And how, if at all, does the artist who is a woman of the female nude challenge, even reshape the mythological, sexual, and represented ideal? So, to turn to my focus then, the late 19th century artist Henrietta Ray's nudes, Ray's case, neglected in art history, opens very specific insights, which are arguably mold-breaking for their time, into how women navigated canons of artistic power to build an artistic reputation, which in Ray's case is created almost entirely by her painting of female nudes. And we have to say that what is quite remarkable about Ray is that she's occupying also that very particular power space in the 1880s and 1890s, which is the space of the academic and the academically trained artist. And she is crossing over into other more progressive, independent exhibiting spaces, but she is forging her career within the mainstream academic tradition. So in the context of prevailing taste in late 19th century art and practices, her choice of subjects, as shown by her Abacanti, and her rise to visibility appear unusual, even extraordinary. The nude, that darling of the modern artist, as Baudelaire opined in 1846, had fueled a widespread taste and specifically a market for mythological and loosely classicized treatments of the female body to a point of fetishization. And I think this is extremely well demonstrated by the much commented on Alexandre Cabanel's The Birth of Venus, and of course mirrored in British art by William Etty, who is almost entirely a painter of these eroticized nudes, which very much invite from the viewer the kind of the voyeuristic gaze. And as is very well documented, these scopic regimes, if I can, borrow that expression from Martin Jay, with their focus on the female nude as a site of masculine dominance and scopic control, by the late 19th century, permeated academic, but also more avant-garde treatments. And this is, of course, the classicized nude body of woman that has become the eroticized ideal. Indeed, for an artist such as Ray, the obstacles to navigating these regimes of male construction and viewing were formidable. It raises a key issue as to whether her choice of subjects makes her, as an artist, complicit with dominant male norms, or more intriguingly and salient for my discussion, actually an exception to them. In fact, Ray's rise to artistic recognition, although it's remarkable by late 19th century Victorian standards, is not entirely exceptional, even within our milieu. She was admitted to the Royal Academy Schools in 84, just the year before she painted a Bacchante. She followed trailblazing artists, and notably the young woman, and do apologize for the grainy images. It's a marker indeed of the archival work that is just being done, that we have so few proper digitized photographic images of our authors. You know, we know them by their works, but we do not see them. So here we have Louisa Starr, 1865, was one of the very first women to be admitted to the Royal Academy Schools, then absolutely a bastion for male training, and she painted male nudes. So interestingly, Ray does have precedence. But the Royal Academy by the 1880s had encouraged the study of live models as well as rigorous live drawing, and there Ray trained under the tutelage of Frederick Leighton, which proved transformative for Ray and also the group of artists that also came into the Royal Academy at that time. At this time, only the Académie Colarossi in Paris allowed women similar access to live nude models. So we also have to think of training and artist training in the late 19th century as a very important way in which women could start to create opportunities for viewing that really began to made incursions into environments seen as specifically the domain of men. The Royal Academy's progressive teaching environment, in effect, launched Ray's artistic career, and she self-styled herself at that time, not as a lady artist, but as a working artist. So there's an interesting intersection with class working here. Yet it is her debut works, A Bacchante, of 1885, followed by her well-traveled Eurydice, Sinking Back to Hades, that proved to be Ray's breakthrough. A Bacchante, and more potently perhaps Eurydice, established the key markers of Ray's novel, I would argue, increasingly distinctive approach to and lens on the mythological female nude. The treatment in A Bacchante, with its sensuous, as you can see, full frontal nymph's body, the breasts tilted towards the viewer, shows Ray's depth to the ideal female types and the pictorial tropes favored by Leighton and George Watts. And we see here, of course, the fully exposed breasts, fully frontally to the viewer in Watts's Bacchante. But with Eurydice, Sinking Back to Hades, Ray strikes new ground. And I think what is most striking here is her concentration on the drama of the sole nude protagonist, Eurydice. This contrasts with treatments of the myth popularized by Leighton. We see his earlier work here, notable in this respect is Orpheus and Eurydice. And Ray's painting, as we can see, excludes the more dominant figure of Orpheus, and therefore this oppositional play of bodily strength, masculine, to victimhood, feminine, which is in fact amplified, we can see here in the Frederick Watts version, the 1880 version. Rather, Ray exploits the occulted lens in her earlier Bacchante to reinforce a view of Eurydice and how we look at her that communicates an idea of her resilience. Eurydice's nude body, shown in part three-quarter view, is neither titillating, and again, if we put her in alongside one of Cabanel's nymphs, she's not titillating, she's not desperately yielding to her underworld fate. By altering the visual symbolic attributes that code Eurydice's plight, she's being dragged back to the underworld bodily, which is quite obviously a subject of scopic interest and desire at this time. She appears nude, but also in effect naked. And Ray changes Eurydice's posture to heighten such effects as implied bodily strength, as the tensile arc of her torso, her semi-crouched thighs, making her nudity into an image of resistance, not of fallen victim. So it's, in other words, it's bodily, the nude here expressing a kind of bodily agency, inviting another mode of seeing. Indeed, the distinctiveness of Ray's treatment of Eurydice did not escape critics' attention or visibility at the time. Both Agabajanti and Eurydice were exhibited at the Royal Academy in 1885 and 1886. And they show Ray's ambition to stake out a path of recognition as a leading artist of female nude subjects in the essentially conservative, male-dominated space of the Royal Academy. That Eurydice's first showing drew, I quote, considerable attention is confirmed by her biographer, later Arthur Fish, in 1893, and subsequently she was exhibited at the Paris 1889 Exposition Universelle, and then in 1893 at the Chicago World's Columbian Exhibition, and following on again back to London at the Doré Gallery in 1895. So it is evident from the painting's exposure, this is Eurydice, and continued mobility, that the heightened critical interest it drew stemmed precisely from the suggestiveness of Ray's way of looking at Eurydice as both familiar, in some degree normative and hegemonic, and contradictory. Indeed, this is demonstrable in the response of an extensive 1893 review of Ray's painting in the Ateneum in London, which, while praising Ray's courage in dealing with unadorned, read naked beauty, heaped censure on her model's attenuation and, I quote, strained and disagreeable pose. So we might see Ray's treatment then in such works as Abajanti and the much noticed Eurydice sinking back to Hades as to some extent conforming to hegemonic late 19th century artistic tastes, tropes, and markets for mythological female nude. But while Ray doesn't overturn their underpinning cultural or symbolic structures, her Eurydice subtly changes the codes of seeing and meaning, challenging perceptions that her nude body merely inverts the male gaze in another stereotypical construct. For a start, Ray's paintings do not deal in voyeurism or in creating a kind of quasi-pornographic spectacle, yet they are intriguingly erotic. And it's to this idea and to Ray's appeal to other viewing circuits that I shall now turn in the final part of this paper. So we have her, what has been described as her fairy painting, her Zephyrus wooing Flora of 1888, and then this huge work, Psyche at the Throne of Venus of 1894, which has been very recently shown in 2024 at Tate Britain. She takes her individual lens on Eurydice further to develop a vision of the mythological female nude as within Ray's control to reimagine, consume, and transform. The Zephyrus wooing Flora was first shown at the Royal Academy in 1888, and then again in Liverpool at the Walker Art Gallery Autumn Exhibition. And it indicates that by 1888, Ray was making serious inroads now into an artistic territory seen as male and becoming noticed for it. Like her Eurydice, Ray's figure of the nude Flora is unusual in its almost attenuated, strained pose. We might not see it as strained now, but it was read to the eyes of 1880s and 1890s critic as a highly strained body. Like her Eurydice, similarly, she's not adorned except for the thin rose garlands which loosely circle her neck and thighs, and there is a strategic diaphanous drape which is veiling Zephyrus's lower torso. Once again here, the treatment of nudity ostensibly adopts tropes of the eroticizing male gaze as bodies to be looked at. Yet Flora's luminous straining body, and we can see that there is a tensed line that runs through her back to her neck and her tilting head. Her arm is reaching up towards to touch Zephyrus as his arm reaches down in an interlace with hers. This evokes an eroticism which is both potently ecstatic and tender. Indeed, while these figures appear demure, they embody, I would argue, a kind of awkward vitality. In short, Ray turns her almost naked flora here from an image of erotic exposure or voyeuristic fantasy to suggestively claim for her creation the amorously agentive woman of her gaze. Savirus wooing flora again drew considerable attention when it was exhibited at 1888, and a lengthy review of Ray's paintings in the Ateneum, if patronizing, commended, I quote, the interesting illustration of a lady's skill in painting nudity, and it added an amorous subject, even putting Ray's painting on a par with Bronzino's Venus and Cupid. And I think we can see the kind of symmetry going on here, but also that fact, that extension of the possibility of a female artist to be able to own this idea of an amorous looking, which I think is problematic in the treatment, but it's also a very interesting one. So in Liverpool, Ray's works, when it was exhibited, vied with these giant works, this one by Leighton, The Captive Andromache, and here, right up against this great big blockbuster of a piece by Samson, by Solomon, The Monumental Samson, but Ray also gained significant press coverage alongside these huge grand machines. And it's proof, really, absolutely from the critical commentaries that she was holding her own in overwhelmingly male company as a professional, ambitious painter of nudes. Indeed, Ray's flora, like her Eurydice, personifies her incursion now into a traditional masculine environment. It's a space she would continue to enlarge with her monumental mythologies, notably her huge Psyche at the Throne of Venus, which was the centerpiece of the 1895 Royal Academy exhibition. So she's moving from exhibitor margins, exhibitor to centerpiece. And then in her 1909, and this is on the right, on your right here, the Hylas, her Hylas and the water nymphs. Again, these later nudes evince a similar reflexive humanness as in her 1880s works. In their large, somewhat theatrical tableau, the figures appear posed, and yet here in Hylas are relaxed, as if kind of parodying the late 19th century cult of mythological spectacle. What is more, Ray's 1909 Hylas here is striking for its more embodied treatment of Hylas's rescue than in Waterhouse's 1896 version. Here, Ray paints nymphs that look like women, albeit idealized, but they look like women. They don't appear as the infantile types, as Waterhouse depicts them, but as Victorian models, perhaps consciously playing the role of mythological beings. And this appeal to other modes and economies of viewing and seeing, and Ray's resistance to kind of gender dictates, brings me to my final concluding part. And this is the agency of Ray's nudes in creating and exploiting the idea of a market for women artists and collectors of nudes. So Ray's artistic career, which is built in effect on challenging a male monopoly of painting nudes, taps into hidden art markets. And I think this is a very, there's a very intriguing line of new development here in the way that Ray is strategizing the idea of the increasing visibility of Victorian women in the late 19th century art world as art consumers and collectors, as well as viewers. Her determination to be recognized in the most authoritative showcases for art makes her a leading example, for example, of how artist studios, the networks, and such newer exhibition spaces as the Society of Female Artists, which had been founded in the 1850s, but was much more active by the late 19th century, and in particular the Grosvenor Gallery in 1877, opened opportunities for women alongside their male counterparts to forge reputations, cultivate patrons, and most specifically for our interest, expand viewers. As a number of art historians pointed out, the design of the Grosvenor Gallery, with its intimate displays, silk and damask wall coverings, its Liberty draperies, and its oriental rugs, mirrored tastes in fin de siècle's ideas of feminine spaces, explicitly to target women audiences, artists, and art patrons. Yet Ray is striking in seeking to extend the reach of her work, and she exhibits with the Grosvenor Gallery, as we can see here in her azaleas, alongside this fascinating figure who is part of the Grosvenor group, who we hear all too little about, Maria Spartali Stillman, of her Madonna Pietra della Scrovegna of 1884. Ray is moving at this point between her studio in Holland Park, which she's sharing with her husband, the painter Ernest Norman, and many visitors who happen to be men, including Watts and Leighton. But she's then working across to the Grosvenor Gallery, where she's exhibiting here with Maria Spartali Stillman and Evelyn de Morgan, and showcasing works like azaleas that are experimenting beyond academic tastes and tapping into more suggestive aesthetic movement interests. Even so, that Ray's work was also prominently exhibited and seen in the far more conservative Burlington House and Royal Academy galleries, especially her large-scale mythological nudes, positions her work as a daring model, a trailblazer, no less, for contemporary women. So again, we're seeing how the company and proximity of this world, the story of Ray and her contemporaries that we don't see in the Burne-Jones and Leighton and other stories, but here they are, sharing worlds and visual languages which are remarkably interactive and developmental. But here she is also working again on these large-scale nudes. We'll go further in conceiving Ray's paintings there, 1885 Eurydice, as both creating and curating a specific new kind of viewing environment in the late 19th century Victorian art world. This is one in which her nudes could be seen, looked at, and read by other agentive women as projections of female desire, resilience, strength, and in this monumental work, Psyche and Venus, of power. Her organisation and curation of the women's artist displays for the 1897 Victorian exhibition at Earl's Course is a demonstrable case in point. Some artists chose not to be included at that time in this all-woman exhibition, yet as the Woman's Signal magazine put it, Ray's persuasive authority to bring to attention a key group, including the work of the war artist, Elizabeth Butler, and other active, if neglected, figures that include the suffragist Anna Alma Tadema. We see her self-portrait here. Ray's goal to transform the spaces and subjects for women's visibility as artists. So it has taken until 2024 and the exhibition at Tate Britain, Now You See Us, to begin to rediscover the work of Ray and her immediate contemporaries. Yet there is much more that needs to be done to redress the salient contributions of this female gaze in the late 19th century art world and beyond. Henrietta Ray's prominence within British and international art circles as both curator and artist of her mythic nude figures offers fresh insights into the expanding mobility and perspectives of women as artists in the late 19th century, newly able to traverse artistic spaces and worlds, both male and female. Like Ray's mythic figures, Eurydice and Flora, on their emblematic travels, cultural and political, is the bold potential Ray and artists to move from galleries in London to Liverpool, Paris to Chicago in their expanding regimes of viewing and seeing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Juliet. So we go to the last talk of the first session, afternoon session. And yeah, we are. So Suzanne. Yes, no, I was missing your biography. Susan Scanlon. She lives in Providence and is currently visiting assistant professor in the Department of Fine Arts at Trinity College in Hartford, Connecticut. Her research centers on women as artists, patrons, and collectors from Renaissance through the modern period. From 2004, Scanlon taught in the Department of Theory and History of Art and Design at RISD, which stands for
The Rhode Island School of Design.
Thank you. Her monograph, Esther Pressoir, a modern woman's painters, was published by Land Humphreys in 2024. Previous works include Divine and Demoniac Imagery at Tor de Specchi. That's a beautiful convent of the Francesca Romana followers, 1400-1500, Religious Women and Art in the 15th Century Rome, a book I loved a lot. And she co-authored the article, Death Did Not Become Her, Unconventional Women, the Problem of Female Commemoration in Early Modern Rome, won the prize for Best Article from Early Modern Women in Interdisciplinary Journal. In 2024, Scanlon co-curated the exhibition of works by Esther Pressoir for Rhode Island School Museum and the Providence Ateneum. So Susan Scanlon is delivering a paper, The Art of Disrobing, Intimacy and Performativity, as imagined by Esther Estelle Pressoir. Welcome.
Great, thank you. I just want to say thank you also to Consuelo and Adelina for inviting me to be here this year. I don't know why it took me 5 years to get here, but I'm here, and I don't think you can get rid of me now. I'm glad to have met this community and be part of the conversation. Thank you. Okay. So, a lithograph titled Artist and Model by the American modernist painter and printmaker Esther Estelle Pressoir, who I guarantee you've never heard of, is a study in seeing and being seen, scrutiny and interpretation. In it, an artist swathed in a jacquard coat and matching turban puts the finishing touches on a portrait of her model. The setting is a domestic interior furnished with a cupboard, table, and a braided rug that draws us into the scene like a churning whirlpool. 2 upholstered armchairs have been pushed together, creating the appearance of a settee or tete-a-tete chair to encourage intimate conversation between a pair of sitters. Other paired items, pictures, curtains, books strewn on the floor, also signify domestic coupling. The portrait on the easel looks like a distortion of the rather elegant model, brought to life by the artist as she smudges a bulbous nose, protruding cheekbones, and fleshy lips onto the canvas with her bare hand. While the figure in the portrait gazes at the artist studies her sitter across the room. The model's eyes are large and mesmerizing, lined with black, inky lashes. She sits patiently upright, book on her lap, and attempts to balance on alarmingly slender ankles and tiny shoes. Pressoir grants simultaneous access to the 3 figures rendered in this scene solely to the viewer. Within the frame, the canvas and easel create a barrier between artist and model, though the canvas is strictly under the control of the artist as she shapes and reshapes her subject. Here, Pressoir endeavored to reconcile multiple perspectives in a singular vision, leaving the viewer to draw the line between life and artifice. Esther Pressoir grew up in the industrial city of Woonsocket, Rhode Island, the daughter of a French-Canadian foreman at a textile mill and a homemaker from Philadelphia, where Esther was born. She won a state scholarship to the Rhode Island School of Design, now RISD, the acronym, graduating from the Department of Freehand Drawing and Painting in 1923. She quickly moved, or one might say fled, from Providence to the bohemian enclaves of Provincetown, Massachusetts, and Greenwich Village, New York, where she studied painting and printmaking. She cut her hair into a fashionable bob and took up smoking. She was always smoking, it seems. I'm always horrified by that middle photograph of the cigarette dangling precariously over her palate. She was a new woman and a self-proclaimed feminist.
A torn snapshot of an early charcoal figure by Pressoir, and here we have the academic study that you just heard about in Juliette's talk, on the left, demonstrates not only her proficiency in life drawing, but also that strictures prohibiting women from drawing from the live nude model had been lifted in the US by the time she entered RISD in the autumn of 1919. Life drawing classes were still separated by gender, however, at the Art Students League, where Pressoir studied through the 1920s. Like many young artists, Pressoir struggled to pay for courses at the League, so she modeled for life drawing classes in lieu of tuition and to supplement scholarship funds for purchasing studio materials and supplies. Here on the right, we see Esther sitting on a model's block, wearing only a beaded necklace and a single bangle bracelet on each of her wrists. Her gaze is inward and pensive, as if she is unaware of the viewer. It's likely that this picture is what was known as a reference photo. Such photos were typically not taken during actual life drawing sessions. This pose would be impossible to hold for any length of time, but rather to capture a model's pose for future study and use in the studio. A reverse image of an ink study of a nude model drawn by Pressoir is displayed on an easel in the background, mirroring her pose in the studio. By including her own work in the photo, she effectively recasts the framing of the scene to encompass two facets of herself. Here, then, we see Pressoir in her roles as both student artist and artist model, which afforded her a multifaceted perspective on rendering the figure and enhancing her understanding of the body as subject. By the mid-1920s, Pressoir was restless, she often was, and eager to venture beyond the States. The watercolor on the left, made in Provincetown, is emblematic of her evolving aesthetic, as she experimented with, acquired, discarded, and reshaped the rich variety of techniques and methods she encountered during her formative years at RISD and in New York. In the animated gestural sketch on the right, Pressoir calls herself Ye Flapper, pledging her allegiance to fashion trends that afforded women physical mobility and freedom. Esther, as Flapper, adopts a wide stance with unlaced black button boots pulled over her red silk stockings. She fuses men's and women's wear in her ensemble, wearing a black necktie and jacket over a slim white dress and emphasizing her slender hips with a crimson sash. A fluttering blue scarf and feather completed her outfit, framing her angular face and rouged cheeks. The picture aptly embodies Esther as restless garçon, yearning for fresh challenges. So she capped off her formal education by making an unprecedented and wildly improbable 12,000-kilometer bicycle trip from, it's another story, truly, from Northwest France to Rome in 1927. Precipitated in her recounting by a dare from fellow ASL students, Pressoir recounted, quote, "Before I knew what was happening, I found I had committed myself to live on $400 for the next 6 months, during which time I was to dip into no less than 9 countries. Amidst a lot of good-natured jibing, I shook off the dust of New York and departed," end quote. Indeed, dipping into 9 countries, Esther studied both the old masters and work by contemporary artists, particularly in Paris and Munich, where she spent 6 weeks studying lithography. She literally made the Grand Tour on a bicycle, the only way she could afford to do it. It's amazing. Her travel journals survive as well. So that's, yes. I won't, stay on track. It was during this trip that Pressoir developed her expressionistic style, which often straddled figuration and abstraction. In the over 600 drawings she brought back to the States, she honed an economy of line and vision that would define her work for decades, particularly in her rendering of the female nude. Pressoir's numerous pictures of women range from nude studies to portraits of fashionably dressed subjects. Page after page of drawings show nude models in a variety of poses from multiple angles as she continued to work out the complexities of portraying the body in space. Yet unlike her academic works that called for accuracy in proportion, modeling, and shading, these depictions are rendered in a distinctly modern mode, emphasizing line, shape, and swaths of color to breathe life into the figure. We can draw a dividing line between Pressoir's academic studies of nude models posed in a studio such as those we see here, and those that portray or evoke lived experience in a private domestic setting. It's here in this latter category where we can map Pressoir's developing sensibilities and where I would argue she casts a decidedly female gaze. For example, in this etching, which Esther titled The French Blonde, we see a less demure and more provocative presentation of her subject. With hands on her hips, the figure's bent arms and splayed thighs form a voluptuous hourglass shape. The thatch of her dark pubic hair connotes the center of the picture and stands in stark contrast with the mass of blonde curls piled on her head. She sits on a soft bed or cushion with a pillow tossed to one side, gazing at someone or something beyond the frame. Short pulsating marks around her head indicate electric vitality radiating from her person. The dynamic energy embodied by the French blonde moves this figure from a passive object of delectation to an unabashed subject with desires of her own. Perhaps more tantalizing than nudity, however, is the state of undress. Undressing is performative, a liminal state of possibility. Whether enacted for oneself or someone else, peeling off one's clothes to reveal the body is a sensuous, sometimes ritualized, often seductive event. As such, a person disrobing stands on the threshold between the social artifice and armor of dress and the luxurious intimacy of domesticity, the space I want to explore in the rest of this paper. In the small pen and ink self-portrait on the left, we see Esther's verve and haste in the lines marking the contours of her body. She's seated on the edge of an unmade bed, naked from the waist up. She holds her skirt around her knees, suspended between a half slip and one unbuckled black shoe. Whether she's pulling the skirt on or off is left to the viewer's imagination as she peers from the page. A fuzzy snapshot on the right, and I apologize, this is a photograph of a very bad photograph, found in Pressoir's studio, shows that she made an oil painting based on this drawing. Unfortunately, we don't know where the painting is at this point. In it, Esther is nude, but for the bunched up green skirt she pulls up over her knees. Her cheeks are flushed. The warm tones of her flesh overshadow the cool blues and grays of the tussled sheets. The drawing and subsequent painting, Pressoir grants us access to an intimate moment in her home, transported beyond the professional space of the studio and into the realm of lived experience. Harkening back to traditional paintings of the reclining female nude, we've seen many of those today, particularly those that depicted Venus sleeping, Pressoir offers a foreshortened view of an unidentified woman. Exhausted, she lies on her back and sinks into a floral patterned bed cover. Her head lolls dreamily to one side. The soft contours of her hips, belly, and pubis are highlighted in hatched lines, and her long legs extend beyond the frame. She holds her hand to her head in a gesture that is both contemplative and quiet. Historically, images of a nude woman reclining on soft grass or satiny linens set an erotic charge for the viewer. I just saw that. Pressoir's sleeping goddess takes things a step further. Her clothing is scrunched haphazardly around her bare legs. Her stockings hastily roll down to suggest ardor and sexual fulfillment. The viewer's perspective is from the edge of the bed, close, immediate, private, familiar. We're invited to imagine the moments leading up to or following the scene. The only thing missing is a smoldering cigarette. Perhaps one was dangling from Esther's lips as she put pen to paper. Esther Pressoir made scores of pictures of her longtime muse and lover, a woman she identified only as Florita, could be a nickname, sometimes also calling her dancer from Harlem or girl from Harlem. Oil paintings, watercolors, drawings, and prints of Florita recovered from Esther's studio after she died in 1986 are a testament to the tender familiarity of a lasting bond. They also capture what she felt and saw and knew through the reverberations of her own body, laying claim to a biracial lesbian relationship that was dangerous to make public in 1920s America. In one of Pressoir's more arresting drawings, Florita appears as if in suspended animation. She kneels almost reverentially, her head is slightly bowed and her eyes are closed. Her figure consumes the space of the page as she lifts a sheer garment above her waist. Hastily dashed off squiggles denote the dark shadow and hair between Florita's thighs. A line denoting one shoulder and the curve of a single breast appear connected to her ear. There's a breathless quality to this drawing, signaling a moment of tension between surrender and anticipation. Pressoir depicted many such moments in her daily life with Florita, ranging from a series of quick sketches scratched on dime store notepads to more finished works like the small etching left of Florita yawning, and the ink and wash drawing of Florita reclining in bed, gazing back at Esther on the right. It's worth noting that this etching was made, the etching on the left, was made as a very limited edition and is the size of a postcard, suggesting intimate viewing at close range. Pressoir made other etchings like this. The French Blonde was one of them, and also collected similar works by women friends. It's unlikely that these prints were meant to be framed or displayed. Rather, they appear to be collectible or made as gifts or for exchange between women. And as Juliet just pointed out, I think this is another avenue, these exchanges between women, images that women made specifically for gift giving or exchange with other women. I think that's one thing I want to think about with these prints in particular. Though Pressoir exhibited and sold pictures of Florita over 4 prolific decades working in New York, she kept this painting in her studio all her life. In this oil portrait, Florita sits on a wooden chair and disrobes, pulling a white chemise over her head as she prepares to sink into a warm bath. The curve of her back mirrors the bent brown wood of the chair, which both frames Florita's body and, upon first glance, almost doubles as a second set of arms akimbo. Water splashes from a spigot, filling the porcelain tub behind her. The space of the painting is flattened and the perspective vertiginous, with the chair, Florita's body, and the bathtub shown from incongruous angles. While Florita is rendered somewhat naturalistically, the tub, floorboards, and wall are suggested through geometric shape and line. The color palette is a mix of the warm red and brown tones of Florita's skin, juxtaposed with the greenish water and steely blue base of the tub. Here, Florita appears with eyes wide open, yet inscrutable. In an early nude self-portrait, Pressoir depicted herself bathing in the same tub, sponging her neck as if to cool off. Her hair is arranged in soft waves, with traces of gray beginning to appear at her roots and temples. Her lipstick matches the red lacquered fingernails that she draws dreamily back and forth across the surface of the water. She dabs her neck and shoulders with a soft cloth and gazes sidelong at someone across the room. In this painting, Pressoir laid herself bare in an unflinching presentation of her body. This is a far cry from the idealized nude, showing her belly rolls, lolling breasts, and modeled thighs. She modeled her flesh in streaks of salmon and pale pink pigment, with an occasional splotch of red reflecting her lips and fingernails. Shadows defining the contours of her body are cast in smoky gray hues. Here, the tub encircles Esther's body as the water reflects and refracts her form. And as with the portrait of Florita, Esther kept this painting until she died in 1986. The theme of women bathing or preparing for a bath has long been a staple of Western art, as we've seen. From the sultry goddesses and frolicking nymphs of mythology splashing in crystalline ponds, to the elders of the Old Testament leering at the unsuspecting chaste Susanna, scenes of private bathing provided a voyeuristic vehicle for male exhibition, maybe exploitation, of the female nude. Here, the gaze is not one of being outside looking in, but rather of being inside looking within. Distance is collapsed in Pressoir's intimate views of herself and of Florita, perhaps best described as a kind of trusting, if subversive, familiarity where we as viewers are invited to look. This is a space where artifice dissolves and experience moves in. A space wherein women are witnessed by one another and in turn claim the power of seeing and being seen through a uniquely female gaze. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Suzanne. So the first afternoon session is concludes, and that's room for some questions. Yes, Shivam.
Thank you. Just wanted to say. Yeah? Okay. So first of all, thank you for this fascinating panel. Just wanted to address Patricia, because I felt that what you said, just wanted to reinforce it because it really resonated. The fact that you claimed that she painted these Minerva and Venus and Mars to celebrate her own artistic achievements. And I thought it connected so well with her earlier Judith paintings, where she feels the need to present herself with an armor as a warrior dressed to navigate her way in a man's profession. And then it feels like such a nice climax of her career where she can paint the goddess of war naked and just celebrate femininity without the need to feel like she is this warrior in this arena of art, the art world. So yeah, just.
Patricia, just hold on a minute because without the microphone we cannot hear you. Okay.
Yeah, that's a wonderful observation. Thank you. I would say also because at that point, in a way, she had kind of made it. She had spent most of her life in Bologna, and she wasn't able to leave until after her father passed away because she was also his assistant. But in Rome, she was fortunate enough to work for the Pope. So that was about as high. I mean, it's the same thing that Michelangelo was able to do. So for a woman artist with the restrictions of the period, which were great, to get that far, to paint a portrait of the Pope, to be asked to paint the portrait of the Persian ambassador as a favor to the Pope, I think must have been a grand satisfaction for her. So I think she certainly took her own personal pleasure, I think, in these things. And it's great that we can now say these things. Right?
I want just to add something about what you're saying, Patricia. When you were talking, it came to my mind documents I found a long time ago, and then I passed down to Vera Fortunati here in Rome. I'm talking of probably 20 or some years ago, and that was the testament of Ottaviano Mascarino. So yes, it's something which has been still kind of not hidden, but not as used or interpreted as it should be, because Ottaviano Mascarino in his final willings says, I'm giving this to this, I'm giving this to that, blah, 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 blah. And right midway through the testament is saying, and voglio dare a Donna Lavinia Fontana tutti I miei disegni. So we're talking of architectural drawings. So no, we're not talking of, nudes or so. But, and I was just trying again to dots, and because Diana Ghisi, she was married to an architect, Francesco da Volterra, and it's still the documents are not found, but she ran or had a school of architecture. So I think that this kind of awareness that Lavinia is showing, also, putting on display the nudes, it was a way to remark the status she had reached, because she was very close to Ottaviano Mascarino in the kind of male dominant world, correct? So I don't know, it was a reflection. But she dared to, because the painting of Mars and Venus is probably the most offset, because it's pretty much something on our perception could be done by a man than by a woman, no? Because it's a sexual harassment. There is no way. So I think that we are all, we will agree about that. So it's, again, it's just that I'm thinking aloud, but just try to put together these kind of networks and how she got in touch with the Scipione Borghese. Because on the other side, Lavinia, we know very well, she was participating to a kind of secret society, religious secret society. She was very religious. She devoted herself to family, work, and this compagnia. And so how could we explain that painting if not as she was really saying, okay, I'm equal to? I don't know, it's just... something to reflect upon, nothing more than that.
I think the professional satisfaction, the pride in having reached this point is one of the best, I think, explanations. It doesn't mean there aren't others, but I think at this point, we don't have these examples from many other artists. I know Sheila Barker also has meditated a lot on this for Artemisia, and it's a slightly later time period, slightly different patrons, but it's a similar idea. She's come to similar conclusions. You don't know exactly, but imagine that now Lavinia is working even before this tradition, and also with the weight of the Counter-Reformation and Pagliotti and the Pope on her shoulders. So I think it's even bigger, in a way, almost a bigger achievement for her to reach this. I wish we had more information between Fontana and Scultori Mantovano, because they were here, and I mean, Diana Mantovano died 2 years before Fontana in 1612 and Fontana in 1614. They must have known each other. I mean, the designs, there's also the Saint Jerome that is clearly based one on the other. We don't know which one first. Also based on the Volterras, but so there's a connection between the three artists. Somehow there must be some document somewhere. Those architectural drawings, though, are a great start for digging further and trying to find more connections between them.
And then the document continues saying, when Donna Lavinia Fontana sarà morta, when Lavinia Fontana would have been died, she had to pass down the drawings to the Accademia di San Luca. But in the Academy, the drawings are not. No.
They don't exist.
Don't exist. No.
That's what I wanted to ask about the drawings. Are there? Does Fontana produce drawings for her Venus and Minerva of nudes? And if she doesn't, does she have other drawings of female nudes?
I don't know of drawings for the Minerva per se. I would ask you,
yeah,
and you, Adelina. But as far as I know, I don't know of specific drawings. There are a series of different Venuses that she was working on. There's the one with Venus and Cupid with Isabella Ruini. There's another version of the Minerva that was done that sources say may have been the other version that's in a private collection in Rome that was for someone else, because the sources say that Borghese wanted one like the other one that Madonna Lavinia had done for this other collector. So, but as of drawings, I'm not aware at the moment of those kinds of drawings. I was going to say also for Diana Mantovano, she too was at the apex, because in 1575, she was able to ask the Pope for copyright on her engravings
yeah.
because they were being taken by other male artists like Marcantonio Raimondi, and so that was pretty early for a woman to ask for copyright.
She was granted the license.
Very ballsy.
Sorry.
And another topic which I think has emerged, it connects the Juliet's and also Patricia's papers. We didn't cover it so far. It's the voyeurism, no? Because we're seeing women's gazes, but there is an aspect that we should have considered, or we have to, the voyeurism, because the Scipione Borghese was a voyeurism. So it's but not only him, also not Juliet. We're talking about Ray and all the circle around. There was, to my opinion, a voyeuristic, not on Ray's, of course, but attitudes towards the neo-Raphaelite. That's my opinion.
Do you want me to say something about that? I mean, because I think in a way, all three papers have really fascinating kind of worked not with binaries about this, with in a sense the kind of complexity of erotic looking and pleasurable looking. And I think it would be difficult to deny in Ray's work that there isn't that element of the pleasurable, and that's why I said they are really intriguingly erotic. And I think one of the spaces that she's very interestingly negotiating, and I think it comes up in Pressoir's work, is a way in which somehow we are navigating the ideal body of the woman differently. You know, this kind of hint at muscularity, this way in which there is this critical relationship with something which is called kind of this awkwardness of the position that can't be explained. It isn't like the arcing back of the cabanelle or the very, very sort of pornographic treatment of the nude. There's something dynamic and muscular. There's something about tension, about yielding and resistance in those bodies, which are really, really interesting. And it does raise the question as well as to what when she's working in the studio and she's working in the training, how her eyes are working on those bodies of the live model. And we feel the sense that the ideal nude is becoming porous in Ray's treatment to something which is personal and more experiential. It's really fascinating how she's, as I say, she doesn't tear the codes apart, but she's kind of negotiating those codes to kind of reclaim aspects of those bodies, which can be looked at as powerful and erotic and powerful at the same time.
I think I agree completely. And one of the things that so Pressoir, and I only showed you, I think, one or two self-portraits, but her self-portraits become increasingly muscular, literally, but it's almost like she just wants to really explode that, or just push out of that, idealized nude. And I think of early, because there are very few, nude self-portraits. I mean, Suzanne Valadon as Eve, right? And Florine Stettheimer but they're still very much in that kind of, Venus mode. And yes. Yeah.
We cannot hear from you.
No, but I think that's right. And I think that this is what she's really, really working on and playing with, is how to, it's how to push beyond that, just very simply. And it's, I think, I was talking about her, the relationship between her and Florito, which is also a really compelling part of her work. But there's a whole body of self-portraits that are just so off the traditional grid. Anyway,
it definitely wouldn't deny the voyeur aspect as well, which is why I tried very much to say that this was her desire and pleasure, and it was in addition to, and also, for the first time we could also consider that, because for her period, that would have been the great challenge, to assume that there would be any coming from the female artist herself. And if it wasn't success, if it wasn't steamy, if it wasn't erotic, then it wouldn't be the success that Pliny set up, right? That Praxiteles set up with the Cneidos, and that Pliny recounts about the tail with the stain on the statue. So.
I want to continue on with Suzanne, because when I saw these works of Estelle Pressoir, I think of Jeanne Mammon, the works in Germany. Do you know this work? No. Oh, it's because she was a lesbian too, and she was in the expressionist, associated with expressionist movement. And when she painted other women, even if they are prostitutes, it's really something different than Georges Grosz, for example. It was really another kind of gaze that she put on these women, nude or not, but they are erotics, but they are not in the same place. And it was really something, because of the style, I think something is maybe you can compare it.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's very influenced by German expressionism, number one, because she spends 6 really formative weeks in Munich, studying lithography, and it's right at that moment. So absolutely. And but right, I don't think she's making her pictures at all she's making them for other women and for herself. And not for, and she does, she's exhibiting widely in New York. She's reviewed by the New Yorker. She publishes in the New York. I mean, she's very much has this kind of more traditional path in some ways, but the works, especially what she kept for herself. And it's, I can't say for sure that they just didn't sell in her lifetime, or if she just kept them, right? I don't know. But the works that survive, and that I'm starting to know about, and if any of you know anybody, this is a project at its very early stages. She's really hidden in plain sight though, and she really did push beyond that, and her work very much seems like it was for other women. And end of story, basta così. Yeah.
Sorry. Another sort of lovely continuity between all of your papers, which was really lovely, was also the way you talked really about they negotiated the space of the gaze of their patrons, although very differently in their different times. And you've, Suzanne, sort of half answered my question about who Henrietta Ray's patrons were. But I suppose my question then is to Juliette, Patricia, in a way, because you talked about her very interestingly negotiating between this new set of agented female patrons and new spaces, kind of arts and crafts studio houses, if you like.
Yes.
So I wonder if you could talk a little bit about how she negotiated between the tension of exhibiting in these new women's only art societies versus trying to stand up against and make a space for herself within Burlington Academy, and whether there was a conflict between as sort of the developed later in this kind of otherness of the female societies as being less than.
I think it's a great question, and I think precisely as I worked on her and for this specific conference, I think she is actually unusually pivotal in this respect. It is quite clear from accounts that her own artist studio was not a place of particular peace, or it wasn't the Virginia Woolf space of later, a place of her own. She shares it with her husband, but the problem is they have drop-ins all the time, and guess who they are? It's Leighton, it's Watts, it's the other big power players. So she's not able to carve out that space where she's able to have that sort of more agentive control. The studio isn't, in a sense, the projection of her own space. So I think there's a very important way in the fact that she takes such a formidably lead role in, first of all, the determination to pursue her pathway within these much more conservative controlled spaces, and then to carve out a model of herself as mobile across these spaces, so that when she becomes, she's charged with the responsibility of leading a large section of Earl's Court in 1897. She's able to gather her contemporaries and other women, like figures that are also porously moving across these worlds. So I think in a way, creating these women's spaces are the space in which Ray actually does exert the control she doesn't even have in the studio and the artist's studio homes.
Yeah.
So that's quite an unusual circumstance. And it rather challenges or overturns the idea somehow that artist studio spaces in the late 19th century were automatically enabling for women.
Very, yeah, especially women in partnerships. I thought it very interesting legitimizing these women's only exhibitions by her participation in men's. And I didn't know her work before, but I would have jumped immediately to what Laura Knight did. But kind of 30 years later, when she was exhibiting alongside the Royal Academy, but also playing this really pivotal role in organizing women's exhibitions in 20s and 30s. So it's really interesting that she had a precursor that we've kind of forgotten.
And that is also a direct appeal to figures that I think that Ray is directly kind of challenging to come forward as patrons and buyers for these artworks.
I think interesting. And
Yeah.
the other thought that I thought was kind of, it's hard to chicken and egg it, to put it in non-art historical phase. But the idea, the eye and the gaze of the male patron was changing because of the changing nature of women on the streets, women's presence on the streets, and the fact that there was then, the way you described it, there was an appetite for this intriguing nude rather than the simplistically fetishized, kind of aestheticized nude.
Yeah.
And whether the appeal for that was there in the male buying audience as well as the female buying audience. Yeah. And, whether she had a part in creating that.
I think she must have done, because it's a question of scale as well. I mean, Psyche Before the Throne of Venus, it's a sorority. And it's a great big, it's the honor of women at this point. It's kind of a sorority, but it's also a statement piece, because as well as working at small scale, she's using scale as a strategy, whether that's more intimate scale or working on these really large scale works.
Other question? No? Okay, so we are, as usual, a little bit late, but just 10 minutes to stretch the legs and have a glass of water, and then we regather here. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was what I was.
Welcome back to the second and last session of the conference. AIWAC 5 spectacle and spectatorship, interrogating the female gaze. And this last session is dedicated to photographic, cinematic, and performative gaze. To open the session, we have Filippo Yaya Masri, who is a PhD student in digital humanities at the University of Genoa. His research aims to reconstruct the artistic scene of Turin in the 1980s, with particular attention to activity of galleries and museums. In 2024, Yaya Masri completed the Graduate School of Historical Artistic Heritage at the University of Genoa with a thesis on the architectural intervention promoted by Olivetti in the urban context. Previously, he obtained a master's degree in art history at the University of Turin, deepening the phenomenon of multiple art in Italy. He worked on the history of the Galleria Multiple in Turin, contributing to an interpretation of artistic practices related to serialized art, and the Galleria Unimedia in Genoa, studying his experimental function in the art system in the 70s. He has collaborated with the Fondazione Giulio e Anna Paolin for archival studies and cataloging. So Filippo Yaya Masri, he is presenting a paper, Between Stone and Flesh, Lisetta Carmi's Female Gaze from Staglieno to Galliera. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks to organization. Can I start? Okay. Is it okay? Thank you, Fabio. I will start. Born in Genoa into a wealthy Jewish family in 1924, Lisetta Carmi's life was characterized by several changes of direction. As written in one of her most important biographical books, created by Giovanna Calvenzi, Lisetta Carmi lived 5 different lives. Trained as a classical pianist in Genoa, Carmi's first great passion was music. Her promising career was sharply interrupted by fascist racial laws during World War II, which forced her to abandon Italy. After the war, however, she returned to perform, devoting herself to music until the early 60s, when her artistic path took an unexpected turn. Leaving music behind, she discovered photography as a new language, a tool for social awareness and personal expression. Through her lens, Carmi captured the struggles and dignity of the marginalized, challenging social conventions with empathy and courage. Her images spoke for those who were often unseen and unheard. In the mid-60s, an mission began. Traveling to India, Carmi encountered the spiritual master Aida Khan Babaji, whose teachings profoundly changed her understanding of life and self. Inspired by this experience, she founded the Bole Baba Ashram in Cisternino, southern Italy, a sanctuary dedicated to meditation, community, and spiritual practice. Later in life, after years of teaching and guiding others, she returned to being a student once again. She rediscovered music, not as a performer, but as a seeker, thanks to Paolo Ferrari, her previous student. Lisetta Carmi withdrew from public life, choosing contemplation and simplicity. She embraced silence as her final form of expression, studying Chinese calligraphy. Devoted to the essence of being, she embodied a rare coherence between art, spirit, and life itself. In this presentation, I'd like to use her photographs to clarify her work, focusing on the female gender. She declared herself as a feminist, but she never joined a group. She participated in different political events, but it's difficult to fit her in a political party. She was by herself, but always for the people's rights in which she believed. Understanding of her photographic work needs further context. She began taking photographs during a trip to Puglia in 1960 with her friend Leo Levi. She worked as a self-taught photographer, capturing everyday images, landscapes, workers, children. Back in Genoa, she printed the 9 rolls of films. Unexpected praises, maybe hyperbolical, compared her to Cartier-Bresson, and that was enough for her to start fully devoting to photography. She changed cameras, switching from an Agfa Silette to a Leica. Her brother, the artist Eugenio Carmi, advised her to spend a week in Bern, in Swiss, where his friend, professional photographer Kurt Blom, taught her the basics of photography. She refined her technique by studying technical books, and right from the start, she approached photography as a form of storytelling, producing short photographic series. Her first assignment at the Duse Theatre in Genoa from 1962 to 1965 allowed her to make photography her profession. Lisetta Carmi's work is an essential document for analyzing the social and cultural dynamics of Italy between the 60s and the late 70s. This study has benefited from the vision of unpublished material preserved in the Martini and Ronchetti archive in Genoa. Gallery owner Giovanni Battista Martini has built a very strong relationship with Lisetta Carmi over the years, and now owns her archive. The material proved crucial to the interpretation of Carmi's vision on the female gender, providing new material for the analysis of key moments in her work. The archive I'm currently studying will show Lisetta Carmi's work from a new perspective. This study aims to draw attention to some projects realized in Genoa that have intersected with the issue of gender, tracing a possible genealogy in the non-linear relationship between art, photography, and feminism in Italy. Although not always attributable to actual militancy in feminist groups, her approach reveals an intrinsic political value, a decentralized perspective that analyzes the world and its codifications. For Carmi, photography is a, now I quote, different way of understanding the world and entering into the mystery of the human, a new perspective that brings out the marginalized and the repressed. The investigation into gender identity is exemplified in the report dedicated to the transsexual community in the historic center of Genoa. This series was analyzed by Professor Lara Conte in one of her recent studies. Produced between 1965 and 1972, I Travestiti was a disruptive and scandalous editorial project that encapsulated the utopias and hypocrisies of the Italian sociocultural context of the time. In that context, Carmi offered a representation of profound relational intimacy, far beyond mere documentation. The work anticipates themes of sexual and bodily identity that would be central to subsequent feminist and queer theories and practices. In a photojournalistic landscape oriented towards scandal, her materials constitute one of the first social investigations into travestism in Italy, highlighting a marginalized minority. It is on the magazine Photo 13 in 1971 that her photographic work appears for the first time, with a comment of hers about the main characteristics of the series. This phrase can define her vision. What is a woman? Two series are central to this argument, and are examined here thanks to the unpublished material preserved at the Martini and Ronchetti Gallery. The first one was taken inside the Galliera Hospital, and the second one was taken in Staglieno, one of the most important monumental cemeteries in Europe. They show the work of Lisetta Carmi on female identity, and they are both shot in Genoa during the same period of time. In both cases, it should be noted that female subjects are not always central, but represent one of the areas addressed by Carmi. There are always many subjects, men, women, children, not only in these two series, but in her work in general. It is not the uniqueness of the female subject that makes it important, but the emphasis given to certain details. Thanks to unexplored documents, it has been possible to reconstruct the extent of the work commissioned by the municipality of Genoa. The photographs were taken in various hospitals in Genoa: San Martino, San Pierdarena, Gaslini. The photographs were taken between 14 and 19 October 1968, alternating between the various hospitals. The subjects are varied: X-rays, operating theaters, emergency rooms, and areas dedicated to patients' relatives. There are also two episodes of childbirth, one with the forceps. The documents about these photographs give an idea of the volume of work involved, even though most of them have never been published. The photographs depicting childbirth are the best known in the series and go beyond simple reportage to become a reflection on the role of women. One of the most intimate and private moments in a woman's life is exposed with raw honesty. It is not easy to find comparisons with contemporary or earlier iconography. Childbirth has been portrayed in numerous paintings throughout the history, but photography has been used mainly for medical journals and books, where photographs alternated with representative anatomical drawings. Lisetta Carmi read extensively, and art was her passion. It is therefore likely that she was familiar with some significant photographs relating to childbirth, such as those shown here by Grace Robertson, that were taken in 1956. These are reportage photographs, but they nevertheless inspired several subsequent works. While in a medical context, the woman's body is treated as a mere vessel, in traditional photography, the moment of childbirth is avoided in order to present a sugar-coated view of birth. An example of this is a photograph from the same period as the series, depicting a young Sophia Loren in the hospital with her husband and their firstborn child. This photograph identifies the perception desired by the media, avoiding the dramatic moment, ignoring any trauma to the woman's body, and representing a reassuring serenity. Lisetta Carmi, on the other hand, chooses the harshest truth: a frontal shot, multiple images, and the woman's body always present. Those are the photos. Lisetta Carmi's choice is to keep the female figure anonymous, her face never revealed. The woman's body represents the central figure, this time not as a simple shell, but as the engine of life. The wait for the child is agonizing. The emergence of the baby's head is depicted from the moment it is just visible to the moment the body emerges completely. The photographs of childbirth are images of denunciation, a document against the paternalistic and patriarchal view of Italian society. A moment in which nature reveals itself to be cruel and bloody is represented in its wholeness, restoring a powerful image of the female body. The same process was carried out by Lisetta Carmi during those years in a series created without commission from 1960s to the mid-70s. The series, called Eroticism and Authoritarianism in Staglieno, features numerous shots of statues in the necropolis. Unlike the photographs of childbirth, the photographic tradition for cemetery sculptures dates back to the beginning of the new medium. Staglieno itself had been the subject of early photographic experiments, as you can see in the photograph of Alfred Noack in Staglieno. This type of photographic tradition remained unchanged for decades. Frontal images, cutaways, some details. The artwork is photographed in its entirety or through a few close-ups. Being these monuments commissioned and built for the Genoese bourgeoisie, the sculptures themselves propose compositions in which women are placed in a collateral role. Carmi uses her lens to denounce the moralistic stereotypes that imprison women in 19th century bourgeois society. The sculptures, often depicting women in poses of exasperated weeping, mystical devotion, or languid melancholy, are the expression of a system that relegated women to subordinate role. Carmi's photographic act serves as a critical revelation. Now I quote, "I was struck by the reality of Genoese society, bigoted and intelligent, who wanted to make its life eternal in death. An observation that reveals the permanence of social hypocrisy beyond the threshold of death. The artist confessed to detesting, I quote again, what many sculptures represented, for example, the stereotype of women as fearful and dependent on men. Carmi therefore decided to photograph from perspectives that overturn this narrative, isolating the female figures or making them central. The conceptual contrast of eroticism and authoritarianism in the title of the cycle is methodological. Eroticism, often latent in garments that enhance the figure or in sculptural gestures, is the corollary of a rigid moral authoritarianism. The sensuality of the figures, although confined to the sacredness of the place, is not an expression of freedom, but an aesthetic manifestation of repression and control over the female body, an affirmation of possession that persists beyond existence. Carmi does not merely document funerary art, but subverts its traditional iconographic interpretation, transforming tombs into monuments to patriarchal ideology. Paradoxically, the monumentality of the sculptures became a testimony to fragility and imposed subordination. The series appeared for the first time in Do, an international magazine that recognized its value. Once again, the photographs were not appreciated by the public. A letter testifies to the complexity of selling them. The rejection by Domenica del Torriere and the subsequent publication in Bolaffi Arte only in 1975, almost a decade later, highlight the unconventional and disturbing nature of the project. Its strength lay precisely in its ability to undermine the cultural establishment, which was not ready to confront such an explicit critique of gender conventions that had become ingrained even in the symbolic repertoire of a collective memory. The work on Staglieno is characterized as an archaeological analysis of the gender system, in which the sculptural past is interrogated in order to decipher the social present. While black and white photographs of childbirth told a story where the colors of flesh and blood could only be imagined, at the Staglieno, Carmi chose to take several color shots. In an environment dominated by shades of gray, certain elements brings life back to the scene. The black and white of the immortal statues is often juxtaposed with the colors of natural elements, a symbol of the relevance of these figures in the present day. The political nature of Carmi's work does not lie in a declaration of militancy, but in the constant adoption of a decentralized gaze, capable of entering into a deep relationship with the subject, be it a burdened body, a commemorative statue, or an individual of the margins, and restoring its truth. Lisetta Carmi's legacy is therefore a fundamental contribution not only to the history of Italian photography, but also to the visual history of gender issues, offering interpretations that are still relevant today for understanding the mechanism of power and identity representation. Thank you.
Thank you, Filippo. So last in presence, because the last two presenters will be connected from home for last minute commitments. And so the last in present is Elizabeth Stoney. Elizabeth is an international specialist in art history, visual culture and education, having held academic posts lecturing in art history, design history, cinema studies and museum studies at prominent universities worldwide, where she has also held diverse administrative roles and management responsibilities. These have included the policy development for higher education and design and implementation of graduate and postgraduate degree programs. Elizabeth Stoney holds a PhD in art history from University of Melbourne, a Master of Arts prelim in art history from La Trobe University in Melbourne, and a Bachelor of Arts in art history, Monash University, Melbourne. Dr. Stoney's doctorate project addressed the history of photography. She's also the author of FT Overprint 2016 GV editions and co-editor of the first study of Kosovan cultural heritage in Kosovo, historical and cultural monuments, PEIA, to 2006. She has published internationally, writing on photography, film, art history, and visual culture. So we welcome Dr. Stoney, and her paper here is Letizia Battaglia and Act of Photography. Welcome.
Thank you, Adelina. At first, I'd like to congratulate Adelina and Consuelo and Fabio on the 5th edition of the conference, and thank them as well for inviting me to speak here today. Today, I'd like to address the work of photographer Letizia Battaglia, looking particularly at her major project. She had many projects and many professions that she undertook, but I'm certainly looking at her major project, which is the photo reportage of the armed conflict that unfolded in Battaglia's hometown of Palermo, the conflict that became known as the Mafia War. From what was initially understood in the 1970s as an internal dispute between rival criminal clans, the situation deteriorated over the 80s with over 1,000 victims and a shift towards civil war with the rise of attacks on state officials and public figures. Palermo was a city under siege. Over 2 decades, Battaglia photographed hundreds of murder scenes across Palermo, as many 3 or 4 a day. She moved day and night with a police radio and a scooter. The city was remembered as dark and empty, with many closed shops. Each killing quickly became a public event under the eyes of the entire community. This is Letizia Battaglia photographed at a murder scene, as you can see, in the center of the background. Within hours of an incident, Battaglia's black and white photographs of the crime scenes would be published in a local tabloid called L'Ora, a small but ambitious daily newspaper. By the time Letizia took up the position as director of photography there in 1974, the newspaper had openly identified the mafia as the island's organized criminal network, being the first Italian paper to do so. It was also the first newspaper to launch investigations into mafia control on the island, exposing clan leadership with portraits and organograms. The editors maintained an open platform with a local community while inviting the participation of intellectuals and cultural figures, including movie stars from across Italy and abroad. Within their own ranks, however, the newspaper would never extend Letizia Battaglia with an employment contract that offered her any level of stability for herself or her 3 daughters, nor the possibility to access the professional order of journalists. As such, Letizia Battaglia would remain excluded from the editorial board of the newspaper for the duration of her tenure. In association with the newspaper, Battaglia would produce the most comprehensive body of documentation of the mafia that exists, over an archive of over 500,000 negatives. It became Battaglia's testimony that shaped the visual lexicon of the war, that became the imaginary through which the era is still recognized and remembered. Even so, Battaglia remained an outsider. She was awarded an array of very prestigious international awards for her photography, while her own country did not afford her the same level of recognition. During her lifetime, she received scant attention from cultural circles and art history bodies, and has been fundamentally ignored by academia. But Battaglia died in 2022. Her personal story is well known. Her marriage at 16, her treatment in a Swiss psychiatric clinic, followed by her divorce. In Milan, where she was inspired by the events and ideas of May 68, counterculture and feminism, she began to photograph professionally, publishing with a range of magazines. It was on her return to Palermo to direct the photographic department at L'Ora that Battaglia recognized photography as her liberation, as the key to her personal realization. She recounts how she was, I quote, born as a person only at 39. I quote again, photography reinvented me as a woman. It gave me an identity and autonomy. At times, she described a kind of bodily sensation, photography as a substance that flowed through her, liquids through her body. My camera is my beating heart, she explained in one of her very last interviews. In effect, May 68 produced a political avant-garde that revolutioned an entire cultural phenomenon, panorama, and unleash the desire to liberate not just political systems, but the imagination, speech, desire, and social relations. A feeling of optimism surrounded the practice of photography. Cameras were lightweight, affordable, and film stock was fast. It became a medium that was increasingly user-friendly and democratic. Furthermore, the field of photography emerged as a platform of ontological investigation. The photographic act, originally a French notion, became understood as the field of actions and relationships between the photographer, the photographed world, and that extended, of course, to its viewers and its future viewers. Photography became understood as a dynamic space involving all who view, shape, share, and repurpose images in a shift that reframed photography beyond its indexical relationship with reality to an open field of inquiry capable of eliciting critical engagement. For Philippe Dubois, the photographic image is an inquiry into being, understood as an act rather than an object. The camera came to be seen as a device capable of offering unexpected forms of experience in one's encounter with the world. Photography, therefore, was also considered a model of thinking and a device capable of producing knowledge. We see an expansion in the 1980s of the diversity of approaches, thoughts, and practices. Barbara Kruger's photo montage on the folder of the conference is an example of that. In the same terms, the photographic medium became itself an object of inquiry in its own right. Denis Roche observed, what we photograph is the fact that we photograph, highlighting that how the act of photography is meaningful precisely because it involves the subject. In fact, a plurality of subjects, photographer, viewer, and even the photographed. The approach also suggests there the complexity and indeed the plurality of the gaze. Okay. In 1979, Letizia Battaglia, together with other photographers, mounted an impromptu photographic exhibition documenting mafia-related crimes in the province of Palermo, in a busy piazza in the center of Corleone. Corleone is a town in the province of Palermo, famous for its association with organized crime. The exhibition, entitled Today, was the first of its kind and received, as you might see here, with a rather icy reception. Letizia Battaglia's conscious act of placing herself physically in the world with the camera was at the core of her practice. The image as such was not such a representation, but an event, a space between the subject and the world. In a television interview, Letizia assumed the role of spokesperson for the community, as she did very often, for the community of Palermo, presenting the exhibition as a form of manifesto. While acknowledging her fear, she explained to the interviewer that what had motivated their actions, noting that the official press offered too few opportunities for the kind of communications that she and her colleagues were intent on pursuing. There she is being interviewed by Giuseppe Marazzo for Rai. So I move on to talk about actually the scenes of her crimes. Letizia arrived at Laura ready with a program to photograph women and children of Palermo. However, by contract, she was required to cover the gamut of daily news, specifically the cronaca nera, that is the crime stories and police matters. As in a detective novel, the focus on the coverage of the scene of the murder in moments of shock the focus of the coverage was on the scene of the murder, those moments of shock and confusion following the killing. Rather than a corpse on a lonely hillside, for the first time, an open inter-clan conflict played out on city streets, hence the references to popular imagery, the banal inner city setting, the lifeless body, the dark pools of blood, detectives and grieving family members. In other instances, an automobile with shattered windows or with bullet pain or bullet holes would reveal a twisted corpse. Battaglia's composition favored the tableau with its sense of a staged event, and as with academic or history painting, her murder scenes were unified and intelligible. Criminalistics is defined by traces, a science used to detect, analyze, solve crimes. Forensic investigation, as configured in the popular media, works to resolve the classic questions of who, what, where, and why. The crime scene only resolved as an image with the answer to these questions. In Battaglia's scenes, however, the viewer is not invited to investigate. There are no clues or traces in the legal sense, no guilt or judgment, no interest in solving crimes. So the look on the victim is not one of a detective, nor the look of the onlookers who see the scene as a place of transient spectacle, a site of morbid fascination. There is, however, a sense that the scene functions in another dimension. The body of the deceased shot in wide angle, surrounded and watched by onlookers. The camera is somewhat detached from the scene, which is seen as in wide angle as at a respectful distance from the corpse. Groups of young boys or perhaps elderly women of the neighborhood that surround the body, rendering the location of the death a ritualized space. Many times in her coverage, Battaglia's crime scene suggests a funeral vigil or wake, the la veglia in Italian, the tradition arranged privately among the family, normally in the home, who stay awake close to the corpse, ideally unto dawn, to send off the soul of the dead and protect the living. In Battalia's vigils, the gathering is not an anonymous mass, but recognizable neighbors and children of the zone. These are intimate scenes in the sense that the viewers of the images on the newspapers were the local people of Palermo, and they're very likely to actually recognize these people in these photographs. So it's extremely confronting and personal images on the newspaper. As the collective act of mourning, the funeral vigil is still practiced widely across the Mediterranean. Its function from archaic times being to draw together and protect the family or group as the soul of the dead passes safely from the house and from life itself, to exclude the possibility that the soul might return to pose a threat to the living. In Battalia's imagery, that vigil flows onto the city streets, forming a protective circle around the corpse, the circle being an archaic configuration for the group, a closed circle that will eventually open to release the soul, often through an open window or a door in the instance of a house. Here you have examples also of where Battaglia is actually shooting actual vigils in the homes. This one here this is the same event, which was in the kind of courtyard of a apartment building. Okay. In this image is an example of exactly how her vision of the war becomes taken up by other photographers. In this case, this is a photograph by Franco Zecchini, who is her partner and also he himself a photographer to this date. In this scene, reflecting the same rite of passage, Franco Zecchini models the scene on the deposition of Christ from the cross, a triangular formation of women watching over the body. This image was reused in an international campaign by Benetton in 1992, which you may remember. The lament is considered integral to the funeral vigil because it gives expression to grief in an addressed, pre-linguistic in nature that leads away from chaos and dissolution towards language and meaning. The vigil cycle of mourning would only be completed with the, I'm just still showing you these images of, there are many of them. This was something that was required of her by the newspaper, that she needed to go and get reactions from the family. But in any case, there are many in her archive. The vigil cycle of mourning would only be completed with the funeral and the burial. Oops, sorry, I'm going the wrong way. There's another funeral. Although the process would be traditionally completed annually in some measure, with the anniversary of the deaths and also on the Day of the Dead, which has just passed us last week. In certain images, the corpse lies alone in an isolated location. Only the dead man and the photographer are present. The image records the act of witnessing the dead by the photographer, Battaglia alone on duty as the lonely protectress of the city in a self-appointed role. Her testimony she regarded as her duty, and I'm going too fast. Yeah. And she takes on as her responsibility as a photojournalist to be there. We can track Battaglia's reportage of the conflict as structured by a series of critical moments and narrative of episodes experienced as a community in the management of crisis. Her iconography of the funeral practices transposed onto the crime scenes, I would argue, draws closely from the visual tropes associated with ethnographic documentation of funeral rituals of the period, of which this is one here
taken by the photographer Franco Pinna. Within this context marked by conflict, she asserts that women, as the traditional custodians, are the mediators between the living and the dead. The post-war was a period of enormous interest in the study of traditional peasant society in South Italy that drove the attention of a generation of Italian intellectuals. From the 1950s, numbers of anthropologists conducted excursions to the south of Italy to investigate the belief systems and symbolic structures of communities in Basilicata, Calabria, Puglia, Sardinia. The most important of these anthropologists was Ernesto De Martino. De Martino looked to the folklore of the peasant societies in towns and agricultural regions, where he studied and he developed studies focused on magic, folk rituals, agricultural customs, funeral rites, and the management of suffering and misfortune. For each project, he traveled with a team of technicians, directing them in the production of audio recordings, photographic studies, and documentary films, all of which would serve as data for publication and exhibition. Franco Pinna was the key photographer who accompanied Di Martino on several ethnographic expeditions. His photograph serves as a record of the core part of the research project. The vigil was central to what Di Martino conceptualized as female guardianship of crisis. Pinna's documentation followed Di Martino's study of socially organized grief, which served to reconstruct the world. In Di Martino's terms, death as a critical moment in existence exposes the individual to the risk of a crisis of presence. The loss of the world, the loss of self-recognition within it, the subject's annihilation were characteristics of this crisis. The lament follows rules within culturally determined formulas related to gestures, words, tones, and choreography. Di Martino recognized weeping lamentation as a ritualization of despair, as a technique to prevent collapse. So important was this aspect of the vigil that official mourners were employed, of which we'll see one here and also in the image before. Okay. Di Martino's most famous study was of the tarantate, the women who danced compulsively, they still do, dance compulsively to traditional folk music for days. In trance for days. It was believed that their sickness was caused by a venomous spider, the tarantula. Di Martino studied the dance itself and the music ensemble of a group of folk musicians that accompanied the women to bring her back to health, accompanied her dance with music to encourage her to continue to bring her back to health. Pinna also photographed the women at various stages of this recovery. According to his findings, Di Martino held that the dance music therapy of tarantism aimed to restore the tarantata's self-possession and actually actively reintegrate her into the world of life, thus rehabilitating also contemporary views of magic and sorcery where they were seen as dangerous and superstitious. Battaglia, in a surprising transition, uses some of the aspects of the images of the tarantate, particularly the circle as a protective form, replacing the body of the woman here, the tarantate, with the corpse, as I've shown you before in these scenes, in the scenes of the murder, scenes of the crime, if you like, bringing and Battaglia here bringing to the murder scene a sense of a feminine expression, also making once again of communal concern. He's very similar to some of the images that Battaglia shoots of the war scenes. This one here, is that the last? That's the last, yeah. So if I look to the outcomes of her 18-year-long project at Laura, I see three aspects. Her reportage creating a collective memory that made visible women's role in the period. And certainly, to some extent, it enabled, in some measure, a communal mourning practice among the local community via the popular press. As I suggested earlier, Battaglia was in effect a self-appointed leader in the community, very respected and very much recognized, and she herself ready to take charge and openly guide. In an interview of 2022, Letizia declared herself angry with women. She said women should share power with men, assume public office, take risks, get their hands dirty, and do it in a different way. It seems that Battaglia used her reportage at the newspaper Laura as an address to the community of Palermo, particularly in an invocation to women to draw on their archaic authority to deliver the city back into the hands of the people of Palermo. Just as she understood her own moral obligations, she also envisaged, as far as I see, those of her community, seeing women's responsibility and their historical obligation in the face of a threatened implosion into chaos under the threat of civil war, a killing within one's own kin group. So what I've suggested about here is that she, as the survivor of the war, came to represent, even in herself, the collective memory of the so-called anni di piombo, the years of the war. And this is how she became the very symbol of Palermo as a popular heroine. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. That this is always a chapter of our history. I'm speaking as an Italian now, which touches us in a very emotional way in one of the most problematic, such yet obscure period of our history. So thanks for highlighting and especially bringing the voice of such an extraordinary woman as Letizia Battaglia used to be. We go to the next, and it's a remote presentation. It's Anneliese Ostertag. I hope to have pronounced well your name. Anneliese is a curator, writer, and the dramaturge based in Berlin. Her work explores the intersections of queer theory, artistic practice, and editorial methodologies with a focus on collaborative formats. Being trained in philosophy and European ethnology, she holds masters in performance and choreography from Justus Liebig University, Gießen, and a second master's in curatorial studies from Goethe University and Stadler School in Frankfurt am Main. Anneliese is a co-founder of Zentrum für Netzkunst, a Berlin-based platform from digital art, and has led numerous interdisciplinary projects, exhibitions, and performances. She is co-editor of 3 books on flaneur, Spectre Books 2019, From Net, Sea, World to Cloud, Market and Sea, Distance 2024, and Akribie und Obsession, Spectre Books in print, and wrote for the Journal for Curatorial Studies, Kunstlichtforum Wissen, among others. So welcome Anneliese, and she's presenting a paper, Disorganizing the Gaze, Durational Disobedience in Queer Feminist Performance. Thank you.
Thank you so much for organizing and also inviting me. In this lecture, I turn to artistic strategies in queer contemporary performances that share radical commitment to destabilizing regimes of visibility and spectatorship, reshaping how bodies become legible. Can you all see my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. In her groundbreaking essay, Visual Pleasure and Narrative Cinema from 1975, Laura Mulvey coined the term male gaze. defining it as the way in which cinema narrates and depicts the world from a masculine point of view, presenting women as objects of male pleasure. She wrote, quote, "In a world ordered by sexual imbalance, pleasure in looking has been split between active male and passive female. The determining male gaze projects its fantasy onto the female figure, which is styled accordingly. In their traditional exhibitionist role, women are simultaneously looked at and displayed, with their appearance coded for strong visual and erotic impact, so that they can be said to connotate to be looked at-ness. Mulvey's reflections point to a visual regime that is grounded in mastery and objectification. Opposing this phallocentric and disembodied gaze, how does the female gaze operate? Or to use Bell Hook's term, the female gaze with a vision, one that acts against imperialist, white, supremacist, capitalist patriarchy. In conversation with Hooks, filmmaker Jill Soloway related the female gaze to feeling seeing, a subjective camera that offers, quote, being in the feeling rather than looking at. This reorientation of visuality and spectatorship away from representational strategies and toward affective, sensorial, and temporal modes of relating has become a defining concern in queer contemporary performance and dance. Dance scholar Anna Vujanovic captures this shift with the notion of landscape dramaturgy, like a landscape that one can choose to look at, turn away from, or return to. She describes durational performances that invite the audience to meander and drift, offering a social gathering that does not follow the logic of the spectacle, nor linear narration and build-up. Against this backdrop, I will focus on two durational performances that offer a queer feminist gaze. The solo performance Mike by Canadian choreographer Dana Michel, and the dance piece This Resting Patience by Berlin-based choreographer Eva Janowska. This Resting Patience by Eva Janowska is a 3-hour dance performance that premiered in January 2024. I saw the performance once in its original version at Sophiensäle in Berlin with the choreographer herself and Lea Marojewicz as performers, and a year later in a revised version with 5 performers. For the second performance, the title was slightly adapted, reading This Resting Patience Etude. Following this edition, I propose to understand the piece as practice material for a queer feminist gaze. And now I will show you an excerpt of the piece, first with sound and then without sound. So, as you can see, the entire performance took place on a large blue rectangular carpet with folding chairs placed along its outer edges for the audience to sit on. At the beginning of the performance, the song What the World Needs Now by Dionne Warwick was played in full, including the recorded applause. The track looped, sometimes only the instrumental part, sometimes just the applause, and at other times the complete song. Standing on the carpet, Marojewicz danced to the rhythm of the song. She was barefoot, wearing a glamorous backless chiffon dress made of semi-transparent blue fabric that registered all her motions. Being devoted to the dance, she turned around her own axis, sometimes closing her eyes in a trance-like motion, sometimes moving twitchingly. Between the song's end and new beginning, we heard her breathing, the waltz rhythm still visible in her steps and movements. Janowska appeared more casual in the beginning, but in the end, after various costume adjustments, she was dressed in a blue backless chiffon dress as well. While the spectators entered, Janowska stood at the entrance, greeting them before joining Marojevich dancing. This small gesture both acknowledged and destabilized the theatrical frame. Greeting the audience, Janowska appeared simultaneously as host and performer, feeding into the spectators' illusion and obsession with the real, the performer behind the person behind the performer, while de-theatricalizing the dance that followed. The informality of that gesture continued throughout the piece. Sometimes the performers interrupted their dance, left the carpet, and sat among the audience chatting. It was as if we were invited to their studio to witness their practice. Stepping backstage, they suspended their being looked atness, withdrawing from the visual economy of the performance. In this interruption, they redefined the terms of visibility itself. To follow them with one's eyes, especially when they were not dancing, became a self-conscious act. Quote, in haptic visuality, the eyes themselves function like organs of touch, end of quote, writes film scholar Laura Marx when talking about tactile closeness in video works. While optical visuality depends on the separation of the viewer from the object, grading distance and mastery, haptic visuality brings perception into proximity. The eyes engage with the image gradually and bodily, and the emphasis lies on the co-presence with the image, as well as the relational and affective dynamics of looking. Such an exchange, Marx argues, is inherently erotic, not because it reveals, but because it withholds. Eroticism then is not about mastery or obsession, but about encountering the other in its alterity, maintaining an intimate play at the boundaries of knowability. Oscillating between on and off-stage visibility and withdrawal, this resting patience enacted precisely this dynamic. The piece allowed the movements and performers to remain inscrutable, suggesting a sensuous intersubjective relationship. Or as Janowska phrased it in an interview herself, an erotic of attention. It's not about look at me, but be with this. Still, while Marojevich was dancing, Janowska, and that's what we're seeing right now, began to rearrange the seating. She placed a circle of chairs around Marojevich, inviting the audience to come close. This suggested a contract with the audience. The spectators were asked to engage, yet never put on spot. The entries and exits into the scene remained porous. No one was deputized to perform. The procedure was repeated shortly after and picked up throughout the piece again and again. Viewing became an active engagement, a form of doing, and a negotiating of positions, marking the audience as part of the set of relations constituting the event. In regard to experiments with the reciprocal visibility in theater, performance scholar Joran Sergej Pristas proposes the notion of the exploded gaze. Unlike a gaze that organizes vision into a coherent perspective, the exploded gaze refuses stability. It is not simply directed outward, but complicates the act of looking, redistributing agency between viewer, image, and performance. It proposes a double fascination, being enchanted both by what it is shown and by the situation of watching itself. The loop of what the world needs now was followed by a spherical soundscape, mixing songs of different genres, speaking of desire and longing, such as The Pleasure Principle by Janet Jackson. The movement material changed throughout the piece, however, it ended where it started, with the return of Warwick's song looping endlessly, as if the performers and audience were invoking its utopian message of unity and love through repetition. Here, Sigmund Freud's writing on the pleasure principle and the compulsion to repeat comes to mind, suggested not least by the musical choice within the piece. Repetition, as Freud writes in Remembering, Repeating, and Working Through, carries a double function. It is both a working through of trauma and a reaffirmation of life. Once unconscious material becomes conscious and repetition becomes remembering. If we think repetition not only as repetition, a rehearsal, but also as a continual petitioning, a coming back to oneself with a claim or demand, then repetition becomes a practice of sovereignty. In this sense, the ongoing returns in this resting patience functioned as a rehearsal of agency, transforming the act of looking and being looked at, calling for sovereign and answerable gaze. And with this, I will come to my second example. Now you should all see again the PowerPoint presentation. So you do see the PowerPoint presentation? Yes, perfect. Okay, so I come to Dana Michel's work. I first encountered Dana Michel's work in 2019 at an artist-run residency in France, where she was developing the performance Cutlass Spring. And her performative practice seemed to revolve around an ambivalent relationship to attention, a constant negotiating between exposure and withdrawal, between being seen and slipping away. She insisted on her objects with which she was improvising, yet never quite allowed them or herself to settle into legibility. Watching her felt like participating in an experiment in shared dis or reorientation. 5 years later, in 2024, I encountered her work again as she presented her solo performance Mike at Gropiusbau in Berlin. The program text introduced the performance as being about our relationship to work and productivity. Thus, it is no coincidence that the performance lasted for 3 hours, focusing on the labor at work, performing and watching, challenging its relationship to time. Mike unfolded across several exhibition spaces where the audience was invited to come and go while the show was running. The rooms were filled with an accumulation of things: white plastic chairs, a huge cardboard box, clothes racks, an industrial vacuum, office lamps, cables, fans, moving blankets, an environment that resembled a bureaucratic workspace, a warehouse, or a failed exhibition setup. And I will show you a very short excerpt of this performance as well. We will just jump into the beginning. When I entered the show, Michelle was already present, half slouched on the floor, muttering to herself while shuffling around on her knees. From her pocket, a looping series of digital beeps and synthetic melodies played, a soundtrack reminiscent of an old video game or electronic toy. Its persistent bleeps refer to an attention span that is constantly pulled, cut short, and restarted. Her outfit was deliberately oversized, blue blues, slouchy grey pants that kept sliding down, layers upon layers of white socks sagging grotesquely off her feet, a stainless steel watch around her wrist, and hearing protection on her head. The mashup of characters gave the impression of a small child wearing their parents' clothes or a sloppy security guard who refuses a Polish appearance, subverting the codes of professionalism. Michelle kept herself and the audience busy and wasted denied linear narrative and dramaturgical build-up. Improvising, she navigated the parcours of objects with a goofy manner, performing opaque tasks, holding a pair of charcoal tongs between her chin and shoulder while pushing a portable speaker into one of her socks, taking a sip of a cartoonish bottle of dry Vermont 10 times its normal size, turning lights on and off, and reorganizing extension cables in a funny way. Often she failed in her self-given tasks, but then tried again in the same insufficient way, or waited before walking somewhere as if she had a different idea or was suddenly given a new task. In the beginning, many spectators were persistent in their desire to follow Michelle through the exhibition spaces, tracing her shifts of attention. Michelle skillfully played with that hunger. She satiated it with actions. However, those that followed her learned that the actions wouldn't culminate, nor was it possible to catch up with her. What became apparent was that the performance exposed not only Michelle's labor, but also the spectators. The constant work of orientation, interpretation, and meaning-making. Mike gently but persistently frustrated the spectator's desire for coherent, for the right way to watch and engage. Sorry. So often one would wait because Michelle was doing something somewhere else. Growing up queer, Jack Halberstam writes, is a process of waiting for the right people, the right place, the right historical conditions, the right moment. The waiting in Mike was not frustrating, at least it wasn't for me, because Michelle made us witness how much joy and unpredictable encounters failing and waiting can bring. The queer art of failure, as Halberstam wrote in his book of the same name, turns on the impossible, the improbable, the unlikely, and the unremarkable. It quietly loses, and in losing it imagines other goals for life, for love, for art, and for being. Michelle's interruptions and detours subtly redirected our attention by dismantling demands for success, clarity, and categorization. The piece proposed a way of relating that cherishes failure, suggesting a queer time that holds the possibility for different ways of relating. Speaking with Halberstam, Michelle's piece allows us to use negative effects such as disappointment to poke holes in toxic positivity and myth of power of positive thinking. At first glance, Michelle's improvisation looked naive, like a child making sense of the objects in reach. Yet this was deceptive. As critique Charlotte de Somville noted in her review of Mike, the performance may arise in the moment, but it is full of sophisticated details. With no more than one small movement, grimace, or costume element, Michelle occasionally crystallizes into the stream of raw impressions an image that brings in an entire reality. The piles of moving blankets become dirty laundry that a woman is sorting. The cardboard box, which Michelle occasionally crawls into to change costume, becomes a sleeping place for a homeless person. End of quote. Michelle's minimal actions unfold as a performative and physical thinking, examining the question under what kind of social, material, and temporal conditions value is produced and labor performed. In a talk with Maggie Nelson, poet Eileen Myers describes their writing practice saying, quote, you pick a subject matter and then the mind moves through it. It's about nothing or it's how you are going about, end of quote. In their texts, we often read about the connections to life and the material conditions under which the labor of writing took place. Miles' rather associative way of writing dismantles meaning by offering different connections, or as they put it, it is about, quote, trusting the mechanisms of desire for a certain language to sit over some curve of a moment. This resonates with the organization of language in the psychoanalytical setting, where the patient associates freely. Psychoanalyst Jameson Webster, building on her experience of treating patients, writes about desire as a disorganizing force, a movement that does not progress linearly, but that goes in circles and folds time, creating disorientation and unpredictability. The procedure and temporality of desire that Webster writes about is tangible in Michel's work. Here, desire is at work. It meanders through the exhibition hall, summons the objects, infects the bodies, and jumps over to the audience. Opposing the fantasy of the male disembodied gaze, both works propose modes of looking and being looked atness that are grounded in relationality, situatedness, and hapticality. Through a disorganization of attention, both artists choreograph what could be called a queer feminist politics of spectatorship, one that resists consumption and objectification and cultivates intimacy and co-presence. Thank you so much for listening. I'm very much looking forward to the Q&As and to talking to you, at least via online possibilities.
Thank you, Annalise. And our final speaker is Raffaele Occhietti, an independent scholar. She recently completed a position as postdoctoral fellow at the University of Guelph in Canada, funded by the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada. During her appointment, she also was a guest researcher at the Amsterdam School for Cultural Analysis at the University of Amsterdam. Her doctoral thesis investigated performances by Argentinian artist Marta Minuin, and her current work analyses how contemporary artists question some of the most enduring stereotypes associated with the economy. Her recent writing has appeared in Afterimage, the Journal of Media Arts and Cultural Criticism, La Furia Umana, the International and Multi-Language Journal of the History and Theory of Cinema, and Espace Art Actuel. And she has a chapter in part focused on South African artist Dinkos Seshi Bopape in an edited volume forthcoming this fall from the University of Exeter Press. Thank you, Raphael, who will be speaking on women performing finance, jamming the frequencies of a male-dominated sector. Thank you, Raphael.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for this invitation. I'm really glad to be here today, and also echoing what Lauha Leutzi said earlier, to share research with a like-minded community is so very precious. So, can you all see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. Also, just a little treat, the artist whose artwork I analyzed today should be online with us through the live streaming. So she has just come back from a research trip in Greenland, and she was also very busy with the Artissima Fair in Turin, in Torino, that maybe some of you know. So I'm just very grateful that she is with us today. Okay, so diving in. First, I would like you to picture in your head a soprano singer, and maybe just to help you, this soprano singer. So maybe you can feel the richness of her voice and the tremolo applied on each note, and overall the potency of her voice. So her name is Costanza Gallo, and she's a lyric singer. Only we are not at an opera or in a concert hall, but we are actually in the offices of a law firm in Milan during a contemporary art event. And the performance is presented by Italian artist Elena Mazzi, and is titled The Financial Singing. So as we can see in the picture in the background, displayed on the wall, there is a sheet of music that enhances the theme of classical music, but it's not exactly what the singer is looking at. In fact, the soprano singer is following a different score, or rather what looks like a score, but is in fact a slightly tweaked graph projected on a screen. So let me show it to you. Here it is. Here we can see the characteristic elements of a type of financial chart. So the graph shows the aggregated performance of multiple stocks included in an index. And just so we have clear definitions, the stocks or equities that we see in the title are shares of ownership in a company that can be bought and sold on the stock market. And an index is it measures the overall performance of a selected group of stocks of a number of companies. So to go back to the title here, US equities 1871-2011 means that we see over time a long-term trend line in the value of the shares of ownership in American companies. So the peaks and lows represent changes in the market value of those shares over time, showing when prices were high or low from one year to the other. And in fact, as the artist states in the description of the artwork, with this graph, we kind of have a sense of a general trend in the Western capitalist economy. We can see, for example, the Great Depression here of the 1930s after the stock market crash in 1929. We can see also the expansion of financial markets in after the Second World War. And then we have the oil shocks and the crisis in the Ford system in the 80s. And at the end of the graph, so closer to us, is the 2007 and 8 crisis triggered by the subprime mortgage crisis in the United States. So what is interesting for us is that over this chart, the artist has added musical annotation to guide the performer. The singer thus vocally follows the trend line of the stock chart, starting at the base value on the left with the bocca chiusa, so the mouth closed. And then we see, for example, where to pause here with the quarter rest, and where to slow down, rallentare, and the F for forte, fortissimo. We also have like the voyelles sung melodically that are typical of vocalese. But yeah, the artists still keep elements that are recognizable. So there is the trend line with the peaks and lows, and also the color blue is a deliberate choice by the artist to recall the blue light from the monitors in trading floors. And she also keeps a time axis. So what the artist is doing here is seizing an extremely codified language, the financial graph, and translating it into a completely different expressive genre. So she's playing with what is familiar to us, or what we think we know and understand, and what is considered canonical knowledge about finance. And she kind of rips it open to a whole new set of emotions and mental associations. So I think this artwork is extremely stimulating in terms of how it makes us reconsider and question one of the most powerful domains of activity in our societies. And it makes me ask a couple of research questions that are, so how do we usually look at finance? How do we make sense of finance culturally? And then what does the financial singing bring to this discussion? And is there or can there be a feminist approach to finance through art? Just to give you a quick overview of the presentation, I will briefly present the artist, then I will present some artworks from women artists who engage with the theme of finance, and then we'll dive a little more in the performance itself by Elena Mazzi, before we have a quick look at the financial world and gender issues it raises. And we'll then proceed to exploring the powerful meaning of the artwork and how it showcases the power of women's voice. And I will end with some concluding remarks. So about the artist, Elena Mazzi is an Italian artist. She has an incredibly rich body of work, and here you can see some quick peeks at her website. She has also, as you can see, won numerous awards, and she's working closely with communities, both rural and urban. And she is very respectful, and her work is considerate of these local communities and the way the artwork interact with these often fractured contexts. So her work is research-based and community-based. And I encourage you to have a look at her website, where you can find all these amazing projects. And in fact, the financial singing comes across as rather unusual in its theme and its format compared to the rest of the artist's production. So it makes it quite special in her body of work, but it is in dialogue with other contemporary artworks. And I just wanted to give you a very short overview, because I think that women artists have a very interesting take on finance. And so on the left, you can see Crisis in the Credit System, which is a 4-episode story, a video, and it acts like a mini series of a self-help group for financial professionals that have lost their job and that have been kind of shamed. And it's meant to be witty, and also it expands on the logic of betting against anything in order to create profit. And some of the figures that are in this video are, for example, financial analyst, a private fund deal manager, and a derivative portfolio analyst. And then here in the middle, we can see Ethiopian-American artist Julie Mehetu and her impressive mural that was created for the Goldman Sachs investment bank lobby. So it's a very complex and intricate layers of many data that she has transformed, and kind of presents a little bit of the underbelly of finance, but in a kind of abstract way. And on the right is a German-Japanese artist, Hito Stell's artwork, Liquidity Inc. And if you see, it was created the same year as the financial singing. And the artwork is a portrait of Jacob Wood, a financial analyst who lost his job in the economic crash of 2008. So all these artworks present an interesting take on the theme of finance by subverting some of its symbols, or by working, especially those two, in a liminal space between the reality and of the financial actors and fiction. And it's a way to grasp a domain that had at the time and still has such a huge impact on society. So I think that the financial singing is part of this creative interest for financial matters in the wake of the financial crisis of 2007 and 2008. And also that it's an artwork that is very effective, in my opinion, at derailing this financial language that is sort of numbing us. And also I like that in Elena Mazzi's artwork, she circumvents the habitual trope of the financier that we still see, for example, here in the video art. The first iteration of the financial singing was performed in 2014 and has since then been presented 2 more times And each time also it was accompanied by an installation, a video installation, and it's an ongoing project. So here you can see what the installation looked like, but in fact the screens were facing each other. So I think that it's time for us to see and hear and feel the effect of the artwork. So I hope you will be able to hear everything. If there is a problem, Fabio will tell me something. So let's see. I wonder if I have to plug out my earphone. Okay, let's see if it works. Sorry, so can you hear it? Yes? No? No? Okay, so just one second.
No, no. Yes.
Great. Okay, wonderful, isn't it? I love that you followed the score So great. Okay. So moving on. In a very recent article published on Investopedia, a leading online resource for finance and investment education, the authors show that despite women entering the finance industry at near parity with men, they continue to be dramatically underrepresented in senior leadership roles. So we have here some data. And for example, they are only 10% in the 2024 as CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, which, by the way, are the companies more likely to be listed on an exchange and to be included in an index as the one used in the financial singing. But it's not just that contemporary finance is overly led by men around the globe. It's also that finance is part of a wider system that benefits from the exploitations of men's work, but also especially women's work, as Marja has shown in her book, Patriarchy and Accumulation on a World Scale. So the objectives that financial activities foster may enrich a privileged part of the population, but overall, these objectives are inherently damaging huge part of societies around the globe, not to mention ecosystems. And in fact, in this book recently translated from Spanish, so Feminist Economy, as part of a series edited by sociologists Francesca Cohen and Sarah Ferris, the authors, unsurprisingly but very rightly, advocate for a definancialization of the economy. So how this will be achieved remains to be seen, but it's just to show that finance is an important topic to tackle. And also we are regularly exposed to the spectacle of finance in the news, the stock market, the investors, and sometimes it's spectacular, like in the 2007 and 2008 crisis, but it's also often just a sort of expert background in the news. And to go back to this year's theme of the female gaze, it means that we are actively and consciously building an alternative to a male gaze, which corresponds to the dominant cultural constructs imposed upon the overall population, regardless of its diversity. So it's just to be clear, finance is a boys' club, as war is a men's game, to quote Susan Sontag and Virginia Woolf. And it is a boys' club in the number and power of its workers and decision makers, but also in its cultural representations. So just to give you one example, the movie The Big Short, that narrates the onset of the 2007 and 2008 crisis by following a group of investors who bet against the United States mortgage market. And the movie was released only 1 year after the financial singing. So it's like two objects, part of the same epoch, but they are completely different in format and in scope. And so here the main characters are obviously men, and the movie is directed by a man. But what is more interesting for us, let's say, is that among the few women protagonists in the movie, there are two celebrities that we see here on top. So 20-something actresses, Margot Robbie and Selena Gomez, as they appear in scenes that break the fourth wall to explain to the audience some aspects of the financial products involved in the financial collapse of 2007 and 2008. And the bathtub scene here is dangerously close to what has been called the sex position, which is a strategy in cinema or in the series to present something that might be annoying for the viewer, so it is wrapped with sexual content to make it more enticing. And Selena Gomez here on the right is presented at a casino. So here too we have this sort of libidinal drive between the young women bodies and the action of betting. The same thing goes on with the choice of a striptease dancer scene, the way it is framed, and also just the choice of the theme. It really enhances visual pleasure built for the male gaze, or what Laura Mulvey has called the neurotic needs of the male ego. So finance too reinforces and nourishes a male gaze and a male ego. And as historian Wendy Gamber explains, in general, business is a gendered enterprise. And for men, it can either emasculate or give stamina. So yeah, this volatility of the stock market and the risk in the financial trading is part of the game. Not to talk about research done about testosterone levels and traders' trading behaviors. So it's all very linked. In the financial singing, Elena Mazzi circumvents the often stereotyped rendition of financial activity by disrupting one of its most enduring visual reference. So the stock graph, because of its cultural weight, has become an implicit glorification of male activities and ingeniousness. This visual language acts as a celebration of an overly male history of economic risk, of spectacular and thus memorable failures, and of what is considered as well-deserved bold successes. So by reading the language of profit potentialities through the vocal range of a female singer, Mazzi disrupts this linear representation of profit and profit-making and profit-seeking. And I would say that the musical language and the musical performance translate the spectacle of successes and failures, of trust and fear, of booms and busts, into a whole different spectrum of vibrations and emotions. But just to say, the operatic vocabulary is not at the service of the financial language. So the woman's voice doesn't demand our compassion for the events to which the graph alludes. And in fact, the more intense blasts are not necessarily in sync with moments of panic on the stock markets. So music and finance here intersect really on par. Plus, well, I think that by the same token, the performance in a way reclaims opera singing too, which is a historically charged medium loaded with European conventions and gender biases. So here we don't have a sort of narrative or a forced emotionality and a fixed role. The singer tells another story that is sometimes disarticulated, but through her voice, she puts on the record the inherent instability of the financial system and its potentially damaging effect. So obviously what the artist has managed to create is that every investment tendency is deeply and profoundly tied to the singer's body. So every rise and drop in the stock prices is rendered by vibrations in the lungs, in the torso, in the throat, the sinuses, and all these vibrations radiate towards the audience. So these are very potent frequencies that I think, at least poetically, could interrupt high frequency trading, for example. So by elevating the female opera singing to the role of interpreter of economic fluctuations, Mazzi advocates for a most vocal interference that serves to highlight the spectacle of finance. And I would like to finish this presentation with this image that shows how the artwork was installed in a loggia, in a theater, which is very eloquent for our general theme this year. And to come back to the artwork and the object of finance, it distorts in themselves the graphs or instruments to give an idea of what is usually called the health of the stock market. So to challenge these representations could mean and could lead to challenge the social organization that these graphs reflect and also retroactively build. So personally, I feel that the last notes uttered by the singer have a positive quality and that they open to the possibility of building a different type of future, a future where we would have the instruments to stop this self-reinforcing practice, this kind of cycle of entre-soi, trust and greed that finance imposes today on every aspect of reality. And in this image, we see a new generation contemplating this artwork. And I wonder what this little girl's gaze embraces from the artwork. but surely it is a gaze now able to challenge passivity in front of cultural norms, and a gaze able to embrace more powerful takes on reality than what finance has to offer us. So I hope you enjoyed this talk and discovering this artwork, and I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Raffaella. Microfono, sì, lo so. Okay, open up the floor to... First, okay. And then we have...
He was absent for the welcome greetings. Francesco Bedeschi is the director of the AIWAC and Salons program, and for now 5 years, but he's been around forever. And so, yes, so Francesco, we have had these 2.5 intense days of talks and papers and brilliant people. So now you see kind of disintegrated cohort of scholars killed by the
survivors.
The survivors. Yes.
Yes, I usually don't read. I like to speak, abbraccio, we say in Italiano. I don't know how to translate in English. However, because we are at an important point of this conference, again, tonight we formally celebrate 5 years of life of this important event. For us, it's very important. So I wrote a few things, so I hope you don't mind if I'm gonna read them, because my English is not so good. So obviously, my name is Francesco Bedeschi. I'm the director of the Rome Center, and it's a real pleasure to be here with us tonight at the close of the 5th edition of the annual International Women in the Arts Conference, AIWAC. There's been 3 days of inspiring discussion and insightful papers and generous exchange. So I want to offer a few words, not really as a formal conclusion, but like a moment of reflection and most of all, gratitude. 5 years may seem like a modest span in academic, yet in the life of AIWAC, they represent something truly remarkable. In just half a decade, this conference has grown from a bold idea into a vibrant community, a forum where research, creativity, and critical thought came together in ways that constantly renew themselves. And this is something very important. Every year, as AIWAC unfolds within the walls of Palazzo Taverna, I am reminded of what the Rome Center stands for. This is not just a place for study abroad. It's the main reason why the center is here, but it is above all a space of connection between disciplines, between cultures, and between generations. I had the privilege of witnessing AIWAC's evolution from its first edition, and I must say that every year it brings something new. A new theme, a new network of voices, a new way of looking at the intersection of gender, art, and society. And this year's theme continues that spirit of questioning and renewal. Even without entering in the specific academic debates, since I'm just an architect, that have animated these sessions, I can feel that what happens here really matters. It matters because it opens space for understanding, for recognition, for a more complete vision of the arts and of human creativity. As director, I always thought about what makes a project like AIWAC truly meaningful for an institution like ours. The answer, I believe, lies in the combination of scholarship and humanities. Yes, AIWAC produces knowledge, research, and important academic outcomes, but it also creates something less tangible, a sense of belonging and a shared purpose. It builds bridges, not only between scholar and artists, but also between people and ideas that might otherwise never meet. And this, for me, is the real achievement of these 5 years. Obviously, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the two people whose vision and dedication have made this possible. My dear colleague and friend Consuelo Lollobrigida, whose intellectual energy, creativity, and perseverance have been the true driving force of AIWAC since its the beginning, because I know how hard she works to put this event together. Consuelo has built this her ability to connect people, to nurture dialogue, and to transform ideas into lasting collaboration is extraordinary. And to Dr. Adelina Modesti, whose partnership has enriched this initiative with an essential international perspective. So really, thank you both from the Rome Center and me personally. Obviously, the students who are not here tonight, I think they are they're gone. But it's very important, believe me. The reason why we do here is also for the students, and I know they participated the first evening and also probably yesterday. Yes, because they have also contributed to this conference in many ways. Somebody have been involved in the organization, so it's really important. Again, this is not just an event; it's a learning experience that connects education with real life, showing how research can become action and how culture can be a tool of civic engagement. And as we close this 5th edition, I believe the most important message is one of continuity. Thank you for the soundtrack. AIWAC has already achieved much, but its real strength lies in the capacity to grow, to adapt, very important in nowadays, especially when we face the emerging of new technologies that may question the importance of humanity. I'm sure it's something very important, and that's why it's important we continue to do this type of events, because it's where the ideas really come from. And so the future of this conference will depend on our ability to keep nurturing the spirit of openness and collaboration. And of course, we remain fully committed to this project. So, as we close tonight, my wish is that AIWAC continue to serve as a bridge, connecting the past to the future, the local, the global, and scholarship to life itself. Thank you all, and congratulations on another inspiring edition. Grazie.
Thank you, Francesco. So he was about to cry, so I don't want to. So I opened the conference Tuesday night, just thanking everyone, and you and Fabio and all colleagues and staff, Adelina for being with me since the first edition, but then been involved since the second one. So. And also, I'm really upset that Alessandra Maso is not with us tonight. She's not, and sharing with this beautiful. Yes, she shared the news. She had a short talk, and that was what I asked, because everyone is asking, where will it be? That's a problem. Probably so next year we can actually opening the library, so having an event and opening the library anyone is asking about. And again, yes, I want to thank you, Francesco, for being such a great support at the beginning, it to have believed in this project. And yes, this has been a fantastic mission, not just because we are celebrating, as you say, it's 5 years in the pandemic, world is a drop in proportion, but because we this morning were talking that probably we were markets are Rome program, a new theoretical framework for this kind of research and study. It's something that might be rest with the words, because I'm not to say, but so probably we are really building something important. for research with them. Thank you all. Thank you to Fabio. Thank you to Benji who is around. Okay. Thank you, Adelina. Thank you, Adelina. And for those of you in Rome tomorrow, we have another conference starting tomorrow morning at 8:30. So if you have some time, it's just one-day talks, and on the Jubilee, and we will be touching different aspects of the Jubilee, from its foundation to challengings and to changings. And the keynote speaker will be Francesco Rutelli. So for the Italian people, he's someone. He will be here for an hour and so. So if you're here, we start 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So thanks again to all of you who came, and really to all the participants in these 5 editions, because without you, it's like when you're in a audience, there is another spectacle. And this edition is spectacle. Without the audience, without all of you who have trusted us in the beginnings and in your proposal, we won't be. So thank you so much, and hope to see you again. Q&A, I don't think they have the strength to, and the resilience to get questions. I don't know. If you have any questions, we can go forth. No. So Annelise and Raffaele, you're fantastic. Your pictures were fantastic. Oh, no, Annelise cannot hear. Raffaele is very moving. And thank you for joining us. And last, but it's very important, you will be receiving information about the publication of the proceedings. This is very important, so hopefully in the very next days. Thank you so much.